2023. My name is Gulam, and for the next hour, I will be guiding you all as the Master of Ceremony on the opening session of today's event. His Excellency Ambassador Vasil Hemanin, Ambassador of Ukraine to Indonesia, the Honorable Mr. Piotr Stefan Firlus, Deputy Chief of Mission Embassy of Poland in Indonesia, the Honorable John McDaniel, Acting Consul General, U.S. Consulate General Surabaya, the Honorable Mr. Isaac Chu, Director General of Taipei Economic and Trade Office Surabaya, honorable speakers both offline and online. Held both online and offline, ACEES 2023 is joined by speakers from 19 countries and over 300 participants from around 30 universities and institutional partners. This conference is presented to you by Center of European and Eurasian Studies Universitas Airlangga, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Airlangga, and Middle Power Studies Network Foreign Policy Community Indonesia. Without further ado, let me read out our agendas in this opening session of ACEES 2023. This session will be opened by singing Indonesian national anthem and hymn of Airlangga. The next agenda is a series of remarks followed by souvenir exchange and photo session. And last but definitely not least, a keynote speech from our beloved keynote speaker, Prof. Oksana Shevel from Tufts University. Henceforth, ladies and gentlemen, please stand from your seat in order to sing the national anthem of Indonesia and hymn of Airlangga.
Jadi penuh hidup.
and gentlemen, our next agenda is a series of remarks. The first remark will be given by the Director of the Center for European and Eurasian Studies, Universitas Airlangga, and the Chairman of Airlangga Conference on European and Eurasian Studies 2023. He will give the update and overview for this event also. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Radityo Dharmaputra.
Good morning, honorable guest speakers, students. My good friend, Dr. Irfan Wahyudi, Vice Dean of our Faculty of Social and Political Science. His Excellency Fasil Hamianin, again, also my good friend. The Honorable Mr. Piotr Stefan Firlus from the DCM of Polish Embassy, the Honorable Mr. John McDaniels, Acting Consul General of the United States in Surabaya, the Honorable Mr. Isaac Chiu, Director General of Taipei Trade Office in Surabaya, all my fellow lecturers, speakers. We have Ibu Ganewati Wuryandari here, Pak Muhadi Sugiono, Ms. Munira Mustafa, and all the participants, presenters of the Airlangga Conference on European and Eurasian Studies. Thank you so much for attending this event. This is our first major event. Our center has just been established last year, in November 2022. I remember Pak Fasil also attended the opening of the center, together with our colleagues from Estonia at that time. I would like to thank especially the organizer. I know that we all work hard, you all work very hard to prepare this event. The initial idea was to have a mini conference. I remember when Mas Irfan initiated the idea 5 months ago. I think we have very limited time to organize this. But thanks to all the hard work of the organizer, I couldn't mention one by one, but all of us try to organize it, and hopefully the event will be of benefit, a place for discussion, and also a place of exchange of ideas about what happened in Ukraine, about the Russian invasion. The title of the conference is the global response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. There are specific reasons why we chose the terms, why we didn't use Russia-Ukrainian war, but the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And one of the reasons also with our keynote speech that we want to foreground Ukrainian voice that often lost in the discussion about the invasion. So we used to listen to people from the US, people from Europe, Western Europe. We listen to people from Russia, from China, but we rarely listen to people from the region. So from Ukraine, from the surrounding region, we have Polish embassy's representative, Mr. Piotr, here. We will have Estonian ambassador as well. So we are trying hard to also listen to Central Asian perspective, Southeast Asian perspective, the global South perspective, even from India, from Mexico. So we are trying to put that into one. Apparently now it's a big event with a lot of panels. So hopefully, Mas Irfan, there are some people who suggested that we should do this more often. Maybe not with the same team, with other people. But yeah, so please enjoy the experience today. If there are any questions or problems, just let us know. The team here will help. Will try to help at least you all. And I will again thank you so much for everyone who attended both offline, in person here and online. And I wish you and I hope you enjoy the event. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The next remark will be given by a representative of Rector of Universitas Airlangga. He is the Vice Dean for Research, Internationalization, and Community Development, who will also open this conference today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give the floor for Dr. Irfan Wahyudi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. His Excellency Ambassador Vasil Haimain, the Ambassador of Ukraine for Indonesia, the Honorable Mr. Piotr Stefan Firlus, Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of Poland in Indonesia, the Honorable Mr. John McDaniel, Acting Consul General, U.S. Consulate General in Surabaya, and the Honorable Mr. Isaac Chiu, Director General of Taipei Economic and Trade Office, Surabaya. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable speakers, and also the audience, both offline and online, we welcome you to this, this is a pilot, actually, a pilot conference of having testing Mr. Radityo as he is the new director of the new center as well, as he can actually manage an event like this is actually something that's very remarkable. And representing the rector and also the dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Airlangga, we would like to welcome you all here in having a deep discussion on issues, especially regarding Ukraine and also what happened in European and Eurasian in terms of studies. We have seen and witnessing many kind of tragedy happening, and it will still become something that's very important to discuss this issue, especially what happened in Ukraine, even though we also right now in a deep concern about what happened in the Middle East. But we see there is something that connect these tragedies, that it will remain happen again and again. And it's still remaining happen if we don't stop it, on like having the conflict altogether with many parts and not keeping the peace as its highest stake. So that's why I think this is something that's very important in terms of having the discussion, meeting with people, knowing, even though it's through online or offline, but by speaking one another, having discussion, it made us more human. Yeah. The thing that may be lost is our humanity right now is decreasing, and it will be happen if we also in Indonesia right now, especially we are having this big event next year, the general election. If we don't keep in our mind something that we are actually human, we are brothers, we are sisters, we are still remain on one big family as human, so we don't have to hate each other, we don't spread false information, we don't support the blatant accusation of one another. I think this is something that we need to keep. And by having this discussion over and over again, and I agree with Mas Radityo that we should have this more often. Well, it's actually depend on the funding as well. But Alhamdulillah, we have reached this point where we can meet and also having this further discussion. I'm thankful to the committee, especially led by Mas Radityo, Mas Agastya, Mbak Lintang, and I see Mas Irfai, and also the students who's helping this, also the lecturers coming from international relations and so Faculty of Social and Political Sciences. And we will meet as well with different person and also representatives that I have been told by Radityo that this event connect over 300 participants and around 30 universities and institution partners from 19 countries. So this is so magnificent. Please give a round of applause for us. We always speak about numbers, yeah. We speak as well about the ranking of the university. Yeah, we're also very proud of 345 as our ranking. And right now we are increasing in Asia. We are number 67 in Asia, yeah, for Universitas Airlangga. But this achievement cannot be achieved without the cooperation of many parts and the support of this community. So by having this close connection, this close contact, I think we will have more and more, but not always about the ranking, not always about the number, but the friendship itself. Thank you very much. And by this occasion, we can actually formally open this conference. Hopefully it will go and smooth and have a very fruitful as it used to be, and hopefully it will be more and more connections after this. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, onto the next remark, which will be given by the founder and the chairman of Foreign Policy Community Indonesia. Please welcome Dr. Dinopati Jalal.
Assalamualaikum, this is Dinopati Jalal. I'm really sorry that I can't be there joining you in Surabaya as I'm in Paris, trying to get back to Indonesia, but I don't think I'll make it to the conference in Surabaya. I just want to extend my best wishes to all of you. Special hello to Ambassador Fasil, my very good friend who worked with me on my trip to Ukraine last month, to Piotr from the Embassy of Poland, to Ambassador Turk, the Estonian ambassador to Singapore and ASEAN. Special hello also to my very good friend, my brother, Dr. Rizal Sukma, arguably the best foreign policy analyst in Indonesia, and to Dr. Ganawati, Professor Alexius Jumadu, and also to the members of the staff of the Center for Europe and Eurasian Studies at the University of Airlangga, and also special hello to Dr. Radityo, who is also the head of FPCI Middle Power Studies Network. I hope I'm not missing anybody, but I'm really excited that this event is being organized. I wish you all the best discussions. I'll have more to say later on. Thank you. I'll talk to you soon.
The last remark of the opening session of today will be given by His Excellency Ambassador Vasil Hamianin, Ambassador of Ukraine to Indonesia. The floor is yours.
Merdeka. First of all, I would like to remind everybody about something that happened a few days ago, and I would say Selamat Hari Pahlawan Indonesia. This is a very important holiday, not just for you as people of Indonesia, people of Nusantara, and not just for the people of Surabaya, which it has direct connection to this holiday, and Bung Tomo and the heroic fight for independence of Indonesia. But this has a connection, I think, to the whole world, because we understand now, looking at what's going on, our world is growing smaller and smaller and shrinking every day. And it's going not just smaller, but faster. Whatever happens, it happens everywhere. And we know immediately about what happens. And it's very important that we stay in tune and that we stay concerned about what's going on around us. It takes a lot of courage, bravery, and spirit to fight the enemy. Many of us know that. Many of us, unfortunately, experience that. But it takes not the less courage to fight the invisible enemies that are everywhere. I'm talking about the disinformation. I'm talking about lies. I'm talking about corruption. I'm talking about the indifference to whatever is happening around us. And I will not be repeating the words of Pa Irwan and Master Lito and everyone, that we are concerned about what's happening not just in Ukraine, in Europe, not just in the Middle East, but also in Africa, also in China, also in Latin America, whenever we see injustice, whenever we see the attacks from the dictatorships onto democracy, onto freedoms, onto human rights, we should not stay indifferent. We should be concerned. Only when we think critically, only when we fight the lies and disinformation, only when we are brave enough to acknowledge and recognize our own mistakes and things that we did wrong maybe sometimes, only then we can build up the world that we deserve, and especially with the world where our children, our grandchildren will be living it, in the happy world. So I would like to again reiterate my gratitude to everyone. It will be a long list of people who prepared this conference, but I would say it takes a lot of courage also for the Airlangga University, for the FISIP, for Facultas Ilmu Sosial dan Politik, and for the Center of East European and Eurasian Studies here, which I was honored. I had the honor to participate in the opening last year. It takes a lot of courage to stand up and say what is going on, and encourage people to think, encourage people to analyze, to exchange views, to share something. And I'm really happy that in Indonesia, I think it's like a unique and the first and unique platform till now, which provides the opportunity for the scholars, for the students, for the people with critical thinking, for the analysts, for politicians, after all, to discuss, to have a broader view on the world, to have the new windows of opportunities. I think it's straight. So thank you everybody who has been building this house, who has been building this platform. And again, I don't see. Oh, here. And again, for those who are brave, for those who are true warriors and true heroes. Thank you, people. And I wish you the interesting, entertaining, and encouraging event today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the touching remarks and speech. As a token of gratitude for this event, Ambassador Fasil would like to give a present for Dr. Irfan Wahyudi. We invite Ambassador Fasil and Dr. Irfan Wahyudi to the stage.
Well, actually, it will be not just a present. It is something that, if I may, a couple of words. It's something that I wish to contribute something into the library, into the book corner, which we established some time ago, of the university and of the faculty. So there was something with some special meaning. It will take a couple of minutes, so I will describe what is that. Now we start from that. This is something we got somewhere and then reprinted. It's something that refers to the roots of Indonesian independence. And this book is called The Indonesian Questions Before the Security Council, 1946-1949. And this is the book with historic documents, telling how Indonesia was becoming the member of the United Nations. It's quite unique collection of all the documents. And here I'm really proud to remind that it was exactly the Ukrainian delegation in the United Nations, Ukrainian, not the Soviet, that raised the issue first before the United Nations. And Indonesia must be the full member of it. And we fought for 3 years for that, every single day. So this is something Next one will be the book, the first book in the history of our relations, that the full book translated from Indonesian into Ukrainian, and it was done by my friends, by my guru, and the lady Yulia Mitilska, who studied here somewhere, and I think in Bandung, but anyway. So this is a quite a famous book, I think, in Indonesia. It's a book by Jumanjaya, Aku Berdasarkan Perjalanan Hidup dan Karya Penyair Hairil Anwar. It was translated and printed in 2 languages. Here is Bahasa original, and here is translation. So this book, I think it's only like 10 books in the whole Indonesia meanwhile, so yours will be the 9th.
Okay, we'll keep it.
The first, I was like, it's only in the libraries of Indonesia. The third book I would like to present with honor and with respect, it's Holy Quran. This book was brought, and it's a translation of the meanings in Quran into Ukrainian. It was blessed by the Mufti of Ukraine, and it's actually brought to me by Mufti of Ukraine. The translator, well, we cannot translate Quran, right? But we can translate the meanings to introduce it to the people widely. And it's in Ukrainian. It's quite unique translation made by the Ukrainian who is Muslim and has been doing this for 30 years already. Like, yeah, so I wish this book also, this holy book is also in your library. I will not mention that this is something else, but these 2 things, again, it's something symbolic. Maybe you put, yeah. There's something symbolic. I would not comment on that. We'll just open and you'll see. So sometime myself and my friends, my guru, produced a series of posters, Pahlawan Indonesia. So one of them Bung Karno, and as far as I'm not mistaken, the mausoleum of Bung Karno is in Jawa Timur, right? So not far from here, yeah. So this is a translation of some of his sayings. Saya benci imperialisme, saya benci kolonialisme, dan saya takut akan konsekuensi dari perjuangan pahit terakhir mereka untuk hidup. Kami bertekad bahwa bangsa kami dan seluruh dunia secara keseluruhan tidak akan menjadi mainan bagi negara manapun. This is very meaningful for us, especially in this era. And the last one, well, yeah. This is something that I'm very proud of. It's first time in the history of our bilateral relations again. A very classic, a very meaningful and symbolic poem, which can be compared to Aku by Hairil Anwar for Ukrainian people. It was translated into 9 languages of Nusantara. So it's Bahasa Indonesia, Bahasa Jawa, Bahasa Sunda, Bahasa Bali, Bahasa Minangkabau, Bahasa Mei from Papua, Bahasa Batak, and Bahasa Manado. Was translated and printed. So the symbolic of this is that it has been first presented in Indonesia now. So you will be the first owner of this poster in Indonesia. We are going to make a presentation later somewhere, but I'm really proud that this happens. And this poet is Taras Shevchenko. Is well, I think many might know many, but it's his wasiat. We're not reading this now, but I hope that students will read it later. So again, for us it's important and not just a word, Merdeka atau mati. And thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Mr. Piotr Stefan Filrus, Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of Poland in Indonesia, would also like to express his gratitude by giving another present to Dr. Irfan Wahyudi. We invite Mr. Piotr and Dr. Ivan to the stage.
Good morning, selamat pagi. At the beginning, just a brief word from Ambassador. Ambassador Bata Stoczyńska, Ambassador of Poland to Indonesia, is very sorry she is not able to attend the conference due to other commitments, but she sends all warm greetings and appreciations to organizers for organizing this conference and having us here. So this is the first message, and the second, since we are very happy that European and Eurasian studies are now also conducting here at the Airlangga University, we would also like to contribute a bit about, with books about Poland to library. It's not easy to speak after Ambassador Vasyl. He's a wonderful speaker, but I will present only two. I have more books, but I will say a couple of words about two books. We are very happy to have a Polish citizen, Piotr, the same name like me, Piotr Śmieszek, his wife from Indonesia, Arun. They live in Jakarta for 20 years, and last year they published the book Poland for Beginners, useful information about Poland, history, cities, individuals, cuisine, and many other interesting facts and information. So if someone would like to deepen the knowledge about Poland, is good position to read. We are also very happy that Polish language courses are held currently at 3 universities in Indonesia, 2 in Jakarta and 1 in Surabaya at the Airlangga University. So it is possible to learn Polish language here in Surabaya. And this year, Piotr and Arun, they published the book, the first ever book, like the special book, How to Learn Polish Language for Indonesian students. So if you would like to know more about how it is to speak Polish, it's not easy, but beautiful language, please go to the library and get this book. So, Professor, let me hand it over to you, and again.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, to immortalize this event, we would like to invite our invited speakers, ambassadors, and VVIP guests to take photos on the stage. ladies and gentlemen, before we carry on onto our next agenda, there will be a 15 minutes coffee break event. So we please our invited speakers, ambassadors, and our invited speakers, presenters, to join us on the 10th floor to have a coffee break. And after 15 minutes, you are expected to go back into this room, and we will have a keynote speech from Professor Oksana Shevo. Thank you.
sih mas? Sisi mana? Aduh. Jadi ini ada speakernya belum datang, karena kan emang maju. Halo, kira speakernya belum datang loh. Masih sangat mungkin 15 menit lagi. Iya, bisa nggak? Baru sampai atas semua. Tapi ini cuma sebentar loh. Sampai setengah 10 dulu lagi. Karena setengah 10 dulu lagi. Iya. Kuenya nggak ada, kuenya nggak? Ya, oke. Iya, dari pas
bersatu, yeah, united. We are stronger when we are together, and it became like a something that, like you take for granted. No, united is something very important you have to think about, because just imagine, an aggressor, whoever he is, however strong he is, however big he is, and however dangerous he is, if he is, imagine he's entirely isolated. Would he be able to carry on for longer? No. That, I mean, unity, and this, oh, well, I don't have time, okay, but this could be the key of resolving any conflict, any war, any aggression globally. Because if we don't just talk, but we unite our efforts and do and act, this will put the end to anything. I'm a historian and I know what I'm talking about. Look at the history, look at the previous wars, First World War, Second World War, whatever, war in Yugoslavia, any war, any conflict will end if you are standing up and we are united. Last word, peace formula presented by President Zelensky. Look at it. It's interesting and it's could be very useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Faisal, for your remarkable explanation about from the Ukraine point of view.
Sorry.
Tidak apa-apa. So in order for us to be understand it from the Ukrainian point of view, we have already have Professor Oksana from Tufts University. So Professor Oksana is the associate professor from the Tufts University. She will explain to us the roots of the conflicts in Ukraine itself. So is she already joined us?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you
Yes.
clearly, Professor Oksana. Yeah. Can we
Okay.
see Professor Oksana? It's okay. Oh, okay. Okay then. Can we display Professor Oksana on the screen? So Professor Oksana will explain to us, so the our fellow students and also ladies and gentlemen here to be understand deeper about the roots of the conflict in the center of in Ukraine itself. So currently, okay. Can I greet her first? Okay, Professor Oksana, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Okay. Oh, so maybe I could. Okay.
Let
Thank
me
you.
know when you want me to
Thank
start,
you.
yeah.
Thank you for joining us. And it's good evening there.
Yes,
Is
it's
it?
late
Yeah.
evening. Yes, thank
Yeah.
you.
I do apologize about the confusion of time difference, but thank God we have you here finally joining us. So. Beforehand, we have already have Ambassador Faisal explaining to us about the current situation and also some 3 key points about how to face a kind of conflict and also to avoid the future any global conflict. But it would be better for us to understand the root of the conflicts of Russia and Ukraine itself. So could you share with us from your perspective? We have our students here and also Professor Luca from Glasgow and Professor Ganiwati and also our students here. So could you please explain, and also Professor Ahmad Sarvimuba and Deputy of Ambassador of Poland here. Could you please explain to us the roots of the conflict from your point of view? So time is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate the invitation, and I want to thank the organizers both for inviting me and for centering the studies of Ukraine and Ukrainian scholars. I think it's very valuable, so I want to thank you for doing that. So, as you said, right, I want to focus my remarks on certain misconceptions about facts and misconceptions about this war, specifically about the war's causes, but I will also say a few things towards the end of this time about how better understanding about the causes of the war might also lead to better recommendations about how this war ought to end, or as what would be more and less desirable solutions, right? So let me start with the some analyses of the causes of the war. One of the arguments that I want to argue against in my remarks, and this is also something that my colleague Maria Popova and I, Maria Popova teaches at McGill, we just wrote a book on this very topic. It is called Russia and Ukraine, Entangled Histories, Diverging States. It just came out, so the short remarks that I'm going to give to you today are developed in much more detail in this book, so I just wanted to mention that. So what we do in this book, we argue against this very popular narrative that is advanced by scholars of realism in the United States. And this is also, in fact, reflects also Russian position, that ultimately it was Western policies in East Central Europe more generally and in Ukraine specifically that essentially provoked Russia to attack Ukraine. So the way this argument goes, it may be familiar to many of you because it has been quite widespread and popular in certain audiences, both in the West and in the global South, is that the West expanded into Russian sphere of influence after the collapse of communism, first in East Central Europe and ultimately in the former Soviet Union, including Ukraine, which of course in this narrative is seen as central to Russian sphere of influence. So really the West and NATO tried to lure the states that rightfully belong to Russian sphere of influence into these Western alliances. And then after 2014, when pro-Western government came to power in Ukraine, in what this narrative also often calls a Western orchestrated coup, Russia really had no choice but to defend itself. So first it annexed Crimea, and ultimately in 2022 it launched full-scale invasion. So this blame of the West for the war also goes hand in hand, which is also Russian claim, that the West is really an imperialist power, and Russia is really acting as an anti-imperialist power. But by implication of this argument, anybody in the world who is anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist, especially the global South, should be backing up Russia and not Ukraine in this war. And Russian victory is supposed to create multipolarity. This is also Russian argument that instead of sort of this Western-dominated world, if Russia wins, we will have true multipolarity. So I think this argument is wrong on many counts. I want to focus in my remarks on three, I think, particular problems this argument has. Starting with the point that it misrepresents dynamics of the relations between the West and former communist countries in Eastern Europe, especially Ukraine. So this misrepresentation of the dynamics of the Western relations with countries in Russian neighborhood. The second big problem is that this argument ignores and or distorts Ukrainian domestic political realities, especially it ignores and again or misrepresents the types of social and political changes that took place in the Ukrainian society over the last 30 years. And finally, it also misrepresents Russian own intentions, and it basically hides or obfuscates Russian imperialism vis-a-vis the states in its neighborhood. It's very instrumental as opposed to genuine sort of manipulation was the term of multipolarity. So I want to unpack these 3 points a little bit. So starting with the dynamics of the relationship between the West and countries in Russia's neighborhood or its alleged sphere of influence. This whole concept that the West somehow lured these countries into these Russia-unfriendly alliances implies that the agency came from the West. But in fact, historical record shows that it was these countries, Poland, Czech Republic, originally Hungary, the Baltic countries, that were banging on the door trying to get in. Having been free from the dominance by the Soviet Union during the communist period, they were quite wary that they will not again potentially come under pressure or maybe even outright attack by Russia. So there was no trust in Russia being a good neighbor, and it was really the agency came from these countries as opposed to from the West. They were really banging on the door of both EU and NATO in order to be let in. So the agency came from these countries, which is important, I think, for the historical record. Now, also, it's important to note that entering these alliances had actually a very positive impact on these countries. It brought democracy, it brought stability, it increased minority rights, it decreased corruption, it produced all sorts of positive externalities for domestic politics in these countries, for relations between them, for peace and stability in Europe. right? And it also actually allowed them to cooperate with Russia, because once their security was assured as part of these Western alliances, most of these countries developed, maybe not super friendly, but certainly cooperative and stable relations with Russia. And there was arguably less tension that there would have been in these relations. Now, Ukraine didn't get into these waves of enlargement for reasons that I'm not going to have time to go into today, but the West remained a draw, both actually for Ukraine, but also for Russia itself. If we see where Russian elites keep their money, send their children, their wives and their mistresses, they're not going to China or to the United Arab Emirates or to anywhere else, they're all in Europe. So Europe has remained a draw, including for Russian-owned elites and society. And that also made the Western model of democracy, free market, transparency and things like that, actually threatening to Putin's authoritarian model. Because the more Russia became authoritarian, especially in the 2000s after Putin came to power, the more this appeal of the West to countries in the Russian neighborhood was actually a threat to Russia, but again, not through some kind of Western aggressive action, but just, by the way of example, and appeal that this example was setting for the countries in the Russian neighborhood and to many Russians themselves. Now, moving on to Ukrainian domestic realities, what this argument has ignored, and again, helps explain the causes of the war a little better, is that in Ukraine itself, there have been major changes that took place in the last 30 years. This realist argument that there is this sphere of influence and the West is meddling denies agency or importance to any small country, be it Ukraine, Indonesia, or any other country that has not great power. In fact, I would even say it denies agency to Russia itself, because Russia really has no choice but to lash out and react against this evil meddling. So all the agency is with the West, and neither Russia, even Russia or other countries have much agency. But what's important to realize is that Ukrainian society has undergone very, very substantial changes since 1991. In 1991, there was an independence referendum held in Ukraine when over 90% of the population voted for Ukrainian independence. That was what brought an end to the Soviet Union. But then economic crisis hit. Through the 1990s, Ukrainian opinion was much more divided. People, in the south and the east of the country, many Russian speakers, wanted to kind of closer relations with Russia. In the center and the west of the country, population was more leaning towards the West, but over time that has been evolving. This identification with Ukrainian state was something that was progressively growing, so Ukrainians who considered their civic identity as Ukrainian as their most important identity increased a lot, reaching well over 80% after 2014, but that trajectory has been upwards. People also accepted certain policies that Russia really didn't like, that kind of underscored the distinctiveness of the Ukrainian state, such as Ukrainian is the only state language. Even though many people continue to speak Russian, they actually accepted that as a symbol and normalcy of statehood. And again, these attitudes were tipping, and if we look at opinion polls, by mid-2000s, there was a small majority in favor of closer integration with the West as opposed to Russia. This was also the time, 2004, when President Yushchenko was elected in Ukraine as a result of massive popular mobilization against electoral fraud. And this is one of the first turning points in this domestic kind of confrontation between Russia and Ukraine that we go into greater detail with my co-author in the book, that Russia interprets as a result of Western meddling. So this narrative that somehow the West is stealing Ukraine from Russia really becomes prominent for the first time in mid-2000s as a result of Yushchenko victory in this so-called Orange Revolution, this mass popular mobilization. Popular mobilization, however, was completely domestic phenomenon. It was Ukrainian society. By that point, as I was saying, kind of slim majority was becoming more oriented towards the West, rejecting electoral fraud and mobilizing. But Russia interprets it through its imperial lens, its view of Ukraine, that they cannot have possibly done it themselves. There must have been some evil hand of the West involved in this. Now, we fast forward to 2014. Here is another turning point in Ukrainian-Russian relations. In 2014, then President Yanukovych decides at the 11th hour, and after receiving a bribe from Russia to the tune of some $15 billion, to abandon his plans to sign an association and free trade agreement with the EU. It was not about NATO, also important to keep in mind, it was just about the EU, it was a trade agreement. And yet it was perceived in both Russia and Ukraine as kind of a point of geopolitical choice. Is Ukraine moving towards the West? or is it going to be stayed in Russian sphere of influence? So this is both how the society and the elites perceived it. So after Yanukovych at the 11th hour abandons his plan to sign this association agreement, mass protests erupt, again, because many Ukrainians at the time interpreted it as really civilizational choice, closing the door towards Europe. And after some months of protest, Yanukovych eventually is overthrown. Again, Russia interprets it as a result of Western meddling. Mobilization was domestic. Yanukovych was ousted after his own party imploded. The protests, again, we don't have time to go into detail, but towards the tail end of the protest, there were dozens of protesters who were killed by security forces in broad daylight in the capital city. This was something that finally created cracks in his regime. His own party members defected, and this is when his government collapsed. So again, it was not something that was orchestrated by the West, but this is how Russia interprets it. And at that point, it annexes Crimea, it starts supporting the separatist insurgency in the Donbass, and essentially we have the beginning of the war. What about NATO at that time? NATO is nowhere on the agenda. Ukraine is not a member of NATO. It does not have majority support for joining NATO. In NATO itself, there is absolutely no appetite for admitting Ukraine. You can ask any scholar, how likely was it that Ukraine would get into NATO, even if it applied? It wasn't even clear that it would apply. At that time, Ukraine was officially non-aligned. NATO was not part of its constitution or its foreign policy agenda. But even if it did apply, with some 25% of the population supporting the NATO membership, and many NATO countries, including key heavyweights, France, Germany, not supporting Ukrainian NATO membership, the membership was incredibly unlikely and I would say impossible. Russia could not have not known this. And yet, this is the beginning of Russian attack on Ukraine. They really interpret, so this whole narrative that this was all about NATO, it really wasn't. So why did Putin attack Ukraine then, if it was not about NATO? Because NATO membership was really unrealistic. I would say that the main reason why Putin attacks Ukraine is this imperial vision of Ukraine and his obsession, for reasons that maybe historians one day will tell us, that he has got it into his head, for again, reasons we can't really know for a fact, that Ukrainians and Russians are really one people. So he fancies himself this gatherer of Russian lands. He keeps saying again and again, starting with this long essay that he wrote back in 2021, trying to prove that Ukrainians and Russians are really one people. This is where this rejection of Ukrainian sovereignty and statehood comes about. So again, Ukraine was not going to get into NATO. It was not about NATO, and Putin denies Ukraine right to sovereignty altogether. In fact, if you read his speech, his pre-invasion speech, when he lists all these grievances that Russia had against Ukraine, relatively little of it is about specifically Ukrainian foreign political orientation, but there is a lot in that speech about things such as local reform, decentralization he doesn't like, the way Ukrainians were teaching history and language. Back in 2008, Russian foreign minister, when asked what were the most important problems in the relations between two states, you would think 2008, maybe NATO would be most important. That's when Yushchenko applied first time, president at the time, to be admitted into NATO. No, Russian foreign minister says the way Ukrainians teach history and the fact that Russian is not second state language, that's really the two main problems in the relations, right? Sort of think about maybe parallels with Indonesia. I'm sure probably the way history is taught in Indonesia is maybe quite different from history of colonial period is taught in the Netherlands, but probably not likely that Prime Minister of Netherlands is going to say this is the most important problem in the relations between two states, right? So again, denying Ukrainian agency, denying Ukrainian statehood and nationhood, and this claim that Ukrainians are really Russians. This is what has been driving Putin's motivation, and it clashed with processes in Ukraine, because in Ukraine for the last 30 years the opposite process was going in. More and more people were coming to think of themselves as Ukrainian, accepting Ukrainian statehood, accepting Ukrainian sovereignty, and accepting these very policies, underscoring and strengthening Ukrainian separateness that Russians really did not like. So let me move on, since time is short, to this the last point that I wanted to make, or the last set of problems with this realist argument, that how Russia interprets its own intentions in this war as being anti-imperial and sort of broadly anti-colonial. And when it clads itself in this anti-colonial mantle, it has an appeal, or tries at least to appeal to the global south, where there are strong rejection of colonialism given the history of anti-colonial struggle and all of this. But the irony is that Russia exactly is acting as an imperial power in its war with Ukraine and relations with its neighbors more broadly. When Russian troops were moved into Ukraine in February, they went straight for the capital city. The intention was to overthrow Ukrainian government, which they claimed to be a Nazi junta that came to power in a legal coup. They carried parade uniforms with them. They were expected to be welcomed by these people who Putin, again, in his rhetoric and probably in his deeply felt beliefs, really believes that who are Russians who have been suppressed by this radical government in Kyiv. And in fact, of course, as we know, he did not receive any welcome. Ukrainians took up arms. They fought bravely. They managed to liberate more than half of the territory that Russia captured since invasion. But it's very telling that the original push was for Kyiv, and parade uniforms were carried in, expecting really a welcome from the population. Now, this narrative of so-called denazification, what does it really mean? In reality, we now know what it means. It means essentially extermination of anybody who asserts their distinct Ukrainian identity, who speaks Ukrainian language, and who rejects Russian occupation. We have history of mass graves, change in the school curriculum, completely tragic kidnapping of Ukrainian children, and the subsequent brainwashing into Russian, what Putin would say, that true Russian identity. So these are war crimes, but again, it goes to show that really intent of Putin in this war is imperial. And this is why Ukrainians consider this war existential war. As Ambassador says, we don't really have anywhere else to go. Any kind of territorial concession would not end the war, because again, Putin's problem or his desire is not for any particular additional sliver of Ukraine. It is about destroying Ukrainian statehood as a separate political entity and Ukrainian nation as a separate nation. So that's what really this war is about. And for this reason, any kind of land for peace deal remains unacceptable to the vast majority of Ukrainian population, as well as Ukrainian leadership. Now, ironically, Putin himself created this very anti-Ukraine, or at least in substantial part created this very anti-Ukraine that he is now supposedly fighting. Because the population in Ukraine, even after 2014, when Yanukovych was driven out and Euromaidan won, many people remained very friendly, predisposed towards Russia. Euromaidan has a regional base of support. Russia could have continued to influence Ukraine through its media, which was very widely spread throughout Ukraine, through pro-Russian political parties, the oligarchic channels, pro-Russian voters. It is more likely than not that in another round of competitive elections, more Russia-friendly candidate would have been elected. This has been the pattern of Ukrainian political life since 1991, and the pro-Russian, pro-Western presidents alternated in power. But after Putin attacked Ukraine, that has become political impossibility. Not only the people, the most Russia-friendly people, about 12% of the electorate, were cut off from participation in Ukrainian elections, since they now own the occupied territory in Crimea and eastern Donbass since 2014, but also attitudes have changed dramatically. Now things such as NATO membership, EU membership is essentially consensus opinion. The support is more than 80% of the population across all regions of Ukraine, including in the east and the south, which again were historically Russia-leaning regions. So I don't know what Putin thinks in his heart of hearts, but I hope sometimes at night he thinks about what the hell have I done, right? He has proved to be one of the most, in sort of this very tragic and paradoxical ways, nation builder in Ukraine than any Ukrainian nationalist could have hoped to. So let me wrap up with just a couple of very quick points on this issue of multipolarity. Russia makes this claim on the international arena that it wants to create multipolarity, but I think it is really, again, one of these examples of Russian political manipulation and propaganda. If we look at any alliance that Russia has been part of in its former Soviet, post-Soviet space, it dominates all of these alliances. It is not some sort of an equal member of these. It really seeks to dominate them. This actually makes it quite different from NATO, for example, where decisions are made by consensus. And a small country like now, for example, Hungary, or even a smaller country hypothetically can block collective decision. The same goes for the EU. This is not the case at all in any of the Russia-dominated ones, where it really, the idea that Kyrgyzstan can block something that Russia wants is completely unthinkable. So again, this multipolarity, I think, is really a catch term that seeks to appeal to global audiences as opposed to really the substance of what Russia seeks. I think what ultimately Russia seeks, it seeks to weaken the West for reasons I already mentioned. Western soft power and its appeal to countries in Russian neighborhood generates big obstacle to Russian imperial agenda. Western democratic model generates a big threat to Putin's authoritarian model. So really, when he talks about multipolarity, I think the real desire is to weaken the West and to exert its sphere of influence, its own influence, in a dominant way as far as it can reach. So let me end with this question. What is in the interest of the global South? I mean, we are here in Indonesia. Indonesia has its own interest, as do other countries of the global South. If it is true multipolarity, I would say that Russian victory is really not in the interests of the global South, because this is not what Russia seeks. If global South is interested in food security, as of course it is, then again, free and prosperous Ukraine that can continue to grow and export grain and as a food product would be in the interest of the global South. If protecting your own security from potentially neighbors who may be irredentist, who may be stronger, right, the small and medium-sized countries in the global South, do you really want a precedent of essentially a bully with a nuclear weapon getting away with seizing part or some or all of its neighbors' territory? What kind of precedent would it create for potential aggression elsewhere in the world, or even increase the chances of nuclear proliferation? At the end of the day, of course, all states choose what they want to do, and if states in the global South ultimately decide to pursue their own interests and would choose neutrality instead of supporting Ukraine, perhaps to maximize their short-term economic interests. I heard from a colleague recently that India, for example, now processes Russian energy and then sells liquefied natural gas to the West. I mean, that's something that benefits India, right? Ukrainians would not be happy about it, but they would at least understand. But I would say at least do it with a clear awareness about the facts of the war and this war's causes, not being misinformed by Russian propaganda and its strategic use of claims to anti-imperialism, anti-colonialism, when it really is wages a war of imperial conquest against its neighbor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We can have applause for Professor Oksana. Thank you for your explanation about the roots of the conflict. So there are several things that I would like to highlight from Professor Oksana's explanation regarding these roots of the conflict. So the misinterprets of the dynamic of the conflict itself made us very blurry about the conflicts. And also the second about the denies of the agency of the small country. So we should all think about what should we do also as the so-called global South. And then also the obsession of imperialism of Russia, which could be a shield in the intentions of multipolarity in this world. So we should all be cautious about this and highlights about this to our concern. So to understand also the better for the conflicts to the neighboring country, we will listen to the explanation from the Ambassador Turk in online. Ambassador Turk in Singapore. Okay, thank you for joining us. So we would like to hear from the Estonian perspective and point of view. As we all know, that the data said that the Estonia is the highest, has the highest commitment of bilateral aid to Ukraine. I mean, from the percentage of GDP. So. From the Estonian point of view, this conflict, this Russia and Ukraine conflict, how will it affect to Estonia? And also I would like to ask how Estonia currently navigate the foreign policy towards the Russia. Thank you. Could you please share to us? So we won't have any, not much time, so to have a discussion later with the audiences. So if you could explain to us for the points of the Estonian in 10 minutes, it would be very grateful for us. Please.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you for having me at this very important conference. First of all, I want to congratulate Airlangga University and to having now this Center of Europe and Eurasian Studies. I think this is so important that in this part of the world, we also create opportunities to explain to increase the knowledge about the Europe and our issues apart from the war, even because as we see all so much disinformation and false narratives are floating around in all our medias and societies. So we have to explain what are the facts and how we see as a small country the situation. So I'm very in a happy position because what Professor Oksana also already mentioned, I think this is very much the picture how we see the situation as well. As a small country living next to this aggressor already for 30 years after independence, there are not much new for us, but and this threat we have considered as real all the time. And now when we see that Ukrainians are really fighting for their freedom and for their lives, we see it absolutely as our fight as well. And that's why we are one of the biggest contributors, whatever we can do to support Ukrainians. But I want to also touch some of these misconceptions, what is floating around, and I think Professor was already mentioning some of them, but from Estonian perspective as well. As a small country, post-Soviet country, how we see Russia and how we have experienced it. So it's very often believed that after the Second World War, there were no colonies in Europe, and that after and Central Europe, parts of Soviet Union like Estonia, we were considered as sort of neutral terms like countries within Soviet bloc or countries in Soviet influence. But the reality was that we were occupied 50 years. And for this occupation, and this occupation meant for us that 1/5 of our population was killed or deported. Our resources were taken over by Soviet power, so it was a poor and clear colonization of our land until '91. So, and we know very well that this, what is going on in Ukraine now, is continuation of exactly this imperialistic, colonialistic approach of Russia, and we have to name it as it is. So this land grab policy and it didn't end with the collapse of Soviet Union, and I think Putin was very clear already in 2008 that Munich, what its aim is. So this is and linked also to this now this sort of covering it with a multipolar world, what Russia is trying to build. I think it's exactly covering their actual aim, which is to continue to colonize their neighboring countries. So the other myth which we keep hearing, and I think again Professor was mentioning as well, is that this war was a choice of because of the NATO and NATO's enlargement to the region, and that was a threat to Russian sovereignty and territorial integrity, which of course opposite is true. So we have to be very clear, and as it was mentioned, nobody was NATO was not enlarging towards us. Estonia, as a NATO member now, we had to fight and work very hard to be part of this this club, and this is, and now we see very clearly that without belonging to NATO, our situation would definitely, and the EU as well, would be very, very different, and we would be in very dangerous situation. Not to talk that all our development success, becoming one of the most digital, one of the most developed countries in the world, this has happened only thanks to our belonging to NATO and the EU. So, and I think this argument also regarding NATO's enlargement as a threat to Russia, I think now when we see Sweden, Finland joined, and Sweden joining soon NATO, that shows very clearly that actually all this NATO's enlargement or countries joining NATO, this is exactly the counter steps what Russia is doing and what threat it poses to its neighbors. So, and Swedish and Finnish choices were very clearly public choices. It's not geopolitics. It's people. They feel that they don't. Otherwise, they don't feel safe next to this imperialistic Russia. So this again, I think, shows that Russia clearly disregards the right of smaller states to exist and make their choices of where they belong and how they want to proceed with their development. And that takes me to the third point, which is actually, which we have to and keep emphasize, that the war in Ukraine, it is it's the violation of all the fundamental principles of international law, and that's why we find ourselves now today in much less secure world everywhere. Is it Middle East? Is it in Asia? I think we all feel less secure. So this is all started with Russia's vision for security, which is that they have sort of right to conquer or colonize another country, whatever reason they make up or find it suitable for their cause. So just a few words also what Estonia is doing then in this case of Russia's aggression. Of course, we are, as a really small country next to this aggressor, we're increasing our own defense budget. We invest a lot to our defense. It's now more than 3% of our GDP goes for defense. We continue to strengthen our collective security within NATO. We are pushing more and more NATO cooperation. We are very big supporters of Finland and Sweden joining, which increases our security again. Then we are very big supporters and initiators to keep and to strengthen the unity of Europe and European Union towards actions towards Ukraine, but also in terms of other challenges in the world. And of course, our very clear and strong support to Ukraine in every aspect. Is it EU integration? Is it humanitarian aid, military aid, or already starting to rebuild the areas where war has been phasing out? And for us, internationally, to hold back the aggressor, we see three main areas where we have to, as an international community, continue to work. First is raising the cost for the aggressor to continue. So part of it is sanctions. We are in EU, we are going to working on 12th package of sanctions. We believe sanctions work. They haven't stopped the aggressor, but they definitely have made Russia weaker in terms of economically, in terms of military industry. So it definitely has an effect, and we have to continue. And we have to work with other countries also to avoid the bypassing of the sanctions. We also have to work to make sure that we can frozen the Russian assets in the West and in Western banks. In Estonia, we have already the law, draft law, how to do it legally. So we're proceeding with that, and of course we'll continue to work with our international partners to isolate Russia at the multilateral forums, because we believe that country which does not accept or disregards all the international law should not be part of the multilateral decision making or forums. So this I think has quite a broad support in the UN still as well. So the second thing is, of course, again supporting the Ukraine, which is key, because it's not only saving Ukraine, but it's for the European security as well, and world security, that we restore the order which is based on international law. And the third thing for the future for all of us is that we have to fighting also impunity, that we cannot leave that this war will be ended, that nobody that is made responsible at the highest level. So we believe very strongly that Russian leadership has to be made responsible for this aggression and war crimes. And for that, we push very strongly to have an establishment of the special tribunal with a GA mandate. So I think these are the key areas where, from Estonian point of view, we push and especially to take into account how the future world would be better, and maybe we can avoid after that some of these aggressors in other parts of the world to take similar action against their neighbors. So thank you.
Thank you very much for Ambassador Turk. So if I may invite you again to the sofa. So, yeah. So we have already heard the Ukrainian point of view and also the Estonian point of view. And before, I would like to highlight some things that Ambassador Turk already explained. That the problem is also the disregardment of the smaller state agency, which increase the feeling of anxiety of the smaller states. So that is why Ambassador Turk also highlighted to fight the impunity of the greater power in order to overcome the future conflicts itself. So I would like to now hear the point of view from the data that I got. That from this conflict itself, Poland has the highest cross-border people crossing from Ukraine. The number is so enormous, 16,000. 16 millions for the data it's in September, so it stops in September. I believe it will be affected to your country. So we would like to hear how this conflict affected to your country, and also how do you navigate your foreign policy towards Ukraine and neighboring country, and also to Russia. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. At the beginning, let me thank you for previous speeches of ambassadors and professor from Boston. Very interesting. I'm very happy to be here, and for you as a students of Europe and Eurasian studies, to understand what's going on now in Europe, what are the motives of Russia, and what are the situation in Ukraine, is crucial to understand the entire landscape, the geopolitical landscape of Europe. So within this context, I would like to thank you very much, organizers, for doing this conference, for organizing this conference and giving us platform to explain you more about our perspectives and to do use some insight about what's going on exactly now in Central Europe. The title, it was mentioned that Russian invasion of Ukraine. The true story is that the Russian invasion of Ukraine started in 2013. It was almost 10 years ago. Now what we are experiencing what Ukraine has been experiencing for almost 2 years is full-scale invasion. Full-scale invasion means kinetic invasion. So you have to be aware that the people of Ukraine
woke up and they saw the rockets targeting the critical infrastructure, like here, if you can imagine, is not like the electric power plants, pipelines, civilian buildings, bombing and shelling this kind of infrastructure. So it means like the kinetic full-scale invasion of one country to another country. So it started 24 February 2022, and it was. I remember we get information about that the invasion started, and I try to explain my kids that please do not panic, please be prepared. There is a war, and then I had these reflections that. Is again in this part of Europe, we have to explain the next generation that war started again and again. 8 years ago, the Germans and the Soviet Union invaded Poland, and now we have again the war in this part of the world. And from this perspective, let me just touch upon these humanitarian aspects, the refugees aspects. No one was prepared for that. Our society, the Polish society, we woke up 24 February, and then the massive inflow of refugees, women and kids, started going through our border with Ukraine. I remember we received information that 10 of March there was 142 people crossing a Polish border. It means more or less 40 persons per second. So it was the really massive scale, and Polish society we were let's say not prepared. There was not like a campaign, the information campaign like. Doing what we should do, and our families, Polish people, started to going to the train station, to bus station, to pick up people, to offer the shelter, to offer some support. So it was very critical day, and this humanitarian aspect I just wanted to touch upon because it was important for us to help out our friends from Ukraine, but it applies to other regions. As Ambassador Vasil said, we are talking about Ukraine now, but this sense of solidarity, this sense of unity is important for all other regions, and this is like the important message that we would like to convey, that we would like to underline. So this is the first, this humanitarian, let's say, point of view I would like to mention, and the second one, it was said several times, but from us, people doing with international politics, for you, the future leaders of the countries, as Ambassador said, future diplomats, future KEMLU people, future professors, academicians. What is important to understand that the war that Russia started is a major, serious violation of all international law we work for the last 80 years after the Second World War. So it means that or we believe in United Nations Charter, or we believe in international law, the conventions our countries signed, or we believe in the Bandung principles, or we don't believe in that. This is like black and white situation. So this is what I would like to also underline, that this war is the clear war. There are countries that would like to choose their own path, the self-determination on nations, of Ukrainian nations, or we do not believe in this kind of principles. So please, if you think about what's going on in Europe, please see this perspective as the very important, because as Ambassador of Estonia said, that if we allow to have this violation of international law unchecked, the entire global landscape will be much more fragile in Europe, in Middle East, in other countries. I fully agree with that. So there are many here in Indonesia, we can see many implications of the war, but the deterioration of security, the global and regional security is one of the implications. The increase of prices, global price of fuels, of food, is the next implications. That is also important to analyze. From your perspective as a students, as a lecturers. And the last word, maybe, as Ambassador said, this double standard, misinformation, propaganda. To fight the propaganda is the common responsibility of all of us, like diplomats, like the governments, but most of all the academicians and the universities communities, the academic communities, because we need to, in order to fight propaganda, we need to be evidence-based. We need to avoid lies. We need to avoid going shortcuts, intellectual shortcuts, to build the narratives that are not based on facts. So this is like our common responsibility, and maybe this is the last point I would like to mention during my intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Piotr Stefan Perlus. Okay, so the the humanitarian aspect is also one of the most important thing that we have to look in any kind of conflict, especially with this war. So to open the floor, I would like any of you who want to raise questions to stand up, and also please state your name and also tell us which of our speakers do you want to ask. So I would like to ask to open the floor. Okay, one we have there. Can I have? Okay. So for the first phase, I would like to invite like 2 questions first, and then okay, 2 of you. Yeah, please. Could you please stand up? Yeah. So please introduce yourself first.
I'm from Atayan, India, but from IR of 2023.
Ataya.
Yeah, Atayan. As we may know, right now the media have kind of thrown the conflict of Ukraine and Russia to the wayside for the conflict that is happening in Israel and Palestine. Though we can't deny that it doesn't erase the fact that the conflict in Ukraine and Russia is still progressing and maybe evolving, or maybe devolving as we see fit. What can we do as students, as young people of Indonesia, for the conflict that is happening in the world? Specifically right now is maybe the conflict that is in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia. Maybe we can. I want to specifically ask for Mr. Fasil, for
Ambassador Fasil.
Ambassador Fasil, for the opinion on the matter.
Thank you, Ataya.
Yeah, because sometimes we feel a bit overwhelmed with the amount of conflict that is in media, and maybe sometimes we feel like it's not really worth our time for people who are in the south for caring about the thing that is happening in the north, but we know it's quite crucial for information to spread around.
Thank you, Ataya. Next one. Gentleman, stand.
Okay, good morning. My name is Krishna from Department of International Relations, class of 2023. And my question is how we can unite if there's many conflict. I am, deeply concerned about the conflict that plague our world, driven by political, economic, and cultural differences. Amidst these divisions, I wonder how we can achieve unity and overcome these challenges. What steps can we take to foster understanding and empathy, breaking down the barrier that separate us? How can we embrace diversity and promote peaceful coexistence? Thank you.
Thank you, Krishna. And do you want to address your question to
Mr. Fasil.
Mr. Fasil?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ataya and Krishna. So, Ambassador Fasil, we have two questions from our next generations regarding what can we do, and then how can we unite it, the steps to be united. Like 5 minutes? Maybe?
5 minutes to answer the question. It's a challenge.
It's challenging, yeah. 2 minutes.
2 minutes per question.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
it you said 2 minutes. I said 5 minutes.
Well, yeah, I'll try to be very concise. Thank you. We'll start from the first question. You know, to do something, you have to identify first what are the main enemies, what are the things you don't want. And these are two things. One is ignorance, two is indifference. Don't be indifferent and don't be ignorant. This will lead you to the answers, what to do. What can I do? I'm nobody, right? I'm sitting there like, I don't know, I'm a schoolboy. Yeah, I'm a murid, yeah? What can I do? I don't have money, I don't have voice, I don't have right. What can I do? I can do a lot in this 21st century. Maybe 100 years ago, I wouldn't be able to do anything. But today, I can do a lot. What can I do? If you believe in something, if you believe in values that, like me, like nilai, yeah? If you believe in humanity, if you believe in justice, not mentioning the names of the countries, whatever, yeah? Believe in these two things, believe in human rights, believe in the right of every human being to express him or herself, believe in the rule of law, and you can do a lot. How? For example, very easy, as I told you already, follow my account. Spread the information around you. Spread it. Because a lot of people, I mean, among you, I guess a lot of like bloggers, influencers, or people who like have what, 100,000 followers. Share something with them. Share the truth. I understand that it's not easy to identify what is the truth. Share something that you feel close to you. Share something about your humanitarian situation in Palestine, in Ukraine, in Chechnya in previous years, in Syria. Share this with people. And clever people will understand what you mean. Clever people will understand who is the cause of these problems. Who is the aggressor here? And what should we understand? What should we know? That will lead you to the unification of minds. Because the like physical group of people gathering here and discussing, there is something, right? But when you have the millions of people thinking like you, thinking in the right direction, in a human direction, let's say right or wrong direction, just thinking about humanity, saving lives, protecting kids, protecting civilians, like saving animals suffering during the war. Yeah? Providing the people in need with food, with water, with medicines. Yeah? And then you have millions of people with the same state of mind. And this will create the public opinion. And public opinion is something that changes the regimes. Public opinion is something that changes the world. Yeah? So that's what you can do. Share it everywhere you want, everywhere you can. And this is partially the answer to your question about how do we unite. First of all, you have to identify the values. Because unite is a very abstract issue. Like, unite around what? You can unite around leaders. You can unite around the religion. You can unite around the idea. You can unite around the values. I will not change your mind. I will not change you if you believe in something, yeah? I'm not going to. But whatever group you belong to, think between yourself. You don't need to share it with everyone. What do you believe in? What can you do? What are you ready to do to support the values. In previous times, in 1945, people of Surabaya did not hesitate. Pemuda Indonesia dari all regions, all provinces, they did not hesitate. They knew what they about to do. They knew they were about to fight for the values they believed in. Are you ready to fight for the values you believe in? How are you ready to fight? It's in today's world, sometimes it's more efficient when you fight by just simply by spreading the information, true information about something in your, and you like influence your followers with your something. Yeah, so if you have 11 million followers, tell them, guys, let's turn around. Let's turn around and see. Do people in Gaza need our help? One person, 1,000 rupiah, and you'll have billions. Turn around. Do Ukrainian Muslim people need your help? And we have around 2 million Muslim people. Okay, 1.5 to 2. Nobody knows now. Do they need your help? 150 rupiah. Oh, I don't know. 500 rupiah. Small coin. 100 rupiah per person. You'll have millions of money to help people. It's just simple. Simple. Yeah? So, first, values. Second, be frank with yourself. Because when people say "Ura" in response to the news that the Rudal has destroyed a hospital and like 30 people died, and say "Ura, let's do it again." I don't understand that, but I think that those people never been frank to themselves. Look at your mirror, look at the mirror and say, do I really like it? Do I really enjoy people dying and suffering? Yeah? Answer the questions, be true, be frank with yourself, don't be ignorant. There is no darkness but ignorance. Don't be ignorant and don't be indifferent. It's indifferent people. You say, who said this? I think someone, some Czech-Polish guy. So don't be afraid of your enemies. They can only kill you. Don't be afraid of your friends. They can only betray you. Be afraid of indifferent people. Because it's because of these indifferent people, the all bad things, treasons and murders happen in this world. Bruno Jasinska, I forgot who was that. Who was that? But there was something. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Ambassador Faisal. And I would also like to ask the same question to Mr. Piotr. What do you think we can learn from the current situation of the Russian-Ukraine war? What can we learn from the Indonesian learns from that? Because you're the neighboring country also facing like the current situations. What can we learn as the fellows Indonesians here?
Thank you very much. There is a rumor among people who attend conferences that the most difficult is to speak after lunch. But I think that the most difficult is to speak after Ambassador Vasil, after this passionate speech. I fully agree with Ambassador Vasil, and what I can add just for the academic community is if you think about if you consider that what should be the topic of your MA thesis or bachelor thesis or PhD thesis. And you are doing the European studies to focus on what's going on in Europe, to try to analyze in depth the motives of the Kremlin Center, what was their motives, and to analyze the situation of Ukraine, to analyze the situation of Central European countries like Estonia, the Baltic states, or Poland, try to figure out the European Union position, to know more we know that it's far away from Indonesia, but the implications are really global. And back to the questions, the implications for Indonesia and Asia are very significant. Starting, as we mentioned before, for if we allow to violate international law without being punished, without being checked, it's opened the door for violation more and more states. If we stop as the international community, if we try to hamper this kind of behavior of state or not state actors, then the situation will change. So this is and other implications, like we mentioned, some people in Kremlin, in the Moscow center, they came up with this entire dire plan of attacking Ukraine, and people as Ambassador said, in Africa, in Asia, in Europe, everybody pays more for food, for energy, everybody, because some group of people came up with this idea. So the implications are really significant, and is also something that need to be analyzed from this academic perspective, academic point of view. So if you consider your work, we would be really happy to discuss with you, to give you some materials, to give you some interviews, some informations, to direct you to people in Ukraine or in Poland, to give you some insight. There are scholarships, there are exchange programs that allow you to also to deepen the knowledge about European context. Maybe I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pierre. And also, we still have Ambassador Turk online, right? Is it? Ambassador Turk, do you still?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, for Ambassador Turk, I would like to ask the same question also. But right now, I would like to ask, how would you suggest for the ASEAN countries, since you're also the ambassador of Estonia for ASEAN, how would you suggest the ASEAN country for navigating our foreign policy also towards Russia? Yeah.
Okay, it's a difficult one to grasp so quickly, but what I would recommend to look at, and maybe to also what was mentioned before to support, is that to look at actually what Russia's war against Ukraine has done with international system and international law in general, and that influences all the regions, including ASEAN. I think this destruction, what has been caused to European security structures, what has been caused at the UN level, what has been caused to general impression of international law, applying international law, I think humanitarian law, all these aspects I think are very important to look at, and that can be reflected very easily to anywhere in the world, and to see that without this rule of law at international level, especially smaller countries, but I think all of us, including bigger countries, are in much more dangerous waters. So I think as scholars, I think we have to look at very clearly what damage has caused this kind of approach to global security and this degradation of international law and international system.
Okay, thank you, Ambassador Turk. And also, we still have Professor Oksana. Professor Oksana, are you still with us? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, hopefully you can hear us also, yeah. Okay, Professor Oksana, for the final remarks of this panel, I would like also to hear, do you think the future of this conflict will affect a more broader area than the Central Europe? And if yes, how so? Could it be also affect more on the humanitarian situations in the broader of the Central Europe also?
Yes, I think obviously the effect would depend on how the conflict ends, and I want to echo something that the ambassadors were already saying. I think even if one, say, took like cynical view and didn't particularly care about Ukraine, I think if Russia is in any way rewarded for its aggression, it would create bad repercussions for the world more globally. You can imagine, again, how it would encourage other types of aggressive action like this by other autocrats around the world. It could also, even potentially encourage countries to acquire nuclear weapons, because if the main reason why the West is not providing Ukraine hasn't been very wary and kind of slow walking military aid, is because there is a danger of nuclear escalation, which of course hypothetically is real, but it also means that if somebody has a nuclear weapon and then they behave aggressively on the international arena, that country can get away with it, right? So again, if we want to think about global security, I think that would be also potential negative implication. But on the other hand, if support for Ukraine stays strong, and again, over time, Ukraine wins, even if it's not immediate like this year or next year. But if Ukraine is able to beat back this invasion, I think it would create positive consequences, not just for Ukraine and the neighborhood, because, for example, refugees can come home, reconstruction can begin, all these sorts of things. But I think it would also, again, send a message to the countries that may want to violate these global norms about sovereignty and viability of borders, respect for countries' sovereign choices, that then we can imagine sort of positive consequences again for the world globally. And as I was saying in my remarks, I think true multipolarity can result if countries basically know that in the family of global nations that they should behave, they shouldn't go invading their neighbors. Right? That is the kind of lesson that could also be the outcome of this war.
Thank you, Professor Oksana. So I just received some information from the chair. Mr. Radityo said that we could open one more question from the floor. So if any of you, okay, we have one question here from the students. Maybe I could help you. Please be concise, okay? Permisi. Yeah.
Okay, I check. Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Shah. I'm currently studying international relations, focusing on culture and media and Eurasia too somehow. But anyway, my question is directed mainly toward Professor Oksana regarding the main root causes of the invasion itself. But it is open for everyone else to answer, because when she mentioned about the Russian ambition for multipolarity and how they want to not be a smaller power in comparison to the United States and the West and NATO, for example. Well, that explains one thing, but as we all notice, this is not the first time Russia has invaded other nations in this modus operandi. They did pretty much the same thing in Georgia back in 2008, if I'm not mistaken, in which they kind of try to install a new government there and invade, because they say there were Russian there, so they need to fight for the Russian in Georgia, etc., etc., etc. I don't think that that explanation could explain that case per se. Then, if I think about other explanations, such as Putin's personal ambition or Russian trying to reunify the whole Eurasian region or other kind of explanation, there's like none that could explain it all. So my question is, how? Like, why? Yeah, pretty much that. Why? What the main root causes? Because I still couldn't figure out what is the main actual root causes of it all. Maybe that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Main? Okay, so you address your question to Professor Oksana.
Mainly, yes.
Yes. Okay, Professor Oksana, did you get
Yes,
the question from?
yes.
Okay,
I
from our
think
students,
I
yeah.
understood sort of like that the situation in Georgia is not identical to Ukraine, right? And in Georgia, that Russia is not saying that they're all Russian, sort of why, right? Like, how is that an explanation? So I would say a couple of things, first of all, here. So first of all, when it comes, Ukraine is a special case in a way, because this Russian imperialism with regard to Ukraine maybe takes the most extreme form, right? it comes to the point where Putin literally came to a conclusion, reading whatever historical accounts that he chose to read. There is some theory out there that during COVID he was sequestered with one particular associate, and that associate is sort of very imperialistic, and they fed him certain literature. I'm not going to go into that. So whatever, like why he came to the conclusions that he had with regard to Ukraine is going to remain a mystery until historians can tell us. But Ukraine is a special case because, again, and that actually has a historical record, goes way back, this notion that Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus together constitute this like Holy Rus or Slavic core or Ruski Mir, this Russian world. So in that sense, Georgia and other countries of the region are somewhat different, meaning that there is no kind of claim in Russia that there is really no such thing as Georgian nation, right? Now, that said, when we think about invasion of Georgia and Russian policy towards Georgia more generally, there is at the same time the still denial of full sovereignty to Georgia. I'll give you one example. When I was mentioning in my remarks that in 2008, Putin's foreign minister identified Ukrainian politics, not in foreign policy, but in history and language as the two most important problems in the country. At the same time, they complained about Georgian historical policy or historical memory because Georgia issued some textbook where they talked about how Georgia was forcefully incorporated into Russian Empire, and the Russian narrative is that it has joined in a voluntary unification. So the foreign ministry took it upon himself to complain about that, and they actually created the whole commission about falsification of history and so forth. So this narrative of kind of imperialism towards the Russian neighborhood, it has both commonalities and differences. So the commonality is that there is this kind of imperial lens through which Russia views these countries. They have less agency. There is even a separate term in Russian called ближнее зарубежье, which means near abroad, right? So these countries are foreign, but they're not really fully foreign, as say Indonesia or America or France that are like really зарубежные. So this concept of near abroad applies. But then within this concept of near abroad, there are still differences in the approach to different countries. So yes, Ukrainian and Georgian cases are not identical in that sense, that Russia did not claim that there is no such thing as Georgian nation, right? And at the same time, some of the methods were also similar. For example, in Ukraine, Russia claims to be protecting its so-called compatriots, and already starting in the 90s in Crimea and after 2014 in Donbass, it has issued a lot of Russian passports to people, and then it claimed that these people are actually Russian citizens who need protection. And they've done the same thing in Georgia. They engaged in this one-sided passportization of the populations of these breakaway regions of Abkhazia and South Ossetia, who are not ethnically Russian, but they issued them these Russian passports, and then claimed that they're there to protect these populations. So again, to your question, it is not an identical situation. So if certainly one wants, if you want to give kind of fine-grained analysis, I think it's important to acknowledge that there are differences. But at the same time, I would argue that this Russian perception of these former Soviet republics as not really foreign, as kind of like ближнее зарубежье, right, as vassals in some sense, applies to both Georgia and Ukraine.
Thank you, Professor Arslanap. Ambassador Faisal, do you have something to say too?
I'll try to add. That was a very good explanation for that, but I'll be very concise again, yeah? So just imagine the big empire. What is empire? Empire is the notion of empire is what? It has to extend. It's not extending, it dies. Look through the history. Any empire was like that. Boom, 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 growing. And when it's not able to keep the control over all the territories, it will die. Yeah? Now, Russian Empire is very specific because any empire, like Roman Empire, Byzantine Empire, majority of empires, they used to bring like some culture, some civilization, whatever it is. Yeah, so some Romans were building roads and aqueduct and everything. Russia only brings poverty and death to the slavery, to the countries it occupied. And it has been through centuries. It's growing, eating. Now, imagine this empire has existed for like 350 years, yeah? Big one. Permanently having conflicts with everyone around him. Europe, Asia, everywhere. Fighting. Second World War started because of Russia. If not Stalin's pact with Hitler, could be no war. And the first victim was Poland. Yeah? Then I'm not mentioning, it's like what, 50 wars started by Russian Empire in recent 100 years. And now imagine, all in overnight, click, and the empire has lost the territories that it used to control through centuries. Now that's a trauma. Remember what Putin said in Munich conference, I think in 2007, if I'm not mistaken. He repeated it many times. Putin, who like a dictator, right, for 23 years, right, or something like that. He said that the biggest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century was what? Not the Second World War, not the First World War. What it was? The collapse of the Soviet Union. The biggest geopolitical catastrophe. Something that brought the freedom and happiness to many, 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 many people. It was catastrophe for him. Now, the idea was to bring back the empire. And they started like this reconquista, yeah? They started it slowly in 90s by creating this Commonwealth of Independent State, then this notion of Eurasian Union, then Customs Union, get them back. And you know, in parallel ways, what they do? They instigated the conflict in Caucasus. It was Georgian Abkhazia and South Ossetia in 90s. Then it was Karabakh, Artsakh, yeah, in Azerbaijan and Armenia. Then it was Tajikistan. Then the conflicts between, you know, in other Central Asian countries. A war in Moldova. And everywhere they left the military bases. For what reason? Why would they need the military bases? In Ukraine, Black Sea region, in Moldova, in Tajikistan, in Armenia, everywhere. And they destroyed Chechnya, which was already the independent state. Now, killing, by the way, for those who still believe he's a friend of Muslims, killing around 300,000 of civilians in Chechnya who are Muslims. The friend of Muslim people, Putin. Yeah? So, how could he, how to say, how could he let Ukraine go? What is Ukraine for Russian Empire? If you imagine it like copy-paste to Indonesia, it will be like half of Java. It will be Central Java and Central and Eastern Java. How could he let it go? But the empire will be like nothing, yeah? It will be like something, but with the because actually, you know, finally, 2 seconds. In 2021, when this woman, Russian ambassador, approached me in Bali, still like before this big invasion, but already like, and I was talking to some other ambassadors that were standing around, and she said, you know, hi, you're a new ambassador. You know, I was born in Kiev, and I said, you know what? All your country is born in Kiev. And that was good, because, you know, it was really like that. Why he was so much after Ukraine? Because the roots of what they think is Russian culture, the roots of what they think is Russian orthodoxy, like religion, culture, they all are in Ukraine. Because when Kiev was already destroyed by Mongolians in the 13th century, Moscow has not existed yet. Empire. And as a historian, I would say all empires die. And I think not even you, but even me, will witness the big fall of this empire, inshallah.
Thank you, Ambassador. Mr. Piot, do you also have something to say?
Maybe again at the end, I would like to thank you very much, organizers and Airlangga University for organizing this conference, for giving us platform for sharing our perspectives, to giving the platform for explaining our position, to give you some ideas, and we really hope that there will be some tangible effects, that we will focus more on the Russian full-scale aggression of Ukraine and the implications, the roots and the implications. So again, thank you very much, Terima kasih, and we hope that this was for me the first conference, but I would love to attend the next one and to have the further discussions.
Thank
Terima
you,
kasih.
Mr. Priyat. And in online we have Ambassador Turk. We would also like to hear your maybe closing remarks to us. Ambassador.
Yes, I also
Yes.
want to, I will join with thanking the organizers and Radit, especially you, to organizing this conference and the center itself. So I think all our efforts to keep Ukrainian war at the picture and to analyze and to, like Ambassador said, to share this information, I think that's our common joint task, and every effort in this regard is very much welcomed, apart from all the other challenges what the world and every country has. But I think this particular war has a very, very long-term consequences if we don't stop the aggressor. So thank you very much for organizing it, and always ready to contribute again, and hopefully also next time physically in Surabaya.
We will be very welcome for your coming here in Surabaya. Thank you. And after this, we will have a photo session. Oh, okay. Professor Oksana is still here. I thought it's already. Okay.
No, that's fine. I want to say bye-bye and thank you. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for good conversation and questions. Thank you, the ambassadors, as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Oksana. So now we will have all of our panelists to have photo sessions. So if you don't mind, Ambassador Turk and Professor Oksana, could you please open the camera for us to have I think we'll be sitting first with Professor Oksana and Ambassador. Okay. Oh, the left. Okay. So we will have picture three of us first. Okay. The camera. Where's the camera?
Master Adityo, maybe you sit.
Yeah.
Come. Nothing happens without you.
So which the camera? Which one? Okay, there. Okay. Thank you very much for ambassadors and all of the panelists. It's so great to have you here and your discussions. Hopefully next time we will have more. And also Ambassador Turk, we will wait you here in Surabaya for next time. Thank you. Thank you very much for all of the attendees here. Okay, so after this we will have lunch break. For all of the invited guests and speakers, it will be in 10th floor. For the students and other fellows, at the 4th floor, right? Okay. Thank you very much. And for the information of other panel, you could see in the registration desk. Thank you very much. Selamat siang. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, my dear friend, thank you so much. Matur suwun.
Test, test. Hi, everyone. Can I have your attention, please? Hi, hi. Okay, our next panel is 12:30, so please be back in this mother part hall at 12:30. And maybe for other panels, you can also visit on the 10th floor and also the before 12:30, because we're going to start the panel at 12:30. Thank you and have a nice lunch, everyone.
Halo, sorry teman-teman, Pak Fasil minta ikut foto. Jadi yang mau ikut foto boleh langsung ke depan ya teman-teman.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had your lunch, and I hope you are still, excited to attend this session. This will be, well, the title is a bit misleading, the workshop on Indonesian foreign policy. So the initial idea is to have a small workshop, but apparently there are a lot of interest from students, even not only from our students, but also from abroad, to listen to discussion about Indonesian foreign policy between bebas aktif and middle powership. So we will have 6 scholars today, very important, and I'm sure probably some of us here are a bit starstruck because we used to read their papers, we used to read their books, and now for this session we will listen directly to their perspective. So we will have, I will be the moderator for this session. My name is Raditya Dharmaputra, lecturer at the Department of IR. And since this panel is not directly related to Europe and Eurasia, or at least indirectly will relate to that. But I believe most of the students here are taking the foreign policy analysis class, and also Indonesian foreign policy class, which would be good. Hopefully will be a good discussion. So let me introduce all of our speakers and invite them to the seats. I know this is not a good, workshop. It tends to be smaller, but I will invite first Dr. Rizal Sukma, the senior researcher from CSIS and also former Indonesian ambassador to the UK. He writes a lot, and usually it's part of our. So please give a warm welcome to Pak Rizal Sukma. I have something to say about it, but that's it. Second one, I will invite Professor Ganewati Wuryandari from BRIN, from our National Research Agency, also currently a professor. I remember you now is the professor in Indonesian foreign policy. You presented your thoughts about middle power in her inauguration as research professor from BRIN, so please give also a warm welcome. The third one, I would invite Professor Alexius Jemadu from Universitas Pelita Harapan. Again, one of the leading professor here in IR, also wrote a lot. I just attended his lecture, was it last month, I think, about, he just wrote a new book on foreign policy analysis using public policy perspective, which is also very interesting. So please give also warm welcome for Pa Alexius. Last but not least, for the in-person, we have 2 online presenters after this. I will invite our own professor, soon to be, Ibu Baik Wardani, who also wrote a lot about Indonesian foreign policy and especially towards South Pacific. So please, Bu Ani. We are planning to have 2 more speakers. One is Pak Dino Patijalal, the chairman and founder of Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia. Unfortunately, he's, I think, somewhere in between France and Indonesia at the moment. So he prepared a short video of his thoughts. We'll listen to that later. But I would like to also introduce our last, again, but not least speaker, in online, Professor Poppy Winanti from Universitas Gadjah Mada. I hope you can hear me, Mbak Poppy.
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please give also warm welcome to Mbak Poppy. Again, the newest, probably one of the newest professor of IR in Indonesia. We'll hopefully have a good discussion for 1.5 hours. And please feel free to have any question, ideas. Pak Rizal mentioned in the beginning that we need new ideas. We need new ideas to respond to what to geopolitical situation in the region, not only in the region, but also in the world. And I will start by asking your thoughts, very short remarks in the beginning about Indonesia's foreign policy. And the title of our panel is Between Bebas Aktif and Middle Powers. So there are, especially since we are here in the previous session and the other session discussing about Russian invasion of Ukraine, there has been a lot of discussion, debates about Indonesia's position. Some would call neutrality or doing nothing, to paraphrase Pak Johannes Sulaiman there, as part of Bebas Aktif. There are also people who say that no, Bebas Aktif is not about neutrality. It's about something else, which, well, we will discuss here. And then there are people who say, no, Indonesia is a middle powers, should do more. Should, as we had a workshop yesterday on middle powers and middle power strategy by Sarah Theo from Singapore. And she mentioned that to be a middle powers, you should be a good international citizens, and you respond, you propose a multilateral solution. So I would ask your thoughts about, do you think Bebas Aktif is still relevant today in this day and age with the same definition, or do you think we do need to move forward with some other more creative definition, more creative thoughts about Indonesian foreign policy? I will probably start with the order I called the speakers. I would start from Pak Rizal Sukma, just probably 5 minutes. Pak.
Thank you so much, Pak Radityo. It's really great pleasure, to be able to come and participate in this event. I've been wanting to come to Surabaya a long time, ago, because the last visit was 2004. It's almost 20 years ago. So I think it's really, something that I was really looking forward to, when I received the invitation from Pak Radityo. As a principle, I think the free and independent foreign policy should be there, So there's nothing wrong with it. And then it's hard also to argue whether you should discard it or you should, continue to follow it, because it's just a principle. The challenge is really, how do we really understand the term? So I think Pak Johannes just now, when we were sitting next to each other, he mentioned about the real meaning. So it's true that, we all have to really go back to that speech that, Pak Hatta gave, and also to the articles that he wrote with regard to the free and independent, foreign policy. There are a number of key elements, in that principles. Basically, it's reflect the understanding that foreign policy must be used as an instrument to pursue national interest. And then the active part of that principle means that we, as a sovereign nation, the free part, should be free in determining what kind of course of action that we are going to take in order to pursue those national interests. Because that is the basic, I think, objective of any foreign policy of any independent sovereign state. So that's what the free means, within the original formula. Independence within that, the active part, of that formulation is that in order to pursue those course of action that we already freely choose in order to achieve national interest should be an active one. So we should not just stop, by saying that these are what we want, but then, you're not very active, to try to really achieve what you want. So this is where the creativity is really needed. It's basically, the problem that we are facing is not about a principle, but it's actually about strategy and the way we operationalize that strategy. That's keep changing, of course, according to the problems that we are facing and also depending on what sort of context within which those strategy need to be pursued. So that's on the bebas and active part of the questions. So I would say that the bebas active is basically a principle and orientation of the country's foreign policy. Then we look at around the world, every country is basically would say that their foreign policy is basically bebas aktif. I don't think that a country tiba-tiba bilang saya tidak bebas dan tidak aktif. It must be dumb country, who basically declare that its foreign policy is not bebas and also not active. In reality, yes, there are times in Indonesia neither bebas nor aktif juga. Sometimes there is no point of being bebas but not active. It's even worse, if you are neither bebas nor active. So it's basically you are a dead country. So it's a bit different with the term middle powers. Middle powers, in my view, probably you can elaborate more later. It refers to a certain role of a country with a certain size and capability and influence, in the international, stage. So that's basically a combination of the material power a country that has, and also a certain behavioral characteristic. So that's basically the middle powers. But of course, we can have a debate, what is the right size of it. So that's always been the subject of the debate when you use the term middle power. But I think the second part of the characteristic, the behavior of these countries, I think matters. So it's basically two kind of concept. So a middle power can basically, of course, pursue foreign policy according to those bebas aktif principle, or also to pursue the so-called non-bebas aktif foreign policy behavior, because we tend to see that anyone who decided to be part of military alliance is not a bebas. But actually, I do think that even though a certain country become part of a military alliance, they also exercise a degree of agency. So this is the core elements of any bebas aktif. So in summary, I can say that bebas aktif is basically how to be a power in the middle. So not middle power in the sense that it has a certain behavioral characteristic and also a certain capability it possesses. So within that context, I think what we need more now, basically on the strategy part, according to the world challenges and the strategy environment that we are uniquely facing, whenever you assess that environment based on the national interest that you want to achieve.
Thank you so much, Pak Rizal. Again, I'm not going to interpret what Pak Rizal said, but I will just move to Mundari. Do you have any comments on Pak Rizal's thoughts? And since Pak Rizal also pointed out to Mundari, if Mundari could explain more about this middle powership and how Indonesia as middle powers are they still, or are we still bebas aktif in that sense, or is it changing somehow?
Okay, thank you, Pak Radityo, and good afternoon, everyone. Before the planning session begin, I said to the ambassador, actually no need for me to sit in here, because for him, just only Pak Rizal Sukma is more than enough. He's comprehensively explained about foreign policy and media power, and if I'm lecturer, I will give you A. It's more than enough, I think. But of course, because you asked me about my comment, I think when Hatta mentioned now we know as bebas aktif in 1948, and then the article in 1951 about the bebas aktif in foreign affairs. I think his view history very visionary, that it's already beyond across of the period of his time. because when he proposed the principle, we are encounter rowing between two rocks. But now we are encounter rowing many rocks in the turbulent sea. But I think the principle is still relevant for today. And I totally agree with Pak Rizal Sukma that what we need is about strategy. Because from the principle, I think give us more flexibility and pragmatic, even though some criticism mentioned that because we are so pragmatic, so it seems that we are, don't have any policy at all. And becoming neutral, I think, as already mentioned also with Pak Hatta, it doesn't mean that we are passive. We are neutral, I think, is part of our choice. So this is our choice to become neutral. So it doesn't mean that it become that we are passive. We are neutral because it's our choice. Because for Hatta itself, that the principle of active and independent entails also the principle of in foreign policy, we have to be realistic and rational. So, and correlated with middle power, I think between the principle of independent and active, it's correlate with each other. Middle power, as already mentioned, also explained by Pak Rizal Sukma, there are some characteristics for countries to be middle power countries, even though the categorization is still contested until today, but at least there are three that first that one, we have middle powerhood modalities, capabilities, and Indonesia, like and others middle power, have in terms of international structure, there are three categorization. There's a big superpower, and then middle power, and low power. Oh, little power, low power, small power, sorry. Small power. So middle power is actually in the middle of the international structure. We only have limited capabilities. The capabilities modality itself is very relative because some mention according to the population, about the location, about the resources that they own. So that's why, because the relative of modalities that owned by countries need another categorization to be some countries to be middle power. This is a middle powerhood. This is, we look from the behavior of the countries, and usually middle power countries, they are in international relation, they are doing constructive power. So doing in according to international law to be good international citizenship, bridge builder, conflict resolution, etc. And other things that to be middle powers, that power is not only in terms of material, but also in terms of non-material. So like Indonesia, we have values, identity, success that Indonesia uphold democratization, human rights, and then we are the one of the big Muslim country, and also especially during Jokowi, one identity where is global maritime fulcrum. So, and middle power that we upholding to the international order, I think this is one also the point that's also in the preamble of our constitution, to be active. So and the active there is that we are not only secure the nation and also the national territory, but also we are active for the peace and stability internationally. So I think between the two concepts, we can complementary, not in opposite each other.
Thank you so much, Bu Undari. I'll move to Pak Alexius. Do you have similar views? Whether basically middle powers, to paraphrase Pak Rizal said, middle powers and bebas aktif is not really, in at the opposite of each other. And the problem we have now is to move from principles to strategy. Do you think middle powership, being a bridge builder, being a good international citizen, is part of this strategy? Or do you think, let's say, Indonesia's interest is not in upholding international law, not in becoming a bridge builder, but something else? So maybe middle powers is not a tool or a strategy of bebas aktif or free and independent policy. Or do you have any other thoughts about that, Pak Alexius?
First of all, thank you, Pa Radit, for inviting me to this event, and it's really a great honor to be here and to share my views on this very important topic. I do have some thoughts about this principle of independent and active foreign policy, and I think we have to thank our founding father, Muhammad Hatta, that he invented these two adjectives, these two predicates, that we use for, to explain how we define ourselves in the world, in the dawn of the Cold War in late 1940s, when he invented this principle. But let us forget at the moment our international relations, and let us think about everyday life. These two adjectives, independent and active. Let us raise the question: who is actually independent in our social interactions? Only strong people can be independent. Can be free. If I don't have much money in my pocket, I'm not free to take you to the best restaurant in Surabaya, and I cannot also be active in taking you to the best restaurant in Surabaya. So only strong nation can be independent and can also be active. If you ask me, tell me one country who's really active and who's really independent in its foreign policy, in the global politics today. United States and China. That's true, It means that your principle or your or the way you define yourself, as being independent and active, necessitates the possession of military power. Actually, Pa Radit has sent to the panelists 4 questions, and I prepare my notes here in order to nyontek a little bit about. So I have to see my notes here, and you see that the first point that I want to share with you is that there is a connection, there's complementarity between independent and active and middle powership. Because you cannot talk about the implementation of these 2 principles if you do not have enough material power. So I would agree with Bundari and Pa Rizal, to say that material power, positional material power is a necessity, yeah, in order to be able to implement these two principles in our foreign policy, yeah, to make it meaningful and impactful, yeah, in accomplishing our foreign policy objectives, yeah. So when these superpowers, let's say China or United States, they seek to impose their hegemony upon the rest of the world, it is the middle powers like Indonesia, yeah, who will emerge to challenge that kind of unilateralism, yeah, and prevent the possibility of a deadlock, yeah, in the construction of global order. You see that if you read the book of Hadley Bull, yeah, and I think he's right, yeah. At the end of the day, international order is determined by great powers, yeah. But sometimes these great powers, they act like irresponsible powers, yeah, because they put themselves above the international law. Now, if that is the case, it is the responsibility of middle powers like Indonesia, yeah, to sit in the middle, yeah, to try to find, yeah, how can we construct an international order that is commonly accepted by members of international community. So that is the, we need to understand our principle of our foreign policy within that context, yeah. Now, to make it more down to earth to what is happening now in our external environment, you see that geopolitically, Indonesia actually is situated in the middle of all these great powers. Yeah, we are surrounded by all these giants around us. Yeah, United States, China, Japan, India. Yeah, so you have to define yourself, yeah, in such a way that your existence as a sovereign country, the territorial integrity of your nation is well maintained. Because otherwise, these great powers, if you're going to the history of Southeast Asia, it is the arena of the competition of all these great powers. So I think what Muhammad Hatta invented back in late 1940s is quite prophetic, yeah? Because we are going to need this principle when we have to deal with all these great powers, yeah? And second, geo-economically, you are also in the middle, in the sense that you are facing simultaneously, yeah, these two big narratives, yeah. The first narrative is that we are facing the narrative of economic interdependence around us, with all the institutionalization of all this economic cooperation. You talk about RCEP, you talk about Belt and Road Initiative, you talk about ASEAN-China Free Trade Agreement. All the institutionalization of this idea of economic interdependence. And we try to benefit out of it, yeah, in order to support our economic growth. And the second narrative is power contestation. And you are also part of it, yeah. We need the presence of United States in Southeast Asia in order to balance the presence of China, right? Yeah. So you are also part of this narrative of power contestation. Now, how can you ensure the accomplishment of your foreign policy objectives, taking into account these two big narratives? Yeah? And I think this is the opportunity for us in order to take care of our national interest, our foreign policy objectives, by, first of all, understanding who you are, yeah, and what kind of interactions you are going to develop with each of these great powers. Yeah, how to navigate your foreign policy in order to make sure that your foreign policy really serves you, the constituent, your people. And I think that is the beauty of independent and active foreign policy. But of course, we cannot, romanticize it too much, yeah, because the necessity of possessing at least three things if you want to implement this principle. First, the possession of material power. The second is the willingness of your leaders to implement that. Yeah? And the third is the reaction of countries or states around you. Yeah? For instance, if you are going to implement your international leadership among ASEAN countries. Now, your success is also determined by the acceptance of your leadership, yeah, in this region. So, material power, willingness, and acceptance of your leadership. Now, we have to elaborate this principle into all those requirements in order to make it meaningful and also impactful, at least from the perspective of our own national interest. Yeah,
if I can cut you there, that's a perfect closing, because I think Alex just mentioned an important issue, that it's not just you are a middle powers or you are a leader there, but the reception of other countries in the region, or those countries who you are interacting with, will determine your position, your power, your effectivity in trying to achieve your interests. I'll move to Bu Ani first, and then to Bu Poppy before we listen to the 3 minutes video from Pak Dino. But if you have some thoughts, Bu Ani, about this. So again, middle powers, free and independent policy as the strategy of Indonesia. Can you move it forward, still thinking in terms of what Hatta said or others?
Yes, thank you, Radityo. Saying about middle power, for me, middle power status is not a fixed condition. Because when we say about Indonesia as a middle power country, I remember when we were just get independent in 1945, no one talked that Indonesia is a middle power. No one talked about Indonesian role as a bridge in international politics. We just newbies. So no one see that Indonesia is a middle power. But day by day, we can play those kind of role. Although in 1960 or 1970s, no one talked about Indonesia as a middle power. We know that some countries like Canada or Australia or Japan maybe, they are set as a middle power countries. But no one said that Indonesia is a middle power country. But now, because of some of development, we know that Indonesia is getting good in economy. We have good GDP. We have also grow as largest democracy in the world, and also because of our position in the middle of, what do you call it, di tengah-tengah samudra, whatever, Atlantic or Pacific. So we are called now as a middle power country. For me, middle power is not fixed condition. To achieve the middle power condition, we need a strategy. I agree with you, Pak Rizal. We need a strategy to achieve those kind of role. And we have to be active player in the world, and also because we have so many roles in meddling conflicts, in meddling any global situation in the world, so as like to become a mediator in conflicts between Thailand and the government of Thailand and Southern Thailand rebellions, and also because of we are known as a mediator in meddling the conflict between the Philippines government and the rebellion in what is that? Poso? No. What is it? Moro. Thank you. And Moro. So we achieve those middle power status. So we need strategy. So how to materialize the role? We need strategy. And also, other than meddling conflicts or meddling any kinds of problems in international arena, we need to also set an example, a good example, of course. And also, I agree with Pak Rizal also, we need to be a good citizens in the world. So we have proof that roles, and we have then achieved those status. And because I said previously that middle power is not a fixed condition, it is really depends on us how we maintain that status. To maintain status, a country need to also play a good role, or maybe better role than we have playing now. Maybe we can achieve more, I don't know, maybe half middle to great power, because in the many theories of middle power, we know there are some status of countries, big countries, or great countries, or maybe superpower, and then middle power, and then small powers. So we need to maintain that status. But for me, when we read the Constitution, our Constitution, there is an implicit things that, for me, important to be materialized, that we aspires to be a big power. Because we have the ability, we have the capital to be big powers. We have the geographically, we are the biggest among Southeast Asian countries. And also, in terms of population, we have the biggest populations. So I think Indonesia don't stop only in the middle power status, but we need to improve our status to become a big power, because we have the capability to be a big power. So we have to strive to be a big power. Don't stop only to be a middle power. Thank you.
Thank you, Bani. I think, yes, I actually have some question about that. I'll pose that question to the other, but again, before that, we will listen to Bu Poppy and Pak Dino, but that actually brings question. What is this status for? Do Indonesia need this middle powers? Why should we aim for bigger roles? We have our own interests. We can fulfill it. Why should we be be better? Why should we be bridge builder? We're happy where we are, probably. That's some question I would ask after this, but I'll go to Bu Poppy first. Bu Poppy, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear my voice, Mas Raditya?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you can just comment, probably a little bit shorter. but yeah, then I'll go back to you because then we have some empirical stuff. How can you translate that discussion into a actual policies? But I'll listen to your thoughts about, again, free independence policy and also middle power, Sibu, please.
Okay, thank you, Pak Radityo. But before I respond to your questions, I think, first of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to this event. And also my apologies that I'm not able to be with Pak Rizal, Pak Alex, Bu Ani, and also Bundari. I think this is really great pleasure for me to be here, even though via Zoom. Well, I think as the last speaker, at least before Pak Dino, I have my role is very simple because everything has been said by the previous speaker. So I think my job is a lot easier in that sense because everything has been said. However, I hope that I still can contribute to the discussion by, I think, allow me to briefly touch upon the conceptualization of the how we understand the power and the debate around it. I think we have discussed from Pak Rizal, Pak Alex, Bu Ani, and Bundari have already discussed that. However, I think for the sake of clarity, I think we must be careful using the term and how it can be understood or probably utilized in Indonesia's context, especially. Because despite lack of consensus regarding the definition of the middle power, recent literature has tried to distinguish between what we understand as the traditional and emerging middle power. The first usually refers to countries like Australia, Canada, Norway, etc., while the latter, I think, represent countries like Brazil, India, Turkey, Malaysia, and probably Indonesia. We are not really sure about it yet, I suppose. Why the distinction is essential in this discussion, especially for our understanding, because I suppose it will assist us to reduce the vagueness of the middle power concept. And it will avoid, I think, also the risk of undermining the conceptual sort of like analytical power. So that's why it is important to distinguish between these two, because I think that the categories like Australia, Canada, and what we consider as the traditional middle power has a very different sort of like characteristics with those who are categorized as the emerging middle power. The first one, they are considered as much more stable in terms of democracy. They are much more advanced in terms of the economy, and also the way they respond to global dynamics is also different. They are mostly, they are not pretending to be the regional leaders, but however, the second category or the emerging middle power has this kind of tendency to become the leader of the regional power, and also not all of them even democratic in terms of their political system. Some of them newly democratic. In Indonesia, probably some even consider now is declining in democracy, and so on and so forth. So it's a little bit, I think it is still very important for us to have a very clear idea what we mean by the middle power before we go on into further discussion. But then when we're coming to the discussion regarding the Indonesia's foreign policy, especially as has already mentioned by the previous speakers, we do thankful for the ideas as from Pak Hatta, the founding fathers regarding bebas and aktif as the principles of our foreign policy. I think that kind of principle was introduced in responding to situations back then, when it was still the post-World War II and then the emergence of the Cold War. So that principle was introduced. So the question, I think, because my time is very limited, I think we can discuss it later. But the question is whether the bebas aktif as the Indonesian foreign policies principle is still relevant today, since the dynamics is somehow different, but the main principles that the foreign policy should reflect and should be the instrument for the country like Indonesia to achieve its national interest should be there. But how we should achieve it and how we should respond to the global challenges, that also totally different. So that's another question. I think I will stop there, Mas Raditya, and we can discuss it later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mbak Poppy. I think I think it actually brings several things together. So Bu Ani mentioned the changing condition, but Poppy also mentioned changing condition. Indonesia was facing, the competition between the U.S. and the USSR when Hatta proposed or formulated that principle. Now the situation changed. Whether the same definition applies, and also whether we need to actually modify it. But this will go back to what Pak Rizal said in the very beginning. But before that, I'm going to ask Mas Kunchoro and teams to to open the videos of Pak Dino. Let's see. I haven't heard about it, so let's see. This is the first time we all listen to Pak Dino's thoughts about this issue, about middle powership and bebas aktif. So please, Mas.
I want to make a few points with regard to our discussions today. One is on Ukraine. I was in Ukraine last month, attended a conference organized by the government and where we had a lot of representatives from the Global South. I remember hearing that Ukrainians thought on the second day that they would lose, on the second day of the invasion, that they would lose their country, that the country would be gone and erased forever from the face of the earth and gobbled up by Russia. And thank God that did not happen. They fought courageously and they have gained control of many territories in Ukraine. But I think it's very important from that Ukrainian struggle for independence that Indonesia is very much aligned in our way in terms of positioning ourselves. Indonesian foreign policy has always been about independence and national unity, right? These things are very sacred to us, and a lot of our foreign policy moves have been to deflect threats to our national independence, sovereignty, and national unity. And we wish to seek a world order where these things are protected. So I think the Ukraine experience demonstrated that we need to be consistent, that what we wish for ourselves, we also wish for other countries. So that point needs to be understood and practiced for Indonesia's foreign policy. I want to make a few points, but this is also the reason why we must always be consistent in responding to other international events. I'm in Paris now, attending the Paris Peace Forum, and the crisis in Gaza has gotten worse and worse. And at the Paris Peace Forum, many heads of states, leaders, and policy experts have been calling out the double standards or inconsistencies with regard to responses to the crisis in Gaza, particularly the Israeli bombardment of Gaza, which has led to massive civilian casualties. And I think this is the time when we are reminded that UN Declaration stresses the equality of nations and men, and also Pancasila stresses the importance of humanism in our conduct. And the Declaration of Independence of the United States also begins with the equality of men. And indeed, this is one theme that the Global South has been always talking about, including us in Indonesia, on the principles of equality. And here, I think many nations are asking look, equality means many things, but it also means that a Palestinian life is as precious and as valuable and on equal footing as an Indonesian life, an Ukrainian life, an American life, Israeli life, and all the other lives in the world. So I think this is a time where we need really to look seriously at what these principles mean to us and how they reflect in our foreign policy. And the final point, the third point, is really about middle power and non-aligned movement. Indonesia is a non-aligned country and also now a middle power, which is a new thing because when the non-aligned movement came to birth in 1961, Indonesia was not considered a middle power, and that term was not there as well. But I think we need to ask a lot of questions on what does being a middle power mean. What is the definition of a middle power? The simple definition is that it's neither a great power or neither a small power, right? But the other dimension is that middle being, we often take the middle road, country that can bridge between east, west, and north and south. Right? So it's a very strategic positioning, and what that means to our foreign policy today in a very difficult terrain, a terrain marked by geopolitical rivalries and global challenges and a very dangerous world environment. I think that is a very valid question to be asked. I do call for what we are calling now a new term, which is creative alignments, which is we keep our status not joining any alliances, which is a constitutional imperative, but we do choose to engage and create alignments that are useful in order to achieve our national objectives and international goals as well. Right? And that alignment means we need to be versatile, and we need to be able to, based on our own judgment, decide who to align with and on what issue. Right? So there'll be a lot of coalition of the willing, of like-minded states that will we will need to pursue our foreign policy in coordination with. Maybe I'll stop there because the flight is leaving me. I wish you all the best and I look forward to hearing the results of the discussions. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Talk soon.
framework of the UN system, I think this is very important for our foreign policy. Yeah, to uphold, to see that international law is well upheld and maintained in the international system. Yeah, so we are concerned with the also with the rebuilding of global or international order that is commonly acceptable to all members of the international community. And this is the reason why Indonesia chose to reject Russia's invasion in Ukraine when there was a voting at the UN. However, Indonesia also tries to be critical about any intention on the part of the United States or the West, yeah, and its allies to impose a global liberal hegemony, yeah, upon other nations. And this explains why Indonesia chose to be abstain, yeah, when in the resolution regarding Russia's membership at the United Nations Human Rights Council, yeah. And third is that Indonesia's implementation of independent and active foreign policy is driven by our real needs. Yeah, as you can see during the G20 summit, Indonesia expressed its concern about how this war has affected the global supply chain for food, yeah, wheat, yeah, gandum, energy, and fertilizer. Yeah, so it tells us that in the future, this is a good principle. You should be driven by your real needs of your people, yeah, and talk about it, yeah, express your interest openly and explicitly in order to serve your foreign policy objectives. But in general, Pak Radit, I must say that so far, Indonesia is more in the position of waiting rather than taking initiative. I mean, I agree with some of you who say that, yeah, and it's kind of reactionary, other than taking initiative. Let me take an example. Yeah, Indonesia actually, yeah, you may disagree with me. Indonesia actually has the credential to share its experience in the military reform with Myanmar. But you see that we are so tied to the ASEAN approach that we haven't done anything, yeah, about it. We have the credential because you have the experience how to change the military regime into the primacy of civilian supremacy. That's a great change. And you can share it with Myanmar. Tell the military junta in Myanmar, look, for the sake of your own people, you can emulate what Indonesia has gone through. But it has never been expressed in international relations because our approach also goes along with ASEAN. So this is a sad reality. Yeah, you don't really use your capability, your experience, yeah, your capability to change a military regime into a democratic state. That's not easy. But you have done that. Why don't you share with your neighbor, Myanmar, yeah, during Indonesia's chairmanship of ASEAN? But nothing is said about that. That is my comment, Pak.
Thank you so much, Pak Alexius. I think that also highlights the problem. Although I don't, well, I saw Pak Rizal smiles, so maybe Pak Rizal have other comments. But I'll go to Buani for maybe a short remarks,
Yes,
and then
just
go
a
to.
brief.
Before then, I know that we started a bit late, so we have actually some time. The next session will be in this room as well, and I think the coffee break is not ready yet. So we'll go through, and then we'll finish at the second session of Indonesian foreign policy at 4. Then we can have the coffee break at 4. So we still have time for questions. So just prepare your question. I'll pick just 3. But before that, I'll go to Bu Ani and to Bu Poppy. Please, Bu Ani.
Yes, thank you, Radit. Just brief comment on the independent and active foreign policy. That for me, it will be always relevant because this principle gives us flexibility, as Rizal said, give us, or maybe Alex says, give us very big flexibility. And regarding to this independent and active foreign policy, that's why we have a like playing the non-alignment, non-alignment and non-alignment and multi-alignment position in the world politics. So for me, this is like for the multi-alignment, I assume this is like a attached behavior or attached attitude of Indonesia to any to other issues, to issues in the international system. And non-alignment for me, this is like a detaching Indonesia from those kind of confusing issues. So for me, attaching and detaching is always something which is saling bergantian, ya. The attach, detach, it is always continuous like that. So Indonesia will be always in that situation, and that's why it seems to me that Indonesia wants to play safe in this situation. But for me, whether Indonesia is playing as a middle role, middle power status role, or great status role, Indonesia for me has to play those roles responsibly. Yeah, but yeah, as Pa Alex said, that Indonesia doesn't have enough courage, Pa Alex, to play those roles, because I assume that Indonesia is very sangat berhati-hati, ya, untuk mengambil those bold position, because Indonesia doesn't want to be condemned by, maybe because Indonesia set as the biggest country in ASEAN, so Indonesia harus berhati-hati to take those kind of role, because once again, Indonesia don't want to be stamped as a country which is support rebellion atau konflik di Myanmar. That's why Indonesia, for me, the independent and active foreign policy will be always relevant, dan itu harus dijalankan secara responsibel oleh Indonesia. I think it is.
Thank you, Bu Ani. Bu Poppy, do you have any thoughts before we go to the students, the participants, and the audience? I know that there are a lot of questions, and there is the session was designed so that the younger generation of students, of scholars, will answer these questions made by Pak Rizal, Bu Dari, Pak Alexius, and Bu Ani. And now I'll give the floor to Bu Poppy first before we go to the students.
Okay, thank you, Mas Radit. I think I only have a few following up response to the previous discussion. For only 2 points. The first one, I think moving from the non-alignment to multi-alignment is not only Indonesia's current sort of like position. I think we can also see how then the Indian government has shifted its foreign policy from non-alignment sort of like ideas to the multi-alignment. So that's why we have to also consider that discussion as part of the wider sort of like response to from other emerging countries like India as well. The second point is the reasons why some countries are trying to moving from the non-alignment to multi-alignment is because also considering that the systematic realities of the international relations have also changed. Yeah, so it seems logical to shed some of the notions, as Pak Rizal mentioned earlier, that non-alignment attached to the Cold War times has also changed as well. So in that sense, I think we also need to be honest, I suppose, to with ourselves in regard to how then the non-alignment position as the one of the Indonesia's foreign strategies, historically speaking, so far is, in my opinion, I may be wrong, but then we can see that we actually never see sort of like fully or entirely implementing non-alignment position since our independence. We have to admit and we have to be honest to ourselves that, you know, there is always sort of like a tendency to lean over certain positions due to domestic challenges, domestic struggles that need to be compromised as part of the each administration or political leaders in Indonesia to respond to both sort of like conditions internally, domestically, and also to respond to the global challenges. So that's why I think, despite the fact that we do see there are some normative positions as part of our foreign policies, but we also see some aspect of pragmatism that needs to be also reconciled as part of our foreign policy that is always going to be enriching, or whatever we see how then the foreign policy of the Indonesian government go from time to time. Thank you, Mas Radit.
Thank you so much, Poppy. I think, actually, I don't know, it's just struck me. Yesterday we had a session with Professor Lukan Chesci about Central Asia, which probably has in a very different situation, but to some extent there are some similarities in how they behave in between this kind of great power competition. So maybe Luca can comment later on. But I'll open the floor if there are some questions from the students. If not, then yes, one. Open for maybe three? No, just one? Okay, two? Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Christine, one of the international relations students of this university. And I noticed that related to Bebas Aktif foreign policy explanation, no response is also a response. Playing safe is also a response. But however, how come we aim for the improvement of our foreign policy strategy internationally when we have not done much more efforts toward our domestic problems, let alone to solve the prolonged conflict existed decades ago, rooted from the militaristic approach which involves those superpowers under the same governance that introduced Bebas Aktif as our foreign policy principle? How did Indonesia's consistency or positions towards a global issue to uphold international law, especially human rights applied internationally, for example, to the Middle East, ASEAN, Ukrainians, etc., but then applied differently to the human rights in our own national territory? This question is raised because I solely believe that in order to gain more trust from the international community or recognition in the international arena while pursuing our national interest, our stakeholders and decision makers could or should improve the capability to balance that bridge building domestically, regionally, and neither or internationally. Thank you.
Okay, so just to reinterpret what you said, basically Indonesia's desire to build bridges, more active internationally, exactly the opposite of what they did in domestically, with our own domestic issues. So there are a lot of domestic issues, human rights issues in Indonesia. So how can we consistently uphold that as a middle powers, as a regional leaders, as these independent countries, whereas at the same time hopefully that's the gist of the question. Okay, one from here. Yes.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Shafa from International Relations 2022. I want to ask about 12 days ago, Russia, China, BRICS, and the other experts from any other countries attend the Valdai discussions and discuss so many things about the security, the multipolar system in international relations now, and the reinforcement of BRICS concept to challenging the Western hegemony. They said to target to launch the new currency of BRICS in 2025. So with the current situation of international relations now, how does Indonesia respond to these potential opportunities in the free and independence point of view? Whether taking action to join BRICS and taking some incentive from this collaboration can eliminate Indonesia positions in free and independence concept. Thank you.
Thank you. So the second question is about BRICS, basically. About BRICS and Indonesia's position on BRICS and how it then relates to Indonesia's free and independent policies. Okay, I'll switch direction. I'll move from Bu Poppy and then go to the other. Again, maybe just short comments, Bu Poppy. Bu Poppy, do you hear that question?
Sorry, because I thought that it should be the other way around. So anyway,
I know.
Thank you for the questions. I think, but Christine, I suppose I share your concerns as well. And my brief comment to your concern is that's why I suppose there always been in terms of the way the Indonesian foreign policy responding to the global challenges and also internal challenges. So that's why I think we totally understand that there are some problems internally that we also need to address. But then I suppose in regard to your concern, that's also our homework, how to deal with the domestic and internal issues, while we also have this sort of like desire to be more internationally recognized. However, again, in my position, I think I agree with Pak Rizal. There is always a tendency that we see the word as the very realistic word, so that's why it is very important for every country to have a very strong position regarding the national interest that should be achieved. And then the second question regarding the BRICS, I think I also have the similar question. If then, correct me if I'm wrong, but I can see that the Indonesian government, at least at this current administration, is pursuing to become the member of OECD instead of like pursuing to be closer to the BRICS. Does that represent anything? Whether that is also representing anything that what we see as the bebas and active? I think that also remain to be discussed further. Whether joining OECD is not violating the bebas active instead of like, say for example, joining BRICS. So that's why we need to at least revisit it, what we really mean by bebas active and how it should be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Poppy. Very short and concise. Bu Ani, do you have any comment? No, not yet. Pak Alexius, do you want some comments on?
Okay, I think Christine's question is very diligent. Yeah, in ideal situation, we would want to have a balance between our domestic policies and foreign policy, but at the domestic level, the leaders, they care about their policy constituents, especially in democratic countries. But you see that our credibility at the international level also determined by the effectiveness of our policy in dealing with our problems inside. For instance, if you want to promote human rights to the international community, but at home you are not really, performing well in respecting the rights of your people, then no one can want to listen to you. Yeah. So that is the importance of Christian's question. Sorry. And I think Indonesia should do its best in order to make a balance or at least consistency in your policy. Yeah? For instance, we have problems in Papua, yeah, about the way we treat the people there, the way we develop their economy, the way we respect their identity. I think nothing is closed now. The international community can have access to all information about what we have been doing in Papua. So there's no use, manipulating your information about it. Yeah, that's why if you want the international committee to listen to you about the credibility of your foreign policy, then you have to, to solve the problems at home. Otherwise, our credibility will be jeopardized, and no one wants to listen to Indonesia. So, about BRICS,
maybe just a short comment.
I would say that let us not join BRICS. Yeah, yeah. Let's not join BRICS because my observation is that BRICS has no firm value to defend. They are very pragmatic. Yeah, you see the difference between China and India. Yeah, and also democratic and non-democratic countries. What values they are committed to? It's not clear. If it is not clear, then they will be driven by what is useful at the moment. Yeah, and I don't think that Indonesia's foreign policy should go that way. Now, let us build partnership with BRICS. It's okay. But joining BRICS, I don't think that's a good choice on our part. And that's not the best way to implement your independent and active foreign policy. Let them go alone. And we stay here, okay?
Thank you so much for Alex. Bunda, do you have any short thoughts? We need to have a little break before the young generation of foreign policy analysts took over.
A short comment, no matter how good the strategy of Indonesian foreign policy about that, but if the implementation in the domestic is different, I think it will make worsen of Indonesian credibility. This is one point. One example that like SBY and Jokowi, they all uphold the value of democracy, human rights, but the implementation is different because when Jokowi in the power, the moratorium, the death sentence, which is moratorium by SBY, now is active again. So this is one of the things that make it worsen for, not beneficial for Indonesian credibility. That's.
Thank you, Wundari, for bringing this issue of death penalty and so on. I'll give the last thoughts to Lisa.
Basically, you saying that ngurus diri sendiri aja masih repot ngurusin orang lain. That's basically right.
Let me.
But I think.
Basically, you cannot take care of yourself.
Put your house in order first before you basically talk about other people's house. No, that's what she said. I'm not saying it. So, foreign policy is basically a combination of national interest and international obligation. So you cannot only focus on national interest. That's selfish, right? Because there's also international obligations. That should be reflected in our foreign policy. Number two, you should use foreign policy in order to improve domestic situations. Why we try to project democracy abroad, especially during Pak Yudhoyono's presidency, even before that, when Pak Hassan was the foreign minister, Ibu Mega was the president, we came up with the ASEAN Security Community in which democracy and human rights become an important part, and then the ASEAN Charter later on, 2007. So we tried to project democracy abroad as part of our foreign policy agenda in order to preserve the democratic achievement inside the country. So not always the other way around. So I think, you know, it should be balanced there. It doesn't mean that if you wait until we become perfect, then you do this agenda abroad, will never come. Then you will become a very, very isolationist state, right? When you don't care about others, even though you still, you know, short of things that you need, then when you really need help, nobody basically, you know, care for you. So that's why, even though we're not perfect yet, you know, on those issues, but we also should show that we care about, you know, others. Not to mention that we can use that in order, you know, to strengthen what is not perfect yet inside. So that's basically the way I look at it, you know, the relationship between domestic politics, domestic needs on one hand, and the projection of foreign policy agenda on the other. BRICS, I wrote something on BRICS at Compass, which I basically, you know, the same with Pak Alex, is an arisan, right, you know, and then you already members of many arisan. Why do you want to be, you know, in another arisan? You know, so it's not basically, arisan is a mother's, you know, gathering, you know, like so, housewife gathering, or, you know, in a community level, you know, we basically no basic purpose except ngrumpi. What is ngrumpi in the, you know, in
Having
English?
coffee and talk.
Gossiping, right, you know. So that's BRICS at the moment. I completely agree with Pa Alex saying that there is no tangible benefit yet. We do have G77, is doing nothing. We do, we are member of the D8. Remember, anyone remember the D8? Can you name who are the D8 members? No, right? But we member with Bangladesh, Pakistan, all miskin lah, trying to be kaya, right? So that's, you know, we members of
poor,
those.
poor.
Yeah, so that G77, D8, and then you name it. So many, you know, so this arisan that we part, you know, being another member of another arisan doesn't really, you know, bring benefit. So at this point, I don't see the benefit of being part of BRICS, of joining BRICS, especially after the expansion of membership, which include yang miskin-miskin juga yang lain. You know, if you want to be rich, you basically, ya mainlah sama orang kaya gitu. You get the tips, and then, you know, you get, you know, the strategy how to be kaya. If you hang out among the kaipang, then you become kaipang. Sorry, I'm quite, you know, very anti-BRICS at the moment.
Thank you so much, Farizal. Yes. No, again, we're running out of time, so we will have a short break before the second session on the Indonesian foreign policy. But I would just like to point out that maybe, remember we have an election next year, and maybe some of the people here will be one of the candidates for foreign minister, I don't know. Let's see. Maybe their thoughts will, or at least we can say that to the next foreign minister, whoever that will be. So that will be, of course, that's where I'm going to, but I'm not going to say that. Yes, so let's see where we go, especially since we will have the second session. I think similar question remains, but there are issues that Pak Rizal, Pak Alexius, Bu Dari, and Bu Ani, and also Bu Poppy already raised up, and that's the task of the, let me just put it, I'm not to be seen as an ageist, but maybe that will be the task of the new generation of foreign policy analysts, to discuss this thing, to develop a new concept of Indonesian foreign policy, whether we need to move with times, with borrowing a lot of things from the past, or we need a completely different ideas in the future. I will stop at that, and please join me in thanking the five excellent speakers, and in our gratitude, and well, please join me in thanking them and give a big round of applause. So we will have a picture first. Bu Poppy, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Yes. So maybe we can have a picture with all the, also the second session. So because otherwise maybe someone or some other participant will go after the first session. So if Pak Rizal, we can stand, and then maybe, but the background will be Bu Poppy. Can we do that? Yes. I think there is Mas Randi as well. There. Okay, I don't know if Mas Randi, can you, okay. Randi will also speak in the second session, so if Pak Yohanes, Mas Andrew, Ali, someone else? Mas Rosidin, where is Mas Rosidin? Rosidin is here? No? Somewhere, okay, we'll have another picture, but if you...
Big sister is watching you.
Huh?
Big sister is watching you.
No, there are two people, not only one. Okay, Mas Randi, sir. Yes,
I
great.
think Mas Umar is already joining.
So if
Mas
Umar
Randi.
is there, could you also...
Yeah, Mas Umar is joining as well.
Okay, so we have three. I don't know where is Mas Rosidin. Somewhere in. Okay, then we can maybe we stay in here. Maybe we'll move a little bit here, and then yes, so that we can. Okay, great. Okay, so satu, dua, tiga. Satu, dua, tiga. Satu, dua, tiga. Okay, thank you so much, and we'll return in maybe 10, 15 minutes.
2,5 2 jam 40 menit. Oh lebih nanti juga. Aku lebaran pulang dari Jakarta 2 jam setengah baru dikasih timu. Gua balik pulang aja dah rumah balik balik ke Serpong. Ngapain? Kerjaan. 2 hari sebelum lebaran. Udah.
Test. Hello. Can I have your attention, please, everyone? On the next session, we are about to start in a few minutes. So please be seated, and everyone who is outside in the room, please come in soon because we are going to next the second panel for the middle power ship on Bebas and Active. Thank you very much, and please be seated. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We move up to next session. This session is for the younger generation speakers. We have here 7 speakers. Pak Andrew Mantong, kemudian and then Pak Muhammad Rosidin, Pak Ali Wibisono, and Pak Yohanes Sulaiman. Could you please? And we have also some speakers in Zoom. Pak Ahmad Rizki, and then Ibu Anggun Tari, and the last one is Pak Randi Wirasta. Okay, so this session is all about how Indonesia should act as middle power in its role in meddling conflict, or I know that Ambassador Fasil, he doesn't like the term conflict, but war or invasion or aggression of Russia to Ukraine. So this session is dedicated to answer the question how Indonesia should do as a middle power in meddling the invasion of Russia to Ukraine. I start this question attended to Pak Andrew, you first, and then take turn to Pak Ali, and then Pak Yohanes, and then Mas Rosidin, and then to some people who are in Zoom. Okay, you can start, Pak Andrew, while maybe some other participants who are outside to get inside. So what you suggest for Indonesia as a middle power in meddling the conflict or the war between Ukraine and Russia? Does Indonesia has the capacity?
That's a hard question for me. First and foremost, thank you for Unair for inviting us here, for inviting me. It's a pleasure to always come back to Surabaya, and it's always a pleasure to share the conference with our guru here, Pak Rizal, Bu Ndari, who were the speakers from the previous session. Well, answering that question, I'm not sure whether the concept of middle power and bebas active foreign policy can be instrumentally used to answer your question, but let me sort of debunk the sort of theoretical construct. The previous speakers, when they're talking about, not only the previous speakers, but the dominant existing literatures in international relations on middle power, when they are conceptualize what is the meaning of middle power, my impression, my take is that they are all almost stuck with the notion of middle, not tackling the fact that power itself in political science is an elusive concept. So when people are trying to sort of explain middle power as a concept, which is later useful for Indonesia to understand our free and active foreign policy, the logic of imposition, which is informed by neorealism, that distribute international system between great and so on and so forth, is embedded in various literature, including Sarah Theo, which is also the speaker of this conference. So there are contradictions in the way they conceptualize the notion of middle power, because they want to bring the sort of subjective constructionist ontology, which is more related to the fact that power is social relations, but they are using, and they cannot go away from the logic of imposition that is coming from neorealist. So my sense, every time countries, for example, even like Indonesia, saying that they are indeed a middle power, this is not always coming with the fact that it contains a sort of potentials, it contains the sort of capability, but also at the same time, it also reflects that there are a degree of frustration in their self to be kept in the middle. So if you are asking whether a country is middle power, it's not only about being able to do something, but also being unable to do anything. So you have to acknowledge where is your potentials and where is your limitations. And the problem is also even harder for us, because if we pay more attention into the literatures of middle power, as probably said by Sarah this morning, you have to be able to portray yourself as a good international citizen, and you also have to be able to portray yourself as being able to even promote further the notion of multilateralism. If you follow literatures from, for example, John Gerard Ruggie, multilateralism is somewhat embedded in the existing liberal international order. And the problem of today's order is the values itself change. So we see the problem of, for example, hypocrisy against the principle of democracy. We see the sort of hypocrisy of the principle of human rights, which is not only done by countries that is categorized as rich states or whatever that means, but also for us in the developing countries, it becomes the fact when the United States invade Iraq in the name of democracy. So there are a degree of hypocrisy which, for us, we see that there is an acute changes in terms of international order that supposedly become the bedrock of principles of multilateralism. So you have to consider these two actual factors here. First, when you invoke the concept of middle power, you also not only invoke the concept of potentiality, but also the concept of constraint and a degree of limitations that you have as a country. But also you have to deal with the fact that the assumptions that become the requirements of the concept to remain intact in terms of practice is also changing. So it's hard for a let's say middle power like Indonesia to have a straightforward answers to the questions how and if we can do something with regards to the question of Ukraine. In fact, if you put more attention into the concept of power, power not always hierarchical in a sense that neorealism or realist always exists in international relations. If you follow literatures, for example, from Barak and Baratz, or if you follow literatures from Michael Foucault or Stephen Lewis, there are another dimensions of power which is not always used when you try to explain what the strong do, what they have the power to do, and the weak accept what they have to accept. Sometimes it is practiced by the weak. It is also practiced by any particular actor whose capability has got nothing to do with structure at all. And at the same time, if you also look at the great power, power doesn't always mean success. US failed in Afghanistan. US failed to promote state building in Iraq. If there is also the questions, if they go even further in Ukraine, would they fail again to create the necessary political order? So there are degrees of complexities that we really have to be able to take into account when we are trying to transfer what is contained within the concept to the actual policy practice. For Indonesia, since power is also social relations, sometimes many of our policy is not always about what are we going to do at the international level. So everything stemmed from the fact, for example, that our main audience is not actually the international community. Our main audience is, for example, how to explain to the Indonesian citizen that what this Russia is doing is wrong. And how actually we can do something in the name of our national interest, because many times our policymakers wants to do something at the international level. There will always be a people who says that exactly what the first session says. Why are you busy with other countries' business? So, for a foreign policy, it means that what sort of resources and what sort of mobilization that you can use to do anything. Because at the end of the day, foreign policy, this is also the biggest misconception that we have to correct here in our domestic settings, that sometimes dealing with international peace problem, dealing with somebody else's conflict, is not going to earn you some money. Foreign policy sometimes is not earning money. Foreign policy is burning money. So this is the thing that you really have to do to understand and to explain to your citizen that what we are trying to do in the name of international peace is going to be instrumental because it will relate to our international principles. So there are the problem of capability, there are the problem of capacity when we are trying to do with regards to the conflict like Ukraine, or for now, for example, conflict like Gaza, because if we are not really careful, being middle power can also be potentials at one time, but also can be, it also can means that we are just a mediocre country. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Andrew. I'll move to Pak Ali. Now, do you agree that Indonesia has the limitation on the capacity and capability to managing the conflict of Russia and Ukraine? And what do you suggest? Should Indonesia do something else to meddling, not in terms of, well, interference in their affairs, but do something else? Do you have any suggestion?
All right, thank you, Bu Ani, and thank you to the committee for inviting me in this forum. Actually, I'm a substitute speaker. Our head of department is actually invited here, but I don't feel like I'm a substitute speaker because I feel like I'm among old friends, so it's always good to be reunited again with old friends. With regard to what Indonesia can do in Ukraine, I think there is always a limitation to being a good citizen of the world, and we do have to conduct well, I should say multi-alignment again with like-minded powers. This kind of, I have to track back with the discussion in the previous session regarding the bebas aktif and middle powership or great powership. these two are really, really different terms in my thinking, because the bebas active is inspired by the need to represent a independence in conducting foreign policy entirely to serve national interest without the dictates of foreign powers, while middle powership or great powership in that sense, it aspires to make a difference in international system. Well, because it's called middle powership, making a difference as a non-great power, while great powers have conducted their alliances and foreign policies in security sectors, defense sectors, economic relations. Perhaps the middle powers can make a difference in niche diplomacy, in niche sectors, in terms of the environment, or resolving conflicts in the world. So it doesn't really, the middle powership doesn't really concern being independent. Of course, you have to be independent in foreign your conduct of foreign policy. It is, I think, generally all states in the world would want to show that their foreign policy conduct is an independent choice, but it is not. It is not. It is assumed. It is rather an assumption in middle powership term. For bebas active, it has to be clearly expressed. I think when we look at bebas active again, and then we have reiterated Hatta in the previous session, we also have to understand that bebas active actually also speaks to a domestic audience. You know, we of course we remember when Hatta first formulated bebas active. It was in the forum of KNPI, Komite Nasional, KNPI. So he actually spoke to to domestic audience. He well understood and that global power rivalries would at any time impact on domestic factionalization, and the one thing that Indonesia should do since its establishment until forever is to filter that global rivalries in order to avoid it from becoming civil war or conflict, pitting one faction against the other due to ideological issues. See, middle powership, it doesn't really concern this. Actually, when middle powership is pursued for a domestic audience, it would have what I would say a populist undertone. It's populist undertone, meaning that it is something that leaders use in order to show to domestic populace that we have a status in international relations. We have a ranking in the international system, and it's not bad. It's in the middle somewhere. It's in the middle. So we're not nothing, and we can achieve that because you know, our government have done something, you know, despite the facts. So it has a kind of a, what I would say, a populist undertone. So I think that if we go back again to what Indonesia can do with the war in Ukraine, and I would say to any international conflicts, Ibu Ani, because clearly I think what we are looking at today is that increasingly international conflicts have an impact of domestic factionalization. And I think that we are living in the age where great powers are part of the problem instead of part of the solution. We're looking at campaign of disinformation, yeah, conducted by major powers involved in wars, involved in conflicts, globally through their information channels, distributing information that can provoke conflict in our domestic scene. So increasingly, international conflicts have this divisive impact on our society. So we do have to do something about it. But then this is the choice between pursuing values and pursuing interests. What do we want to pursue with our foreign policy? Somehow it is reflected in today's presidential campaign. Am I right? Mas Andrew is congregating presidential candidates in CSIS, and I have been enjoying talks. Pak Ganjar proposed that our foreign policy should pursue food security, and then Indonesia Unggul. So this is the example of pursuing interests, pursuing fulfillment of national interests. And then Pak Anies talks about values. For too long, he said, our foreign policy is transactional. It pursues nothing but interest. We have to have values that is representation of our identity. So it is the choice that we have to answer first. We want to pursue value, the value of freedom, territorial integrity, sovereignty, non-intervention. All these things are our values. Should we care about these values? Should we care about showing to the national audience that we care about these values, or we want to continue pursuing interests? So I think we have to agree on that first. That will be all for the moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Ali. Pak Yo, what's your opinion about those conflicting between values and interests? Which one Indonesia should pursue first?
Value
or interest?
Okay, testing. Well, I mean, when we are talking about value or interest, yeah. Testing. That's kind of interesting question, because when you said about whether we have to pursue value or interest, that basically you are giving it kind of like just two options, rather than saying that you cannot pursue both. I mean, if I want to go back to Morgenthau, he's famously said that, you can, the foreign policy that's basic, that totally based on morality is stupid. I agree. Because people can just, say anything. They say that, it is for our national interest, it is for peace, I'm all for peace. And Putin didn't say that he was he was greedy to invade Ukraine. No, he said that I'm maintaining peace by invading Ukraine. That's what he said. So that's why Morgenthau said, look, forget it. If you want to make morality, people just simply lie, and worse. If you pursue a pure foreign policy based on morality, on idealism, you are going to do things that may be against your national interest, and that's also bad, because then you are going to waste your power, and that's hurtful to your national interest. But at the same time, he didn't say that morality is not important. He also argued that if you just focus on foreign policy, just for national interest, that's actually also make a very bad foreign policy, because by that time you are too pragmatic and you no longer have this moral authority. Carl also wrote it nicely also, something nicely in his 20-year crisis. So it is not like either or, but kind of both. And that's also kind of thing that Hatta actually mentioned in his speech. Am I allowed to answer all the questions from the previous sections? Because it seems like everybody at that time was asking me questions, and I cannot say anything. I mean, with lots of things. I mean, we have to talk. I mean, first, it's already mentioned like the origin of bebas aktif itself is because of domestic issues, domestic problem. But there are two things that's not mentioned in the debate. The first is the bebas aktif itself was originated from Sultan Syahrir's Perjuangan Kita. He basically in the book wrote that that the world was divided into two spheres of power, two spheres of influence, United States and Russia. And Indonesia is located in the United States sphere of influence. And as a result, there is no way Indonesia can win its independence war without any support from the United States. Because United States, even if we win, United States is going to invade us and beat us. That's the main problem. That's why Syahrir is pushing Indonesia for negotiation in order to get a de facto recognition from the United States. The argument is that the Dutch will not be able to betray Indonesia if the United States was defending Indonesia, basically. So that's why we signed with all those really, really bad agreements, Linggajati, Renville, because the feeling is that by signing them, we basically tell the United States that, look, we are your ally. We want you to become our guarantee. But of course, the nationalists under Tan Malaka and others, Tan Malaka wrote a book called Muslihat, a pamphlet actually, and he basically said that, look, forget all this diplomacy, that's bullshit. You have to just to fight the struggle. The people's will to struggle is very strong. So we have to fight them. And at that time, people are already sick of the United States anyway. So that's why people are declaring like, look, United States is worthless. Why don't we ask for help from Moscow? And Musso also came back from Moscow, and he said the same thing. And that's why Hatta said that basically. Wrote his Mendaing di antara dua karang. Because he wants to just stop the debate. But after we got our independence in the 1950s, Hatta actually moved our foreign policy closer to the United States. He bought military equipment for Brimob and armaments for the Siliwangi Division from the United States during the Federation Republic era. And then in the 1951, Sukiman actually signed a defense agreement with the United States. Basically, the argument is that the United States is going to help us if we got invaded. And in return, we also get some cheap weaponry from the United States. And that's where, well, I'm going to say this, and please shut your ears. Shit hits the fan. Because everybody now saying that, oh my God, you are betraying our principle of free, independent foreign policy. And that's the reason why even today, until now, well, Sukiman lost. His cabinet fell. And that's the reason why even today, nobody dare to use the alliance argument, because they saw what happened with Sukiman, and people just beat them with the argument of like you are selling off. Even though in Hatta speech, he basically said that we can align. We can align with the West or the East as long as it is in our interest to do so. He literally said that, and he also wrote it again in 1957 article. So the fact, bebas aktif does not necessarily mean like a pure neutral if we go back to the original sense. But the problem is, people look at what happened during Sukiman. It is a good way to use to beat the sitting prime minister politically, and so that's why nobody wants to be seen as an anti-America, anti-China. So nobody's going to mention anything about alignment. That's the origin basically. So that's why since then we are completely neutral, even though Hatta wrote it that we are not neutral. Neutral is not bebas aktif. He said it in his article, directly. So that's about the bebas aktif thing. I actually wrote that a lot. I don't know whether people read it, And then second is about the middle power. I mean, Ibu Poppy has said many things. I'm not going to. I mean, I'm just going to kind of highlight what I think important is the fact that the definition itself is controversial. I know it because I'm now writing an article about my paper, and my God, I mean, the literature review is just horrible. I mean, nobody agree on what bebas aktif, I mean, what middle power is. I mean, everybody hates everybody each other's definition. Nobody's going to to say to you now like a true definition of middle power, because if you say that, I mean Indonesia middle power, I mean, South Korea is also middle power, and North Korea is also middle power because they got nukes. Iran is also middle power. I mean, that's why it is a very, very bad definition. And of course, I mean, earlier somebody said about, definition of middle power is they want to uphold international norms. But I kind of argue that it really depends on what the state's foreign policy is actually. I mean, those who are the middle powers that wants to uphold international norms are the ones that benefited and wants to defend current international norms, international order, United States international order. I mean, that's why you got Canada, Australia, countries, they want to defend it. But Iran does not like the order. That's why they want to destroy the order, but because they cannot fight United States directly, they decided to fund all these all these Shiites, the question of Shiites, basically the Hezbollah, the Hamas, and in order to make life difficult for United States. So middle power does not necessarily mean that states are defending international norms, but I would rather make an argument here that we have another definition called hegemonic denial. I mean, I'm writing it, so everybody, you have to be grateful because this is the first time I'm saying it. Maybe the second time I'm saying it in open in front of the students. A hegemonic denial, basically a state that is not, a middle power that is not satisfied with the current international order may try to change it peacefully or destructively. In case of Iran, destructively. In case of Indonesia, we are not satisfied because we want to, we don't want United States or China to meddle in Southeast Asia. That's what. But at the same time, so we try to. So here we try to oppose those great powers, but using international order, using international norms and law. So that's hegemonic denial. And Pak Rizal said earlier about the legitimate denial. So that's part of it. That's what Indonesia has been doing, trying to prevent United States or China to interfere in the region by using the issue of legitimate. Does China has the legitimacy to be in Southeast Asia? Because by Indonesia definition, this is actually our backyard. This is what we have. We're trying. Well, I'm still writing on it. Okay, so if you want to really read it, the rough version, feel free to email me. But I don't know. With all my schedule, all my duty, I don't know whether I can finish it in my lifetime, unfortunately. But this also kind of show like the middle power itself has a freedom of action. Like in terms of Indonesia has freedom of action. But of course, in Indonesia case, because we already first limited our freedom of action by saying no to alignment. But at the same time, we still want to maintain this hegemonic denial that prevent great powers, United States and China, from getting too much power in the region. So we try to kind of accommodate both United States and China and try to use them against each other. In China case, we try to grab economic benefits, United States security benefits. So it is not. So basically, it is not. It is like the active part here, the active part of the hegemonic denial. So that's why I don't really like the term of hedging, because hedging doesn't really like that. Hedging is kind of unclear about like, okay, hedging for what? What's your foreign policy goal by so-called hedging? Okay, I want to maintain independence. Okay, but so what? Hedging is. That's why I don't like the term hedging, because it's kind of making you kind of like doing something automatically mechanically without thinking it truly. So just do it. But by pushing this concept called hegemonic denial, I kind of make an argument like, look, we have a foreign policy here. We have a goal to prevent dominance. So that's what I've been working for the past, I don't know, like God knows, maybe like 3-4 years. I mean, okay, did I answer the question?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Pak Yo. Now, I try to bring back this session to answer the question of how should Indonesia do in meddling the conflict or the war between invasion between from Russia to Ukraine. Do you have any opinion, Mas Rosid?
Yes. Thank you, Bu Ani, for putting that important question. So my answer is quite straightforward and brief. Actually, regarding Indonesia's foreign policy towards Ukraine and Russia conflict, I argue that Indonesia has done his job as a middle power because Indonesia has has played its role as a peacemaker in the region, regardless of the failure due to Jokowi's pragmatic consideration instead of normative motivation in that conflict. So in that sense, I think that Indonesia's middle powermanship to address the conflict is succeeded, not failure. Because as aforementioned, that Indonesia has played its traditional role as a peacemaker. I think that's it for me.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you, Mas Rosid. Now I'm going to move to our friends in Zoom. Mas Rizky, Ahmad Rizky, are you there?
Yep.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Mas Rizky.
Okay.
Mas Rizky, do you have any opinion on? Oh no, no. My question is, to what extent does the conflict or the war of Russia and Ukraine affect Indonesian foreign policy?
Okay, so before, thank you very much for the question, Bu Ani. So before we begin, I would like to acknowledge the ownership of the people of Turba and Jigara, upon which I'm now sitting here. So regarding the war in Ukraine, I think this is something that has affected Indonesia's chairmanship of G20 last year, and this is something that Indonesia aims to inform at least to secure its national interest. And I think if you take a look at what Indonesia has done in 2022 with the G20 and this year with the Asian chairmanship, there is now some talks from analysts and some foreign policy community that Indonesia is now starting to play more assertive role in international politics. As we remember, President Jokowi came to Kyiv and Moscow to mediate between President Zelensky and President Putin in an attempt to secure Indonesia's chairmanship of the G20. This is something that I think this is actually not new. Indonesia has attempted in the past to mediate a number of different conflicts, especially associated with Pak Yusuf Kala, for example. But I think it tells us two things about Indonesia's foreign policy in the past 3 years. The first is that if we take a look of Indonesia's foreign policy in the last 2 years, there is a turn between active involvement in international political activities or as Pak Rizal Sukma mentioned previously about meeting its international obligations and preserving its national interests. And this is something that I think it's important to highlight because Indonesia's foreign policy in the past 10 years is very much emphasizing the national economic interest. So every foreign policy is all about meeting the infrastructure needs, calling for investment. It's calling for the domestic investors and foreign investors to invest and contribute to the economy. And also, there is a huge and ambitious development agenda that drives Indonesia's foreign policy. However, as we have seen in the past 3 years, Indonesia cannot escape of its international obligations. If Indonesia wants to secure the development, domestic political economy, for example, it inevitably needs a stable international order. It inevitably needs the world that supports the development of Indonesia. So far, in the past 10 years, we have seen the growing China's involvement in developing some projects in Indonesia. We have the electric vehicles, we have the critical minerals, and we have the Indonesia's participations in the Belt and Road initiatives. Right? So this is something that Indonesia wants to do and Indonesia wants to achieve. However, the war in Ukraine creates international instability. It's the Russia's war in Ukraine, now also Israel's invasion of Gaza, tells us that the unstable international order will affect Indonesia's foreign policy agenda. So this is something that I think inescapable for Indonesia to think about its role in international politics more critically, not only to think about the domestic demand. I think as Mas Andrew mentioned before, foreign policy is a costly activity, right? So this is not something that generates income. Even if it generates income, it comes with risk. We have risk of alignment, we have risk of reducing trust from international partners, and there is something that we need to think about when it comes to foreign policy. So basically, in this context, and I will return to the questions from Bu Ani, is that yes, the war in Ukraine does actually affect Indonesia's foreign policy. And this is something that I think Indonesia should respond not only by emphasizing its domestic development agenda, but also rethinking its own ways of engaging with multilateralism in international politics. And if we take a look at the basis of the free and active foreign policy since 1945, the core of the independent and active foreign policy is actually involvement in multilateralism. This is something that Indonesia has achieved in the early independence, and I think this is something that Indonesia needs to strengthen to respond to the geopolitical changes. And I think I'll leave it with that, with the agenda for the next elections. That I think strengthening Indonesia's commitment for multilateralism and contributions to stable international order is, I think, is important. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mas Rizky. I deliver the same question to next speaker, Mbak Anggun Tari. Are you there, Mbak Anggun?
Yeah. Yes. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. First of all, thank you again, Unair, for putting this panelist together, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this wonderful, program. So to answer your question about how this affect Indonesia foreign policy, first, I think the conflict has become a major test for Indonesia in its aspiration to be a middle power, and this conflict that's been going on for almost for over a year, has compelled Indonesia to walk on a tightrope of, easing Ukraine and Russia conflict, something that our constitution has mandated to our diplomats or leaders without appearing too soft on Russia, right? But I think so far what we've seen, it's a clear, I think what we've seen so far from the government is a clear preference for a domestic or development agenda, as Mas Umar has pointed out earlier. So I think any attempt to resolve or ease the tension between the two is complicated by this the consideration that Indonesia has economic and military ties to Russia, that we are dependent on Russia's military equipment. We depend on Russia for maintenance, although yes, Indonesia does not buy as many military equipment as before from Russia. Also, any attempt to ease the tension has been complicated by domestic or public sentiments. Any, for example, diplomatic move that appear to firm on Russia might be perceived as the public as a sympathy for U.S. hypocrisy, for example. That so this is something that Pak Rizal Sukma also raised in the previous session. So moving forward, I think Indonesian leaders, diplomats, must really carefully consider or weigh the options, whether it will, continue the previous approach, prioritizing, solving the economic consequence of the war. If this is something that has been prominent, we care about this conflict as far as because this conflict has produced a war-induced food shortage. And now that the Black Sea Initiative has been implemented, we no longer have issue with supply of grains and fertilizer now. Then what now? But if we choose to, for example, prioritize values, promoting the importance of sovereignty, territorial integrity, that requires, a different response than what we've done before. We should consider change our muted response toward Russia. Measured approach towards Russia, perhaps include publicly calling Russia that it is indeed an aggressor. It probably has been said behind the closed door, directly conveyed to the Russian leaders, but we don't know that. But at the moment, I don't see that as a fact that Indonesian government will take, promoting, prioritizing values over material needs. So I think the best that we could offer is continue what we've done so far, offering humanitarian aid. And there's nothing to be ashamed of for not, being able to, compel the warring parties to engage in a ceasefire because of the nature of the issues, partly because this issue involves, great power reputation, and we have limited capacity to appeal to both, Russia, Ukraine, also United States, who help sustain the war, to stop the war momentarily and engage in diplomacy. So rather than trying to cover so many grounds, maybe we should just focus on one thing, that we focus our energy and attention to one area that promised the greatest return. Humanitarian aid, for example, sending medicines. So So that's my take. So thank you. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, thank you, Ma Anggun. So basically, you agreed with Mas Rosid's statement that Indonesia succeeded in playing the role as a country who wants to stop the war between Russia and Ukraine. And now, because we have very limited time, we have 15 minutes left. So I'm going to move to the next or the final question. And first, I attend this question to to Mas Randi, to Mas Randi. I give you the opportunity to propose an answer on what are the lessons learned from Russia's invasion to Ukraine to Indonesian foreign policy. And I'm going to deliver this question to all of you here. Yeah, for 5 speakers, the rest 5. And because this is the main, the last question, so please make it brief. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? I hope you can hear me all. Okay, first of all, I would like to thank UNER for inviting me. It's a great honor for me to speak in this prestigious conference workshop. So yeah, that's really interesting. Russia's invasion to Ukraine and what we can learn from that. One, I think I want to echo some of the main concerns in here. The first is the paradox or difficulty in use or utilizing middle power concept. That's one. That's one thing. Secondly, is about what we should learn from this, right? First of all, at least Russia's invasion highlights war is not outdated, whereas liberal institution, liberal order, people who really focus on that perhaps think that war is getting more and more outdated. It is not, but at the same time, I think our position in here is, I think, it's also important. I want to link back to us as paradox between middle power and great power. I want to say this: when people talk about middle power, oftentimes, or in great power, oftentimes people just assume because you have power, then you have the might, you have the automatic ability to control or influence others. Whereas actually it's not. If you learn, especially in the context of middle power, it's not only about the potential capability, also the limited capability that we currently have makes us in a constraint and thus we should strategize. So we have to put a strong legitimation strategy. This is also, I think, what we learned from Russia. Russia, although it's a great power, yes, they can do, but at the same time, great power cannot just do whatever that they want. We can also learn from this Israel, quote-unquote, invasion of Gaza, right? We can also learn that Western countries' full support of Israel is not openly embraced by a lot of people, right? At the same time, I want to say and highlight one of the main concerns in here is that despite you have power, you still have to strategically project your legitimation. And what can learn, I think, in that case as well, I think from Indonesia, especially knowing that Indonesia has less quote-unquote power, material power, right, in compared to Russia or Western countries, it is really important for us to reflect and build up. One thing I think, one great strategy that we have to understand I know a lot of people, a lot of scholars tend to focus on and highlight the primacy of material power or realist logic. At the same time, I want to say, look, if you take a look, there are only three currencies. Yes, two of them really link with material power, which is money and military, but there's also one, ideas. And since we are limited with the other two, right? Military power or economy, then we also we have to utilize ideas strategically, which I think links to the idea of consistency. Perhaps take an example. It is really important for us to maintain consistency with what kind of idea that we want to project, what kind of norms that we want to project, and through that we can get we can get or being legitimized as important or as a legitimate actor in international arena. So that's perhaps what I want to say and highlight. Take a look. We can take a look at Russia and how quote unquote hypocrisy. Russia's invasion of Ukraine say that they want to they want to bring peace by invading country, but at the same time they say that look, Israel, you cannot attack Gaza. Like there is a strong hypocrisy there. Whereas what we can learn from that is not copying that, being careful and strategizing what we want to project. I think is really important. So yeah, last but not least, the way we also want to project that, I think it's also important to highlight two things. The first is realizing our agential capability and search into our quote unquote indigenous values. Take an example, we can argue on ASEAN. I know it's maybe not 100% connected, but ASEAN outlook on Indo-Pacific, take an example. What we can say, I think we can argue that what Indonesia or ASEAN in this context is highlighting what people actually mean instead of elite or state or economic interests only. So highlighting the norm that we aspect and respect, the aspect of indigenous or making something that people oriented. I think is a good start. That's one. The second one is also important thing is building network. In building network, I want to highlight Andrew's and Umar's point that look, foreign policy is always expensive. It's not cheap, right? So we have to invest by building up network with similar-minded or even countries, especially in this context, global South countries. I have a little bit a different point of view, I think. Yes, perhaps we not totally agree with BRICS, but at the same time, I think having a good connection, good collaboration, good network with global South countries, I think is a plus, especially in connecting with that, that we are from the global South, we are expressing people voices, and that will, I think, highlight a different tone, different value projection that can guarantee, I think, our legitimacy in the international arena. Perhaps that's what I can say. Bu Ani, thank you.
Thank you, Mas Randi. Such a good opinion. I'm moving to Mas Andrew. The same question.
Sorry.
What
Yeah,
has Indonesia can learn from?
Okay, let's. I think I speak enough about the theory. Let's talk about the policy now. when the conflict in Ukraine happened, and when President Jokowi visited Russia and Ukraine in order to become the messenger, what he said, right? The messenger of peace messages that he would like to bring from the president of Ukraine, Zelensky, to Russia. The policy situation was then, as mentioned by Umar, we are going to be the host of G20. So there was an immediate policy questions that we should do in order to show that we are quite active, that we are capable of making sort of bridge, which is the new buzzword probably now. After a series of foreign policy speech also. Everybody mentioned different things. Some people says that international friendship, one of the people says bridge, other people like smart value or something, it all means the same thing. There's an obsession of Indonesian policymakers to become bridge when they translate about the status of middle power into actual policy. So, but the way I see middle power is sometimes you go there, but you're not really there. You do something, but it's not really enough because you have the certain limited capability. And for that, the policy situation back then is actually reflecting the fact that Indonesia has done something, but not done too much in order to do with in order to deal with the policy questions. Now G20 has done, and now as Anggun also mentioned, that probably the problem of fertilizers, wheat supplies and so on and so forth is not really pressing enough for us. What is the most important policy questions? The difficulties of crafting our coherent Ukraine policy when the war happened, when the invasion from Russia happened to Ukraine, was that first, I think this is also reflecting our many positions in many conflict in Southeast Asia. For example, for the Second Thomas Sowell, for incidents involving Philippines and China, there is a clear, I would say that's a self-censorship among Indonesian diplomats to put neutrality in the front rather than saying which party is wrong or which party is right in a given conflict. So there is always the tendency of you want to be a bridge, and by becoming a bridge, it means that you remain neutral. So with regards to status of middle power and the practices of foreign policy of bebas aktif, I really am afraid that the lesson learned that we took from this series on conflict today, is not all about bebas aktif mean indifferences. Bebas aktif means neutrality, and bebas aktif also means fence-sitting, not doing anything and not doing enough. The real issues now for us is whether this kind of position is transferable to any other international conflict which is closer to our home. The first question is of course Myanmar. Second question is of course South China Sea and then Taiwan Straits. And the fourth question is actually the continuing missile and nuclear development by North Korea. So what sort of principles that we want to use in order to sort of alter our position and mobilize the entire international community to even more active? There is actually inherent demand, for example, by South Korean for ASEAN to say more things about the trend of a nuclear of the North Korean nuclear, saying that, for example, the result of ASEAN foreign minister meeting in February for the South Korean, they say that this is actually wrong because they are actually the one who start building nuclear first, and when we are enhance our status with the United States, it's just because they provoke us. And meanwhile, the ASEAN usual responses is always that everybody should put restraint, everybody should not do anything, and so on and so forth. And now their move is actually acknowledging the fact that North Korea is actually a nuclear power now. What I'm afraid now is South Korea and the US is trying to pursue the regime change in North Korea. In order to do that, I've been having some meeting with some Korean diplomats in Jakarta. What they are trying to say to us is whether ASEAN is geared enough to put and to promote the idea of human rights in order to blame the North Korean government for oppressing their people, so the regime can change in North Korea. at these particular issues, there would be some conflicting values between usual ASEAN practices and what other power are trying to galvanize in order to garner supports from the international system. So, international community. So for us now, really, what sort of logic and what sort of values and what sort of the usual policy repertoire that we would like to transfer from our experiences dealing with Ukraine to the question which is more pressing, more imminent, and more closer to home, which is those particular issues. Whether are we going to say that Philippines should practice restraint, even though there are some second Thomas Sowell water cannon incident, that you have to practice restraint. China is my friend, according to Prabowo, based on the latest speech. Also, Philippines is also friend, and friends do not fight each other, whether it's going to be feasible or not. And most important thing, whether everything we say at the international level really reflect the fact and any principles that we believe at home. There are, for example, issues from track 2 communities, track 2 organization to discuss more, for example, about rule-based order. My question really, do we really believe the sort of rule-based order when ASEAN itself is not really an organization that is prone, that is experienced enough in making effective rules? And not to say that probably some leaders in Indonesia want to change the rule just to become a leader. So, so these are the questions of what sort of, if Randy mentioned about normative sort of repertoire and normative power that we would like to do, is this normative power has to be put in an actual policy platform which is sound enough and feasible enough for us to further our diplomacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mas Andrew. You may continue, Mas Ali.
Tes satu. Yes. Okay, so what are the lessons from Ukraine war, ya, Bu Ani? I think that the Russian invasion of Ukraine really shows us how the rules-based order is gaining less and less trust in the world. It could happen when a permanent member of the UN Security Council engages in aggressive invasion towards another member of the United Nations, and the entire United Nations Security Council could not do anything about it. And it also gives, actually, it shows that Indonesia can do a lot in multilateralism. Indonesia should not only use multilateralism, but there are avenues where Indonesia could lead in changing multilateralism. Perhaps Indonesia should think not as a middle power, or think like a small power. Think of this as a small power. What I mean by this is that Indonesia, in order to maintain what they love about being independent in making foreign policy, their maneuverability in foreign policy, their independence in choosing its partners in international system, it is not because of its own act. It is also due to multilateral arrangements. It is due to the rules-based order. Our life depends on them. So it is up to us to maintain them, to maintain their work, because we cannot rely on the great powers. They're no longer interested in maintaining the liberal order. It's up to us. Like it or not, we can still survive because of the existing rules-based order. So I think the lessons that we have, like from the G20, for example, it shows us that it's not enough just to congregate the event and to hold the event. We have to lead in diplomatic effort in order to achieve something tangible. the G20 shows us that the geopolitical rivalries really limit what we can achieve in multilateral fora. I think some of us were there, and we were pressed to condemn Russia in a forum that is in basically an economic forum, but we have to condemn Russia. What is this? So the great powers are not interested in liberal order anymore. We have to do this ourselves. So I think I'll probably just end there. Think like small power instead of middle power. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I mean, it really depends on what you mean by power and what kind of liberal order. Because if you look at the power, I mean, the two powers that are, I think, for now, does not really obey international law of order is China and Russia, basically. Well, I mean, you can make an argument about United States now in Israel, but I kind of giving them kind of benefit of the doubt. But it's kind of more complicated than that. Because it is like, but again, what's the lesson? But for me, what the lesson what the invasion of Russia to Ukraine means basically. Basically the lesson is clear. Interest do matter. The only reason why we don't interfere there is we think like we don't have any interest. If you look at what Jokowi said and Papabo said about the conflict in Ukraine, they basically arguing that, look, it is just a brotherly spat. Why Jokowi went to Moscow and then went to Kiev? That's because I want to have them make up basically. I want to have them make up, kind of like apologize to each other. So, and then of course in Shangri-La, when Pablo said about conflict, he kind of mentioning about like the civil war in Vietnam and about the civil war in Cambodia. Basically, what it is like a battle against brothers. It is battle between brothers. So that's basically from our leaders' perspective. Ukraine and Russia is more about like brotherly angst, like sibling spat. Although it's kind of stupid. But that's what I think is going on here. That's why Indonesia doesn't want to make anything to make kind of strong measure because we don't think that it's that the strong. That's matter. They should just make up as normal siblings did. I agree. That's stupid. I think Radityo is here. My God, he's gone. But that's basically what I think it is. From this perspective. What I think we should do actually. We should look at our sphere of interest here. Our interest is in Southeast Asia. No more nor less. It's usually. North Korea. I think it. I don't like North Korea. Honestly, I think somebody need to get rid of the regime. Honestly, it is full of scammers, botters, and human rights abusers. I think we need to get rid of it. That's if you ask me what I think about it. But of course, I'm an academic, and there's no in hell. Indonesia is going to invade North Korea. But I don't think South Korea and United States also are really going to do some regime change there, simply because China won't allow it. If there's a regime change in North Korea, what happens? Everybody in North Korea will run away. They hate the regime. They just don't like it. They don't like the corrupt regime. And then South Korea will go up, and then there's American troops across the Yellow River, and China will not allow it. That's one of the main reasons why United States keep North Korea, why China keeps North Korea alive. So I don't think they are going to allow any regime change. And United States know it, South Korea knows it, and they don't want to fight with China, basically. But so for Indonesia, look, what we really need to care about is what's going on in Southeast Asia. We have here China's abuse is causing lots of problems. China is breaking lots of laws there. China is causing problems with the Philippines. We need to kind of show our mettle as a regional leader. Look, this is our backyard. This is our. This is basically where our power is. we want China's money, but that doesn't mean that we are going to go over because of some money. Okay, I mean, we like the high-speed trains, but China shouldn't think that they can buy us because they already built us this high-speed train. That's my feeling basically.
Bu Ani, may I add just a little bit? Because I think that we are constantly reminded by the effect of the war in Ukraine in the fluctuating prices of energy and food. It's a constant reminder of when a power that is self-sufficient in food and energy started a war, we have that kind of impact. So I don't mind having a foreign policy agenda that is geared towards food security or energy independence, decreasing our dependence from the Middle East, and creating Indonesia as a alternative hub of manufacturing semiconductors. All these things, they also matter a lot in the coming future. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, well, again, I will answer that question in less than 1 minute. in my in my opinion, this tragic event has taught us two things in terms of foreign policy. The first one is that geopolitical issues is important. Since our presidential candidates has delivered speech at CSIS yesterday, Monday. Yeah, they didn't discuss about geopolitical issues in Indonesia's foreign policy, and the war in Ukraine, I think, is important lesson for us. We need to keep in mind that history matters in formulating our future foreign policy. So the future leaders of Indonesia should consider geopolitical issues as the primary issues in Indonesia's foreign policy. The second one is that we need to, I think we need to redefine the concept of national interest. This is not to say that national interest does not matter. It does, but I think that international interest is equally important. So international interest is national interest. Since Indonesia bears responsibility to preserve a global order, as stated in fourth paragraph of our preamble, I think the future of Indonesia's foreign policy should consider ethical foreign policy rather than merely seeking material benefits. I think that's for me.
More than 1 minute. Okay, thank you, Mas Rosid. Yeah, we move to Mbak Anggun. Mbak Anggun first because she needs something to do after this. Mbak Anggun, are you still there?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, silakan Mbak Anggun.
Okay, so lesson learned. So I'm going to tie this back. I'm going to tie this to the definition of middle power and our discussion about middle power. If we define middle power quantitatively, right? So clearly Indonesia lacking, conventional power in terms of military and economy. And then looking at what happened in Ukraine, I think it's a reminder that our government needs to boost and invest more in our defense capability. Yes, the threat, the external threat is remote, but look what happened when a leader such as Putin, with its expensive agenda, in power. So we want to make sure that we are prepared, given our position in the power spectrum. We are in the middle. So yes, I'll leave it to that.
Okay, Mbak Anggun, thank you. And now, last but not least, Mas Randi, it's your turn. Mas Randi.
I think I've already answered that, what we've learned, right? That's question that you asked me first.
Oh, sorry.
You should be Mas Umar, right?
Mas Umar. I'm so sorry, Mas
there you go.
Randi.
No worries.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mas Umar, sorry. Mas Umar,
Okay.
it's your turn.
Okay, no problem, Bu Ani. Thank you very much for the question. So I think I have two lessons that we can learn from the war in Ukraine and also some discontents that follows. Not only about the Russia's war, but also the another instability coup in Sudan, some coups also in civil war in Sudan, coup in Africa, and also now the Israel's invasion of Gaza. We have seen the fact that international order is actually unstable and volatile to conflict, and this is something that we need to be prepared of. We can see that the war in Ukraine actually shows that even great powers can use military force, which is actually somewhat taboo in international politics, and use it to attack another sovereign states. We are reminded that peace that we have enjoyed in the past 70 years is actually prone to smaller conflict. And this is something that Indonesia needs to be concerned of. Now, I think if we take a look at in the Pacific region, we can see another similar scenario could be happening, right? We have the question of Taiwan. We have also the South China Sea, the Sierra Madre ships that has been attacked by the China's naval military, and then several scenario of conflicts that can be happening, whether it is soon or later. There is still a possibility of conflict, and I think Indonesia's foreign policy needs to be prepared of this. The second thing, in order to prepare to the scenario, Indonesia needs capability. I think one thing that Indonesia needs to prepare is the defense capability. I think this is something that everyone has been talking about, right? We need to have the capability for access and area denial capabilities. But defense is not the only thing that we need to be prepared of. We also have regional institutions, we have international institutions, and we have the multilateral institutions that we can actually exploit in order to avoid conflict in the future. Whether or not this is something that has been in the region or in the international context, I think this is something that we need to be prepared of. At the moment, I think strengthening Indonesia's diplomatic capacities and strengthening international institutions as a means to avoid crisis is important, right? Because if we fail, if we only focus on defense capabilities, for example, we will be unable to prevent any scenario of crisis. And this is the role of Indonesia's diplomatic capabilities to prevent this by strengthening multilateralism. So that's why I think in the future, and this is something that we need to talk of during the election season, is that we need to talk also about Indonesia's diplomatic capabilities, Indonesia's leading role as a leading country, as a de facto leader of ASEAN, not to abandon the regional institutions, but to strengthen this as a vehicle to avoid international possible crisis scenario. And this is something that I think we can learn in the future about future conflict.
Oh, thank you, Mas Umar. And I think I don't have to conclude all the what speakers said about all of these issues, but I would like to thank the speakers for your contribution to the seminars, to the workshop, to the conference, And now we come to the end of the session. And once again, thank you for all the participants, all the committees. And I give back this forum to the committee. Sudah selesai, Mas Randy. Pas waktunya.
Maybe we can take another picture with someone. I don't know. Mas Rosidin, we haven't took a picture with Mas Rosidin either. So maybe we should.
Yeah.
Don't worry, he's forgettable.
Mas Randi and Mas Umar, could you please? Yeah. Oh, Mbak Agun is still there. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Oh ya siap. Ya kita foto dulu. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Kali lagi. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Terima kasih. Gas forward. Iya. Makasih banyak. Oh iya. Semoga diskusi kita tadi dipakai sebelah.
Kita boleh pamit dulu ya?
Iya, saya juga pengen pamit dulu.
Oke, permisi
Mas
dulu.
Ari, saya pamit dulu Mas Ari, Bu Ani.
Makasih banyak.
Pamit dulu ya. Mas Radit ya. Sama-sama, terima kasih.
Oke, sip.
Sumar, makasih Mas Randi. Makasih Mbak Anggun Tari, thanks.
Semoga lancar.
Okay, so we have around 10 minutes. So for the students, there are some snacks outside, so you can eat it first, and then we'll have around 10 to 15 minutes before we finally close the conference with our closing session on middle powers and what should middle powers do in Ukraine.
Guys, mungkin sampahnya bisa dibawa ya dibersihkan, jadi jangan meninggalkan sampah di tempat duduknya masing-masing. Thank you.
Okay, so everyone could please go back to the to the room and then have a seat. We'll start. We'll start the session shortly. So. I think so. Yeah, go to the bottom. Yeah. So. Aku bisa lihat. Oke. Masih ada tiga-tiganya. Okay, so just to say hi to Maxime, to Matthew, and Sarah. Really sorry for the delay. We just have finished the session here on Indonesian foreign policy. So we will start in roughly 5 minutes. The participant and audience are still entering the room, so I hope you don't mind. So hi Matthew, I haven't seen you. Thank you so much for attending. So you finished the session before, yeah?
Yeah. We had a great session.
Okay.
Looking forward to this one.
Thank you so much. Sarah also. Well, see you again. Finally.
See you soon.
Yes. No, I saw Sarah yesterday also in online. And Maxime, thank you so much for...
Hello.
Hi.
Because we've been waiting a bit with Matthew, I was a bit worried maybe I mixed the times, because of the time zones.
It's our fault because we the time zone.
Can I ask you when we are supposed to finish now, since we start a bit later?
No. It's the same time, so we can make it shorter. No worries. I don't want to disturb your days and so on.
No, I'm just curious about, because I have a next meeting at 1:30 Kyiv time.
Yes.
That's I'm a bit curious if we need.
Yeah, not to worry.
Fine.
We'll finish on time this time. I think all the audience also. We had a day full of panels since 8:30, so I think the participants also are tired. So we will make it more conversational. So we'll have three of you, Sarah, Matthew, Maxime, and then we have Luca Cheschi here. He's still out there. And then we'll have Vincencio Dugis from our university, also talking about Indonesia's middle powers' response to the war. Okay. Okay, thank you so much for still being here after a day of full academic exchange. I know it's late, so we are trying to make it more conversational. This is the last panel of today and also the closing session of our conference. Again, the idea of to have a mini conference apparently turns into quite a big task. So really sorry for the delay in some panel, but I hope you are still have energy to discuss what middle powers, not only Indonesia, but probably Kazakhstan, Australia, Indonesia, of course, and in general, South Korea, middle powers in Asia Pacific, Indo-Pacific, could and should do regarding the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And we will also have the Ukrainian perspective on how or what they expect middle powers. And many, I think I read some articles also claiming Ukraine to be a middle power. What can Ukraine do in the future? Whether that's as a middle powers and others. So we will have some informal discussion with 5 scholars. One would be, and I will invite Professor Luca Ancesci from University of Glasgow to the podium. Please give a big applause to Luca. For those who attended the guest lecture on Monday and the pre-conference workshop, you've met Luca before. From University of Glasgow, he's my former teacher, still until now. Read his article. Okay, the second one, I would invite here Dr. Vincencio Dugis from our Department of International Relations in Universitas Airlangga. Please give a big applause to Pak Dugis. Maybe here, or just here, Pak. Here will be good. Okay, and online we'll have 3 again, distinguished speakers. So the first one would be Dr. Sarah Teo from the Rajaratnam School of International Studies at Nanyang Technological University. So, hi Sarah, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Hello,
okay.
I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Okay, yes, great. So we have Sarah Teo from Singapore. We have Matthew Sussex here. Hi Matthew, can you hear us?
Yeah,
yes, Matthew Sussex from Australia. So I also have to confirm that Matthew has two affiliation with the Griffith Asia Institute and also with the Australian National University. Last but not least, we are very honored to have, again, since the beginning of the session, the opening session, we really want Ukrainian voices. So in the other session now, currently, we have sociocultural aspect of the war. So we have women roles in war in Ukraine with Ukrainian scholars. But in this panel, we are honored to have Dr. Maxim Yakovlev from National University of Kyiv Mohila Academy. National Academy of Kyiv Mohila University. Well, you can clarify if I mistaken that. National Academy of Kyiv.
No, National University of Kyiv Mohila Academy.
Yes.
Thank you very much for inviting me, dear colleagues. Happy to be with you. Unfortunately, online, it would be happy to share this wonderful room with you physically present, maybe sometime in the future. But thank you. I'm honored and happy to be with you.
Thank you so much. So we have 5 presenters. No, not presenters. 5 outstanding speakers. And I will just, again, because we are talking about middle powers, and this is kind of more normative discussion. What could and what should they do? So this is kind of looking into the future. So we discuss a lot of things today. We discuss the root of the invasion. We discuss the problems that some countries have. Indonesia, Central and East European countries, Kazakhstan. Now we are trying to look at the future, reflecting on what happened now and looking at the future. So what should middle powers do regarding the Russian invasion? So I will start from Maxime. One question that always there in my mind is what Ukraine expect from all other countries. So you know that we all know that Ukraine has a lot of aid from the US, many European countries. But at the same time, there are middle power countries like Indonesia, like Australia, like South Korea, like Kazakhstan, that might do more, and maybe Ukrainian has thoughts on these countries, middle powers. Do you expect something from them? Do you understand probably their position on this Russian invasion? So I would give the floor first, maybe just short remarks, 5 minutes to Maxime to share your thoughts about this issue about middle powership, Ukrainian expectation, and maybe hopes and so on. Please, Maxime.
Thank you very much. I have my timer set to 5 minutes to not exceed it. And of course, I would like to thank many representatives of many middle powers who do indeed support Ukraine, like Australia provides a lot of military support, and I'm honored to know in person the Ukraine's ambassador to Australia. There are also other middle powers who provide different humanitarian support and also support Ukraine in international arena. Before introducing my 5 minutes short remarks, I did a scholarly experiment. I just decided to Google the term middle power. And if any of us decided to Google it, will of course be reference to Wikipedia page on middle powers. And if reading this Wikipedia page, I do understand that this is a bad academic tradition, and nobody actually quotes and cites Wikipedia as a reliable source of information. But just out of curiosity, if anyone decides to Google and finds Wikipedia page, I think that the main impression one can get from Wikipedia page of the role of middle powers, and you're very correct in your introduction of saying there is also Ukraine listed as European middle power. And I would support this claim because we now have one of the most experienced military force on the European subcontinent because of intense fighting in a long period of time in using different NATO, not only NATO weapons, and different defense systems, military equipment. So we do have functioning and very experienced military force. And we have actually a lot of experience in crisis management of a state that functions under severe attacks, bombing, shellings, and things like that. So we do have a lot of experience that we can share, and we play a substantial role protecting actually the democratic world, because I would not use the global south because it's a huge, and we can criticize the term, but since we have this experience, we do have, we can be considered the middle power in some respect. Okay, but coming back to a question, what we expect. If we had to read this Wikipedia entry on middle powers, one can get this impression, and I quote, that middle power, what they do in the international arena is that they stabilize and legitimize international order. And how I would like to elaborate more, the statement one can read on the Wikipedia page about middle power is truly that what Russia does in the international arena is actually saying, if you support Ukraine, you also support the United States and Americans, and they are the bad guys. But the basic idea is that Russia invasion into Ukraine, and I have to say that I decided to stay in Kyiv from the very beginning, so I haven't left Kyiv so far, so I experienced all this when the Russian troops are very close to Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine. But in my perception, it is a violation of international order. It is the first full-scale war on that scale in European subcontinent for decades, and that cannot be tolerated. So one of the big expectation from middle powers across the world is that we all have to respect the international order. We have to respect the international borders. And if a big power, which has nuclear weapons, decided to invade its neighboring country just because it sees it fit and has an opportunity to do so, because it can do it, basically. With Russia, if we have the power, we have the military, why don't we invade neighboring country for any reason that we make up? So the basic idea and basic expectation, very briefly, is that we expect from middle powers across the world that we all together respect the international borders, we respect the international law, we also respect the decision of the International Court of Criminal Justice, because the horrible stuff that happened to Ukrainian children and teenagers that are really kidnapped from Ukraine to Russia. And nowadays we have like 21st century, and in Russia we have re-education camps for kids that are kidnapped from Ukraine. This is a brutal violation of humanitarian law. So basically, my main statement as introductory to save our time is that international community and including middle power, that I quote again Wikipedia as a bad source, but still middle powers are there to stabilize and legitimize international order. And once we all decide to we decide to respect the violation of international law, it is really a first step to destroying the international law and order. And that is something we cannot allow to happen. Thank you. I think I will stop there, and I'm happy to continue our discussion.
Thank you so much, Maxime, for the initial thoughts. I'll then move to Matthew Sussex. One of my questions is the war, the Russian war in Ukraine, whether that has any. I know that you've spoken about this before in the other panel about Australia, but can you also share here in this panel how this war actually affected middle powers, or whether this terms middle powers actually means anything when, you know, responding to war, responding to war in other side of the world, and how Australia actually see itself as middle powers, or whether actually if Australia actually sees itself as middle powers or not. If you can comment on that, please.
Yeah, that's an excellent question with about 140 subsets. So I'll try and respond to about 76 of them. Look, I share Maxime's views about sort of definitions of middle powers that, you know, somehow in some way they give shape to international order by preferencing international law, by upholding international institutions and you know, some kind of rules-based order. Beyond that, though, you know, defining a middle power is actually quite hard, because in most of the scholarly literature on the topic, middle powers get defined by what they're not. So they're not major powers. In other words, they're not front-rank military powers. They tend not to be front-rank economic powers. But by the same token, they're not small powers with limited, you know, strategic significance, with limited capability. Countries like, and as an Australian I can say this, countries like New Zealand, who are you know, sort of small actors in the international system. New Zealand is about the only country, by the way, that Australians can make fun of anymore. So Australia sits somewhere in the middle, and Australia's economy is interesting because it is about the same size, realistically, in terms of GDP as Russia's. However, it is not a sort of first-rate military power, although based on how we have witnessed the Russian armed forces performing in Ukraine, it seems that neither is it a front-rank military power. Vladimir Putin went to great lengths to sell the view that Russia was the world's second-best military. Its performance at the moment, I think, is probably being certainly eclipsed by the Ukrainian armed forces and would be eclipsed by many others. So where Australia sort of assesses this war is, I think it's a bit of a wake-up call. Now, Australia has, for a long time, been the beneficiary of a very, very comfortable strategic environment, located in a kind of backwater of the Indo-Pacific space, and benefiting a lot from a regional order that's underpinned by American primacy and by a security treaty with the United States. And when everything's fine and dandy and everybody respects that order, then that's been very, very profitable for Australia. But of course, the Ukraine war comes at a time of significant regional change, and one where Australia's security preferences have started to shift, and its security anxieties have started to shift. And the main game in town, of course, here in Australia is what to do about China. And there are very few specialists on Russian foreign and security policy in Australia. Most of them have retired or even died. And that's because Australia kind of looked at the collapse of the USSR in 1991 and said, well, you know, that problem is over, and we don't need to deal with that anymore. So for 30 years, it basically disinvested in that. So when there comes, you know, the invasion of Ukraine, completely unprovoked by the Russian Federation, it becomes incumbent, I think, on countries like Australia, who see themselves as champions of a rules-based order, to actually walk the walk in addition to talking the talk. Australia has consistently talked a big game when it comes to rules-based order, But, when push comes to shove, it has to show that it's committed to it as well. And I think that's why you've seen both very, very vocal Australian support for Ukrainian sovereignty, but also a significant amount of material assistance too, when it comes to things like Bushmaster armed vehicles, when it comes to drones, when it comes to artillery ammunition, training in England for Ukrainian conscripts. And probably there's a lot more than it could do as well. Currently, we have a squadron worth of F-18 fighters that are sitting idle in a warehouse that many of us have argued should be sent to or put at the disposal of Ukraine. But then again, when I talk about Australia in this context, it's obviously from the perspective of a country that doesn't have to face Russia on its doorstep, that also has a particular pro-Western bent towards its foreign and security policy. So other countries, like Indonesia, it's not surprising to see, a preference for neutrality. It's not surprising to see things like Russian disinformation narratives within Southeast Asia being particularly sticky, especially when done in a sort of post-colonial context. And it's also not really surprising to see other countries like Kazakhstan, although Kazakhstan has, I think, been very bold, in sort of weaning itself from the Russian teat and actually referring to the conflict as a war, providing some humanitarian assistance to Ukraine, and also a demonstration of its increasing ties with China, which were made clear with the Chinese statement at the SCO summit last year, a very, very clear and unambiguous defense of Kazakh sovereignty, which the Chinese wouldn't have done if they didn't want to send a message to Moscow that they would not tolerate military adventurism within an area they regard as their own strategic space. So I think different middle powers will, look at this conflict differently, but certainly from an Australian perspective, I think it is a realization that our credibility is on the line. And also, if it comes to the point that we find strategic competition within our own region heating up and becoming more than just competition, then we would want others to come to our assistance in the same way that we have with Ukraine. And so with that, I shall pass the baton on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthew. And I think it's interesting. Matthew brings Kazakhstan, so I'll move to Luca. Again, Matthew said that Australia behaved maybe because they are quite far, whereas Kazakhstan, right in the border with Russia, will have a different way of thinking. So I'll pass the baton to Luca.
Well, can you hear me? Yeah, so thanks a lot, Radityo, to bring this issue of middle powership. I'm going to be honest with you, I haven't thought about this for 10 years, which is since I left Australia, where this discussion about middle powership was always on the card, both on the press and, within my colleagues. So I haven't really thought about what being a middle power entails ever since, I started to work in Scotland. And my sense, and I really appreciated the two panels that I said in before, Indonesia foreign policy, because my sense is that Kazakhstan is not a middle power, and nor is Uzbekistan. In terms of size, yes, Kazakhstan is a large state, certainly not a small state like, Iceland or New Zealand, but if you define middle power as an actor that has got some consequentiality in their foreign policy, I think Kazakhstan misses the mark completely. So maybe if we use middle to define performance rather than size, I would call it an average foreign policy actor. And the war in Ukraine really demonstrated that these guys are all talk and no. So I disagree with Dr. Success on this completely. I think that Kazakhstan should have done more in the war. And my argument, which I made yesterday, I made on the Moscow Times, is that you don't really see Russia declining in Central Asia if you clearly closely look at the politics of these states. So why Kazakhstan is on a middle power? Well, first of all, they did not lead the integration in Central Asia. So they've been a state that is not really encouraged for 25 years the regional integration. In fact, there is no organization in Central Asia that looks after the region without any support from outside. There is no regionally integration process. The policies are not harmonized. And Nazarbayev used to say, I am the leader of Central Asia, but he didn't do anything to actually put it into practice. Then the second point which I say is that Kazakhstan talks about being a multi-vector foreign policy actor, which could be another marker of, a middle powership, because you try to play different games in order to influence them all. My argument in my book is that there is no such thing as multi-vectorism. Yes, they talk with everyone, but the single relationship that matters to them is the one with Russia. For all the wrong reason, but is the one that matters nonetheless. You could see the different way in which they approach China or they approach the European Union, for instance. And also, I would say that in the war, they occupy this place of strategic ambiguity, in which we didn't really, yes, of course, Tokayev called it a war, fair enough, but Tokayev did not really call for a clear denunciation in the United Nations. We don't really see any kind of discussion about the war in Kazakhstan on the public sphere. There had been demonstrations at the beginning, but now we just cooled down entirely. And the reality that 86% of all Kazakh oil, which is the main export, to go through Russia. So it's difficult to be antagonistic when you got that kind of a relationship going on there. So I would not. So my assessment of Kazakhstan foreign policy, as the colleagues were saying before, is that foreign policy there matters for domestic reasons. And foreign policy is a status projecting. They want to be seen as active, they want to be seen as consequential, they want to see a state that promote integration, but in the actual state they're not doing things. Just a quick word on Uzbekistan, because it's the largest state in Central Asia population-wise. I think they have more of a chance to become a middle power, because they, in the longer run, in 5 to 10 years, because they have the population, they may have the GDP growth if they keep doing this authoritarian modernization policy. And I also think that the president has been more aware of the importance of connectivity from below in Central Asia, which means that the policies they introduced actually made the region better when compared to like One Belt, One Road, which is just a series of large infrastructure that did not really change how the life of ordinary peoples are. Should the regime continue in this policy and maybe become even more active in foreign policy? But we see them, taking the lead in the integration of Central and South Asia. There was a huge conference in Samarkand last year. You hear them talking more about India as well. So they may become a larger power, in the true sense of the word, in 10 years' time. For now, it's a little bit kind of a still, the jury's still out. But my assessment, if we talk about the regional work on Central Asia, Kazakhstan, average power, Uzbekistan, still potentially unexploded, but could become a middle power eventually.
Thank you so much, Luca. I think yes. One reason why we put Kazakhstan into it, because it's its own claim with the Astana Forum they say they are middle power, which is very interesting. So before moving to Indonesia, I would ask Sarah, because Sarah gave a very interesting workshop yesterday on middle powers, and one of the issues is defining whether these countries are middle powers or not, and whether middle powers is about characteristic, or is it about behavior, or is it about impact and influence, or others? So I would ask Sarah to jump in and maybe to respond to what Luca, Matthew, and Maxime already mentioned. So Sarah, if you can just share your thoughts.
Yeah, sure. So thanks for the question. I mean, as these 2 days of discussion, and even as the previous speakers in the panel have highlighted, the issue of which country is a middle power and which country is not. I mean, we can discuss it for a few months, and I don't even think we would reach a conclusion. But I think increasingly, I think that middle powers, instead of being defined purely by material resources or purely by whether a country sees itself as a middle power or not. There needs to be some kind of behavioral element or some measure of what kind of impact a country can actually make, right? So I think for countries like Australia or like Indonesia, I think in certain sectors or throughout certain periods, it's quite clear that they have taken a leadership role in certain elements or in upholding certain aspects of the international order. So in that sense, I think they are quite comfortably middle powers. But of course, I'm also aware that in certain parts of the debate, it has gone beyond whether Australia or Indonesia or even Korea are middle powers, right? I think the debate in Indonesia is also about whether Indonesia is a middle power or a big power. In Australia as well, whether it's a middle power or whether it has surpassed the middle power label. So I would say, perhaps we can also try to move past simply defining countries as middle powers, but also to look at actually what kind of impact or what kind of influence they can have, right? So like Maxim highlighted, do these countries actually contribute towards stabilizing or legitimizing the international order, right? If they do, then they are making a constructive contribution to international affairs. Then the question for us is then do we then classify these countries as middle powers? And if they do not, what is the impact there? So that actually reminds me of the Lowy Power Index, which I think Lowy has launched since a few years ago, and they update it every year. So in their ranking, I mean, they measure power across a range of indicators, right? There's very material, hard, economic, military resources, but there's also the influence, cultural, diplomatic element. And it's quite interesting because I think in the latest edition, they classified the US and China as superpowers, right? And then there was a big chunk of countries in the middle powers category, and then everyone else was a small power. And I thought it was quite interesting because I think North Korea is actually part of the middle powers category as well. But conventionally, right, we don't see North Korea as a middle power. But that led me, I think, to question my own definition or how I understand middle powers as well. Because if we look at it in terms of stabilizing or legitimizing international order, I don't think we can make a case for North Korea being part of the middle power group, right? But if we look at it in terms of possession of nuclear weapons, right, or the actual impact actually that North Korea has made on international agendas or regional agendas, then maybe we can loosely define it as having some kind of middle power impact in the world. So sorry for that long run, but basically my point is that I don't think we are ever going to settle on definition of middle power in the scholarly community. And I think what is more important is really to look at what the countries intend to contribute to international affairs and the actual impact that they can have on certain agendas.
Thank you so much, Sarah. That's actually really one point that I would like to. So the sequence, I think it's quite great because then we can actually move to what these countries intends to do. In the previous session, we had a comment from Professor Poppy Winanti to differentiate between traditional and emerging middle powers. And one of the reasons, I think, because emerging middle powers might do things or might intend to do things differently. And because of that, I will then move to Pak Vincencio Dugis to give your thoughts on Indonesia's position, especially regarding the war in Ukraine, and whether this is actually part of Indonesia showing off its middle powership. We know President Jokowi was the first to actually visit Kyiv and Moscow, trying, well, at least initially, trying to be the mediator. Is this part of this kind of middle powership, do you think?
Okay, thank you, Radityo. Of course, the difficult one when we are talking about this issue, divining, and then I agree with Sarah, the last part, intention of the leaders. So the difficult situation in answering your question, of course, I can imagine if I were, let's say, 6 months ago, compared to now, Indonesia's position. Maybe I was a little bit optimistic probably if I answered this question six months ago compared to what is going on with the current situation. So I think everyone knows that we are now busy with all these domestic political issues. So I'm not very optimistic with the current situation. But let me just go back a little bit. Of course, before I go back to answering specifically about Indonesia's position, my point is that if we look at the war in Ukraine at the moment, of course, let's say different position maybe if we were, let's say 2 years ago or February, March last year. And if we look at it now, especially using the middle power perspectives. For example, we see, for example, the roles of, including Indonesia, of course, India, Turkey, maybe Poland as well, and of course Indonesia because of President Jokowi's visited to Ukraine and Russia. So to go back to your question, is it really some part of the intention that could be done by middle powers, reflected on what Indonesia has done? It might be very difficult to, like I said, to answer it specifically at the moment. But let me just use different way to answer your question, Radityo. Because the main question, of course, for this session, what should middle powers do? If we learn from what we have seen so far, including Indonesia, of course, it was only on that period, on that particular moment, we expect more Indonesia can do. But after that, we hear less. And then I don't see any, let's say, progress that we can do. So my point is that learning from what Indonesia has done, it is very difficult to see middle powers, whatever we define about middle powers, to see them to work together to solve the current situation. So my proposition is that, of course, the current war will determine actually the future situation. So whatever contribution wants to be done by middle power like Indonesia should see the current war into long-term perspective. I agree with Luca and all the friends who have already mentioned about international order and all those things. But I think it can be only done by, I call it, let me just look my notes actually. I call it doing what I call it, where is it? Sorry. Okay. I call it a cross-region network of middle powers. Because what we have seen so far actually, for example, India, of course, taking opportunity, of course, Turkey as well. I think Indonesia tried to do the same thing, but then we all know what happens after that. President Jokowi went back to Indonesia and nothing happens after that. So I believe if we want to establish a kind of, let's say, international global order in the future, in order to solve what is going on in the war in Ukraine, it should be work. I mean, middle powers should initiate something that they can work together, and they can. I think they can do it in both ways, using the current institutions on the one hand, or establish a new, like I said, cross-region national network, which they can elaborate and do something in order to solve the current situation and manage the future stabilization of the global order. That's what my point right there.
Thank you so much, Pak Dugis. Actually, brings me back to some of the questions I already sent the speakers, and I want all of them at least now to think of their response to what Vincencio already mentioned. I asked in the documents I sent to you that would there be a middle power alternative to the, to offer a peaceful solution, to offer the way forward. And Vincencio just mentioned a cross-regional
cross-region network of middle powers.
Cross-regional networks of middle powers, which means middle powers from Indo-Pacific, like Indonesia, like Australia, working together with probably middle powers from Latin America, like Mexico, Brazil, or Argentina, or how do you define that? And then with Turkey, with other countries, with Poland, maybe with Kazakhstan, and then trying to offer some kind of, or maybe not offer, try to have similar views first, and then move forward. So I would like to Luca wants to comment first? Yes, please.
I mean, it sounds fantastic. But
sounds fantastic, but
yeah, but I think it's very complicated. I mean, one of the most significant issues at the moment in the foreign policy of every state you mentioned, I think of Brazil, Poland, and Kazakhstan, is how they see the role of Russia in international relations. So think of what Lula says, think of what the Polish government, the prior and the future, inshallah, says, and think what Kazakhstan say. Their position are irreconcilable because the propaganda of the Russia spread has worked so well that now you got states that are either completely opposed to what they do, rightly so, or states that for convenience, either the politics or of the population, they support Russia in one way, shape, or form. And the reality is that since Russia is at the core of the current conflict, the war, because they're guilty of starting it, you're not going to have a solution coming from there. Yes. That's how I see it. Also because if you think of the structural power composition of Eurasia, broadly defined, you had two big powers, Russia and China. And then what do you have? You have Turkey, yes, it is a middle power. India, but then I don't see anything else. I mean, maybe Korea, but Korea, I think the reach it's limited. Whereas Turkey certainly reaches Russia, reaches Central Asia, reaches Ukraine. To me, the problem is that you don't really have the emergence of middle power is an emergence that they portray as happening, but from where I stand is not there yet. So there is this discrepancy in between claiming a status and playing a role. And that limited the scenario. Just a final point, because before they talk about BRICS,
yes,
I think that all of this initiatives, so BRICS, Shanghai Forum, the SCO, they lost a lot of their relevance. Because when you have this clear violation of international law that Russia perpetrated, the idea of multilateralism, particularly in Asia, Eurasia, lost a lot of relevance. Because the state has so violently, taken the center stage again, that you don't really see these actors being able or willing to share sovereignty anymore. I mean, we knew that the Eurasian Union was not the same as the European Union. We knew that the CSTO is a Russia military product. We now also see the limits that are associated with BRICS, either the old BRICS or the new BRICS, which I don't even know how to call them now. And the things like the Shanghai Cooperation, which is another. So what I'm saying is that most of these organizations are becoming network of authoritarian solidarity, which clearly goes back against what Dr. Teo said before, which I agree with, that this middle power has to play a role in the international order. These organizations do not play a positive role. From where I stand, they are not even suggesting the emergence of a new role. So I am notoriously pessimistic, but on this note, I'm even more pessimistic than I usually am.
Yeah. Thank you, Luca. So, Sarah, Matthew, or Maxime, you want to comment on this?
Yeah, could I
Sarah,
jump?
please, yes.
Yes. I completely agree. I agree both with Pak Dugis and Luca as well. I think, like like Pak Dugi says, I think the first step is really for like-minded middle powers to come together and take a collective stance against the invasion. And I'm very intrigued by this notion of the cross-regional middle power network as well. But I would also say that we actually have, I mean, we kind of already have something like that, right? I mean, if anyone recalls MICTA, I know it has fallen out of the limelight recently, but MICTA is essentially this middle power network, right, comprising Mexico, Indonesia, Australia, Turkey, and South Korea. So it is not as high profile now as it was when it was first launched, but I was looking up MICTA recently, and I noticed that it has actually issued statements that deplore Russia's aggression in Ukraine. But I guess the question here is, can MICTA or any similar kind of middle power grouping actually go beyond statements, right, to work on concrete options for peace? I think that would really be a difficult task, and the challenges have been already highlighted by the panelists. So I am partly hopeful, but I think I am probably more pessimistic about the prospects for a middle power alternative in this conflict.
Thank you, Sarah. So we have two very pessimistic and then more pessimistic side. Middle place. And now we are, if Matthew,
Yeah.
could you comment on that as well? Do you
Yes,
think
I
it's
can.
possible?
I can
Yes.
jump in. I can pile on the pessimism. Look, I must say, actually, I was very impressed with Luca's ability to so impressively list many countries as middle powers, despite not having studied them for ages. It must be wonderful to be so confident. But I am extremely pessimistic about the ability of a middle power grouping or second-tier actor grouping, call it what you will, to achieve anything like a solution in Ukraine. And that's simply because the two main countries that have agency in this conflict, and that is Russia and it is Ukraine, at the moment have absolutely no incentive whatsoever to stop fighting. If Volodymyr Zelensky said tomorrow that he was prepared to compromise on Crimea and maybe bits of Donetsk and Luhansk, then he'd find himself out of a job in 10 minutes, if not swinging from a lamppost. Simply given what Ukrainians have experienced at the hands of the Russians in this war, that is a complete non-starter. And I don't see any way that that some kind of second-tier actor coalition would be able to break that down, especially because the solution to any of this conflict will rely on territory. And whose territory is that? Well, it's Ukraine. It's not going to be Russian territory, is it? So ultimately, that is a non-starter, I think, to Ukraine. But more than that, it's also a non-starter to Vladimir Putin, because he cannot take back to his people and sell as a great victory a special military operation that has yielded him about 15% more territory than his pawns in Donetsk and Luhansk basically dominated prior to the invasion on February 24 last year. And frankly, having constructed this conflict as effectively a neo-imperial war, because if you don't believe me, believe Vladimir Putin, because when he said last year, Catherine the Great and Peter the Great united Russia, and now it's time for us to take our lands back, it's quite obvious that this is a war of imperial aggrandizement. It has nothing to do with NATO. Then trying to give an off-ramp to Putin under those circumstances, when his military's performed so poorly, where there have been numerous messes in Russia's conduct, is also a non-starter politically for him, because domestically he's already been weakened by Prigozhin's mad dash to Moscow, and any sense that he would be prepared to compromise, even though I think a lot of Russians would welcome it, I think they're quite sick of the war, would ultimately impact him personally. And this is a regime that views its security not through the lens of national or state security. It views its security through the lens of regime security, particularly his fear of color revolutions, today Kiev, tomorrow Moscow, and also therefore his personal security of this individual. So I'm afraid, although it sounds lovely, I would say that this idea is, well, it sounds nice, a bit of a non-starter.
Thank you so much, Matthew. Okay, I'm piling up on the pessimism of middle power. So then I'll turn it back to Maxime. Again, as Ukrainians, you hear these ideas even before Indonesian president went there. Turkish, well, Erdogan tried to bridge that as well. Do you share Matthew's like pessimistic view of this? Whatever these countries propose, it will not, it will never be okay with Ukraine because it's territorial. So, or do you have any other thoughts about that? Please, Maxime.
No, thank you. As a Ukrainian, I have no right to be pessimistic, even though I can realistically assess different peace plans or something proposals. And I have a couple of comments to say in our discussion. When Sarah brought up this topic that we cannot agree on what to define as middle powers, I remember that there was a concept introduced as essentially contested concept by a Scottish philosopher, Walter Bryce Gellett, back in the 1950s. So I think we can stick to this fluid definition of middle powers, depending upon the role they play, but also by the threats they pose. Because we haven't spoken so far about Belarus, for example, which for Ukraine was a big surprise. As you understand, as you know, all part of Russian troops, they invaded by Belarus, and now Belarus supposedly hosts Russian nuclear weapons, and it also causes instability in the Baltic region in general, and also in the Central East Europe. So one of the we can bring back the definition of middle powers also not only by the security they can provide, but also by the threats they can pose. And I thought of North Korea in Asia, for example. This is also another strain of thoughts that we can discuss. Then of what Vincenzo said about cross-regional networks, the idea that we in Ukraine also discuss a lot before we join NATO, and believe that would be possible, is also about small alliances or regional alliances. My colleagues from Ukrainian Prism, it's the leading Ukrainian think tank on international relations, they published a material on the role of small alliances and how Ukraine uses them, for example, the Lublin Triangle. You know that our ties, for example, with Poland and also generally with the Baltic states, our understanding that Russia is a threat is, so we share the same understanding, that is why it is very important. And of course, what Luca mentioned, and I would like to bring this point back, is the role of Russia and how the role of Russia is perceived. I think one thing that Ukraine strives for the most, and of course, we all understand that Ukraine, we cannot sacrifice our territory. The territory that is now occupied by Russians, where Russians commit atrocities against Ukrainian civilians every day and every hour. And the terrible news of being shot, tortured, brought to these re-education camps and all this, I mean, this is really horrible going on there. But the territory occupied is a bit less than 20% of Ukraine. It is comparable to the size of Portugal. It is now being occupied, where Russians, because I repeat, commit atrocities every day, torture civilians, kidnap children, all this scary stuff. So the main idea that Ukrainian government, and also Matthew mentioned Zelensky, of course he cannot sacrifice land, will be out of office. This is definitely, because in Ukrainian society there is consensus that we need to get back our territories and our people. This is very important. But the change in mindset that is very important and that Ukraine strives for is that Russia can be defeated. It is not saying Russia is huge, of course, but Matthew brought a very interesting topic of comparing Russia's economy to that size of Australia. And also we can compare it with Italy's. And Italy, there are also discussions if Italy is a middle power, a great power, for example. But imagine a country huge as Russia, with imperial ambition that it demonstrates, improves, or tries to prove it military by invading Ukraine. And that, I repeat this point, Russia can be defeated. And from my Ukrainian perspective, this is also would be a chance for Russia to change its regime. Because we also brought this topic of regime security that is very important for Russia. And Russia, historically saying, Russia lost many wars actually. Both Russian Empire and Soviet Union was also not successful in different invasion operations. But for Russia, historically speaking, a military defeat was a chance to change its nature, to rebuild the country from inside, to get rid of these imperial ambitions, to tell us Ukrainians that we do not exist. Because if we calculate the number of bans and restrictions that relate upon Ukrainian language, only the Ukrainian language, I read recently the use that in some of the occupied territories of Ukraine, all literature in Ukrainian language was physically destroyed. You know, burning books were back to Nazi Germany practices. So main message is also to the middle powers. We have to understand that even Russia is huge and scary and has nuclear weapons. We can give Russia a chance, by being defeated in Ukraine military, by forcing Russia to withdraw its troops and getting back our Ukrainian territories and getting back our people, we can also give Russia a chance to change and become not a factor of insecurity and instability, because as you understand, Putin is going to run for, again, a term, a second thought or whatever. He can remain at power indefinitely. And Russia, with Putin at its head, will also remain an imperial power with imperial ambition of conquering not only Ukraine, but also Kazakhstan, that was mentioned. Kazakhstan is a separate topic because it's getting deeper, but from Ukraine, we discussed Kazakhstan and countries like Georgia, for example, in terms of they assist Russia in avoiding sanctions and also bringing equipment that can help Russia to build up military drones and other equipment. But to sum up my introduction here, of course, it is a separate topic if we discuss it. If anyone from any country, irrespective of the size of the country, comes to Kyiv and then to Moscow and says, people, I brought you a plan how you can make peace with each other and how you can, what we thought you can do with each other, okay? This is interesting to discuss maybe, but it has really no practical application. What I want to really have as all like as the common understanding is Ukrainian, I believe, and our military forces can prove it. Russia can be defeated. Russia can be given chance to change regime, to change Putin, to start maybe reforming Russia also from inside, and then we can all live in a more secure world with less instability. Thank you.
Can I say some?
Yes, because you're the one who proposed the idea, so you have
okay.
the chance.
Okay, I just
comment.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds. Of course, it's not very optimistic. Of course, because let me just add some points why I came up with this idea. There are at least 2 or 3 considerations. Number one is that, like I said earlier, the war is almost 2 years now. And then from the very beginning until now, we never see any idea beyond the 2 parties involved that actually can make us optimistic that the war will end. Nothing. Okay, that's number one. Number 2 is that, like I said earlier, of course, since the war begins, there were some middle power or major powers already tried to play their roles, for example. But if we look closely, each of these countries actually, they play their role based on the perceptions of their own interests. I think, for example, very early on, we see Japan, for example, already take positions, but very much taking sides with the US and all the rest. And of course, after that, we will see, for example, countries like Poland, okay, simply because of its position within NATO, for example. Okay. Turkey, we see, okay, of course, the leader very clever in taking positions, but my view is that very much for Turkey's own position. The same thing probably with India. And then my third point is that if we look at the long history of, let's say, conflict or war involving big countries, great powers, then at some point when the war goes on and on, I think, and I'm hoping this actually, personally, I'm hoping that they were perhaps unwillingly, they will adapt to the situation where actually they provide opportunities for so-called middle powers or major powers to contribute something for the future, long term. This is what I say earlier, okay, it is within this context, maybe I would say that, maybe then they can, come up with what I said earlier, that okay, they have to work together, otherwise they will always working, like I said earlier, by themselves, but then nothing will come out from that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Pa Dugis. Actually, I made the similar argument last year in June. I wrote an article in The Diplomat saying that if Indonesia wants to play more roles, then it has to, to connect with the other middle power, at least with MICTA. But Sarah already mentioned that to some extent MICTA now proceeds into the background, doesn't have any, not importance, but doesn't have enough probably capabilities and importance to actually do something in this case. But I'll just give a brief
I just want to make
remarks
a
to
point
Luca, and then
because
I'll
Matthew is right. I haven't really studied middle powers, but there is one which I did study, and that's Kazakhstan. And I did go there. I go there all the time. And I think that the drive of Kazakhstan being a middle power failed when they failed to change the polarity of Eurasia. They used I read the Russian document in Kazakh, and they used the word polyarnost, which is actually translated into polarity. And to me, that's where they failed to change the order. They always suggested form of integration that were calibrated away from Moscow. It didn't work out. And then when in 2015 Putin has its own way with the Eurasian Union, they drive to become a middle power alternative to Russia failed. So again, there is no contribution there in that sense. And that's why I am pessimistic about this, because I don't see any counterbalancing from Kazakhstan into the war, which, by the way, it's in their own neighborhood.
Yes. Okay, so now we are all very pessimistic. Let's see if there are some questions, comments, feedback from the audience. I know it's late, but one from Uki. Other one? No? Then go first there. Is that Uki? That's Uki, yeah? Yes, okay.
Yes. First of all, good evening from Surabaya to the distinguished panelists. My name is Zulkifli Adam Wicaksono. I'm a graduate student from the International Relations Department of University of Airlangga. As we know, first of all, my question is directed to Professor Maxim Yakovlev. Sorry if I mispronounce your name. First of all, as we know, a lot of middle power countries have tried in their ways to end and mediate this war between Russia and Ukraine, and all of their proposals have so far has been rejected or nearly rejected by Ukraine, because all of them somehow involves ceding territories to Ukrainian territories to Russia, which is of course unacceptable in any way. So my question is then, in regards to Ukrainian perspective regarding middle powers' role in ending this war, what does Ukraine expect middle power countries to do to end this war? Do they want those middle power countries to use their relationship with Russia to pressure them to the negotiation table? Do they want some form? Do they want middle power countries to mediate between the two, or do they even want middle power countries to be involved in ending this war in the first place? Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, maybe one more? No? Too tired? Yes.
Good evening. My name is Angelus Samsiko. I'm from the Faculty of International Relations 23. And I would like to ask you about something, and it's quite simple, really. Basically, I've heard every single perspectives from all around the country, and each one is unique with their own way. And we ask a lot about a lot of countries, like those one in the Middle East, Poland, Kazakhstan, Western Europe, maybe even Africa, etc., etc. my question to you is, should Indonesia support Ukraine with everything Indonesia's got? And if so, isn't that violating Indonesia's free active policy, where we should not look on one side perspective? Or do you support Indonesia became a peace mediator in the near future? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kenneth. One question that no one actually dared to ask the previous speakers, so all the gurus of Indonesian foreign policy. I don't know if anyone asked that question. No one actually wants that question. But thank you so much for be brave enough to ask that. I don't know if we can answer that, but let's see if Padugis wants to. But I'll give the floor to Maxime first. I think you already mentioned several times in your thoughts before, Maxime. But if you could just respond to that question from Zulkifli, that would be great.
Thank you very much, actually, for a good question. So, but I will just a brief reaction to the second obvious question about Indonesia supporting Ukraine. Of course, as a Ukrainian, I'm biased. I want everyone to support us. But the obvious thing that is obvious to me, basically, if we discuss this war or a reaction to this war as taking sides, I don't think we need more proofs that they're already there, open from all possible open sources, and that are documented. There is a clear invader to the country that invaded Ukraine, occupied our territories, kidnapped our people, tortured them, killed them, and continues to torture and kill them on daily basis. So for me, the Ukrainian, of course, and I'm now in Kyiv, and as I said, I haven't left Kyiv since the full-scale invasion of Russia. I do not understand that there can be a discussion whose side to take, a country that invaded its neighbor and that started a war, or actually the country that is a victim of invasion, that has its territories occupied, there's also many atrocities happening on our soil. I mean, for me, of course, I'm Ukrainian biased, but I cannot discuss more that issue. On the topic of how middle powers can assist, just to give you an example, of course, we are grateful to all help that we are provided with from many countries, be it humanitarian assistance, be it any other sort of help. But for example, we also need help and assistance in documenting Russia's war crimes in Ukraine, and this is very important, in investigating these crimes, both documenting and investigating, where, of course, as a Ukrainian, I believe that there will be a tribunal on Russia, on Putin and his regime and the Russian army. So for that, we need assistance of international lawyers, international community, international NGOs. Ukraine is now, we are one of the most mined and explosives-laden countries in the world, because there are so many mines and explosives in Ukraine. Now, for example, I heard there is an initiative from Cambodia to assist Ukraine in demining our territory. So there's it seems to be small as a system, but it's very important for us to be able to live. There are so many terrible stories of people that were killed because of the mines explosions in the woods and even villages around Kyiv, because, as I said, Russian troops are very close to Kyiv. So this is a type of assistance. Maybe to answer briefly your question, we're grateful to all the support. We were invaded, we're still are. The Russians are occupiers, they're here in Ukraine, they're kidnapping and torture our people. That's why we need the help with investigating, documenting war crimes, with demining. For example, Japan was mentioned, and I listened to in person the Japanese ambassador the beginning of this year. And last year, the conference here, he made a kind of joke. He said that Japan and Ukraine seem to be far away from each other. But actually, we're much closer if we consider that there is only one problematic country in between us. And that problematic country is, of course, Russia. And that's why, it's not taking stances, but saying that military invasion of a neighboring country and re-education camps for kids, these things that should not be accepted. For me, that is obvious. And for example, there are countries with the small, middle or small powers with whom Ukraine feels like this. Poland also was mentioned. Just a brief reaction. We Ukrainians have many issues with Poles, but one thing that we don't need to tell Poles is what Russia is and how Russia imperial politics. look like, because Poland also suffered in the Russian Empire and during the Soviet times. So basically, of course, please support Ukraine and please help us by all means you can. And as I started today, my first introductory note was saying that violation of international law and order should not be tolerated. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maxime. I think that's a very powerful statement. I still remember last year when President Jokowi visited Moscow and Kyiv, there were talks about giving humanitarian aid. But the information we had from, well, kind of secret information we had from the field, is that that's not really Indonesian government. That's someone give it to. So basically, tell the Indonesian government, okay, please bring this to Ukraine, and then the government just basically said, oh, this is from Indonesian government, which actually is not true. But that's how, the rhetoric of the president, the rhetoric of the leaders can be very, trying to bridge. Trying to build bridges, but if you look deeper, then it probably just in that sense that, oh yeah, we help, but apparently it's not. But yeah, I think that's very important. So hopefully Uki's question is answered. There are a lot of things that middle powers can do. Maybe not yet creating a regional order or cross-regional networks, but there are a lot of things. From demining, investigating, and so on. So if anyone wants to jump in on the Indonesian question, I would really love to, maybe Vincencio first, and then if other, so it's not only for Indonesia, I think so the question can be framed whether middle powers needs to, there are a lot of middle powers trying to play, as Pak Rizal Sukma mentioned before, fence-sitting, trying to be in the middle, trying to say that, oh, this is not our problems. So the question from Kenneth could be switched into, yes, Indonesia. So the question is to, at least to Vincencio, should Indonesia do more? Should Indonesia do more to support Ukraine? But the same question can be applied to other countries. So I'll let Vincencio answer first, and then maybe other. Again, this is a normative part of this conference.
Okay, just before I answer the last question, I forgot to mention one point on my ideas earlier. The idea is that the ongoing war in Ukraine at the moment actually partly contributed by the current international order. So if we are talking about, ending the war, on one hand, of course, something to do with those who are involving directly, but at the same time also, we have to thinking about how actually the current international order, in some part, I would say, contributed to the ongoing war. That's why actually, I still believe that if you want to ending the war, in the long term, then you have to really work together. It sounds optimistic, of course, but then there are a lot of things needs to do before to go there. So go back to the question. Yeah, I want to answer it specifically on Indonesia. My position is like this: is that our free and active principles of foreign policy actually normatively requires us to contribute something, of course. But then the next point is that of every leader should think about what is possibly, what is possible we can contribute on this. Like for example, when President Jokowi visit Kiev and Russia, I think many people actually, expect too much. But then, like Radityo said, yeah, we see when President came back, then okay, of course, we are thankful because the price of bread after that goes down again. Okay, so but then we see the war still going on. So my short answer is that okay, we need to contribute. Our free and active principles requires us to do that, but then we have to really thinking strategically what is the best possible way we can contribute. And one way, of course, like I said, being a middle power, we can then start probably building a cross-regional networks of middle powers. Actually, I've been thinking about, let's say, maybe Indonesia, India, Turkey, South Africa, Mexico, Brazil, maybe. And then we can look someone from maybe Poland. Can be also initiate the talk about what is possible, what is initiatives or things that middle powers can actually contribute together. Of course, it's long term. I mean, I'm not expecting that very soon the war will end, because like I said, okay, we need to repair this international order as well. Thank you, Reddy.
I'll give the next comment to Sarah and Matthew, and then I'll go back to Luca and then to Maxim to the end. So because we are also running out of time, it's already 5:53, and I promise Maxim that we will end on time, even though we started late. So I'll go to Matthew first, and then Sarah. Can you also comment on, maybe not on Indonesia's position, but if you want, then sure. But maybe in the general term, should middle powers do more?
Yeah, look, what Indonesia does is very much a matter for Indonesia, of course. I have to constantly explain to Australian audiences who think that the world is, arrayed against Russia, that that's not the case. It's not the case within our own region. The countries that have put sanctions on Russia within our region are Singapore, South Korea, Japan, Australia, and New Zealand, and that's it. But there are plenty of signatories to the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation, which has as its first principle non-interference, that I think could perhaps think about what might happen in their own backyards in future if this kind of behaviour is enabled. So from an Australian perspective, and speaking purely from an Australian perspective, I think we certainly can do more, but it's much less in terms of diplomatic solutions and more in terms of pragmatic ones. And frankly, it's 125 millimeter artillery ammunition, drones, and the things that Ukraine needs in order to not just remain in the fight, but potentially to take back as much of its territory as possible. Because the alternative is kind of frozen conflict, cold peace, which will simmer on and be terrible for the people who live in Russian-controlled Ukraine, will result in an insurgency that will last for ages. This war has been excellent for the consolidation of Ukrainian national identity, where even those who are seen as ethnic Russian speakers now see what they have got themselves in for. So I think bringing this conflict to a conclusion where Russia decisively loses is perhaps the only option open to a country like Australia, and certainly it's the only one that we would want to countenance.
Thank you so much, Matthew. I think that's a very clear position. Now we're going to Sarah. If you can comment also on, should middle powers do more, and if so, then maybe what should they do? That's basically the theme of of this panel. Please, Sarah.
Sure. So, I mean, in theory, I think yes, middle powers should, and then they can do more. Just purely based on two reasons, right? One is that I think, as Maxim has very clearly articulated, the invasion is a very clear violation of international law, of international principles. And second, also, I think, is really to address the humanitarian crisis that has resulted as a result of the war. So I think just based purely on those two reasons, middle powers should and could do more. But of course, as we know, I think foreign policy making is a complex process, right? And I was just thinking, I mean, so beyond those two very main reasons, I think there are two other motivating factors specifically for middle powers. And I'll frame this in terms of, I suppose, self-interest, right? Which is also what I presented about in my earlier panel. And I think there are two self-interests for middle powers to do more. One is really that they want to be seen as relevant. They want to be seen as having important roles in global affairs. And I think in terms of benefiting from such a profile, that can help to shape the perception of these countries as useful and constructive. The second one, I think, is that, assuming we reach a resolution to the war, right? The international system is overall more peaceful and stable, that does benefit the middle powers too. So there is some kind of self-interest in that sense. As to exactly what middle powers can do, I go back to my earlier point, and I think about basically coming together, having a group of like-minded middle powers coming together and take a collective stance against the invasion. So I think that draws as well on Pak Dugi's point about having a cross-regional or regional network of middle powers that are like-minded in their views towards the invasion.
Thank you so much, Sarah. I think that's an important point on framing, or maybe not framing it, but the self-interest of the middle powers to play more roles, to be seen as relevant. And I think that's an important point that hopefully, hopefully this decision makers will listen to that. But I'll give it to Luca and then to Maxime for the closing.
Kazakhstan organized peace talks in the Syria war. They hosted negotiation talks for the Iranian nuclear deal, but they renounced to play any kind of mediation in this conflict. They never put themselves up as potential interlocutors between Russia and Ukraine, which tells you a lot, doesn't it? That's why I think that they are not really moved that much away from the Russian side, at least not overtly. So that I would have expected this kind of middle power who prides itself as a leader, in the international peace negotiation and as a consequential policy actor to do more, particularly because the war involves a neighbor, Russia, Kazakhstan, the longest interrupted neighbor on the planet. So obviously there are, as Sarah was saying, the difference between being able to do something and say I can do something, actually being able to, it's incredible. I mean, when your whole presidency, that's Tokayev's, was born because Russia sent troops to save you from insurrection, and when the great majority of your most important expert only goes to Russia, where you have a very limited range of action. So, which tells you that it is difficult being a middle power at this time in which Eurasia is both so polarized and so interconnected and globalized. So the emergence of this sudden polarity, you are with Russia, you are against Russia, that's right. And the fact that all of these states, they have decades of economic, cultural, historical, political ties, it puts a place like Kazakhstan in a very awkward spot. And that awkward spot limits the contribution they can make as a middle power.
Thank you, Luca. I think that's also illuminating on the difficulties of being a middle power, quote unquote, when you are in that. Yes. 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 Okay. Then I'll give the final thoughts of this panel to Maxime. If you have any last remarks, comments?
Yes, my last remark. Thank you for giving me so much time actually to speak and to interact. Unfortunately, I have never been to Indonesia, Australia, or Singapore, but interacting with you online was a real pleasure. So thank you for that. And maybe bringing back the main topic. Just to final remark, why middle powers are important and international politics and international affairs without middle power is not that interesting. One of Russia's explanation why Russia decided to invade Ukraine was that for Russians, Ukraine should never become NATO member, should never become European Union member. And the Russian position is that the world should be ruled by powers and superpowers. And we Ukrainians have no right to decide whether we want to join NATO or join European Union. As you all know, the European Commission recommended that the negotiation on Ukraine becoming the full member of the European Union should commence. So we're happy that we're not only the candidate country to join the European Union, but this is the whole idea about discussing middle power and small powers. I think we all would be happy to live in the world where it's not only for the superpowers to decide what the neighbors should do in terms of internal and foreign policies. I think that we all should contribute to international security. I mean, we're all countries of different sizes and different potentials, and especially middle powers can contribute to this architecture of the world, which not only for, I don't know, United States, China, Russia, or some other superpowers, to decide what the neighbors should do, which alliances they should enter, and how they should shape their foreign policies. So I hope that we will move to a brighter future, to end with a positive note, in which all nations have the right to decide for themselves how they would like to shape the lives of the people, how they would really pursue this prosperity for their nations. So I hope that we can finish with that positive note. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and please give a big greetings and applause to all the speakers. I don't think I can summarize that better than what Maxime has mentioned. So with that, our conference finally ends. It has been a great pleasure to have you all here. And also thank you to Matthew, to Sarah, to Maxime. Please don't, just 1 minute, we need to have a picture with Luca and Vincenzo as well here. So if we can, yes. So yes, great. Yes. So we can have all of us here. Are you ready? Okay? Okay. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, thank you so much, Sarah, Matthew, and Maxime. Gaines, and also Vincenzo and Luca for very interesting discussion, very important closing session as well. Have a good evening. For Matthew, it's already very late. Sarah as well, and have a good day for Maxime. Good luck with the meetings. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Okay, with that, we end our conference. Thank you so much for all the students, the participants. This is our, and of course for all the committees. I know that you work very hard from several days to prepare this all. Huh? So we need to take pictures of the committee. Huh? Okay. All the committees in front, and then we'll take pictures. Yes. Committee. Committee, let's go.